We don't start the clock on the first lifter, by the way, Adriana. First lifter gets to wrap up, and we do not start the clock. So as soon as he steps towards the platform, he gets his clock to start. Because they have to wrap up. If they wrap up too early, the blood runs out of their legs, and their legs are numb, and they can't feel their legs. So we have to make sure the timing is right. Give him a round of applause, Mike Nichols, Master Powerlifter. Gotta make sure everybody wakes up now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live, locked and loaded for the second and final session of the day and really of the whole weekend for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championship. My name is Nick Stevens. I'm a USAPL coach, commentator, referee, former competitor, washed up. And today I'm joined by a world champion. We're in great company here with the one and the only
Sophia Veras. I lifted yesterday in the Equipped Open 67 class. I'm excited here to be talking about equipped lifting.
Yeah, we've got a phenomenal show. We've already got the action started. Got a little bit of a late start. Gino was being ever so gracious to give our media team their flowers. But now we have got Miss Devin Hauser, 175 kilos, 385 pounds.
Nice, searching for depth there.
And for those of you watching at home, if this is your first time ever watching powerlifting, Sophia and I will give you our best knowledge as to what's going on. Both her and I we wear many hats within the sport. We could go on for days about all the things that both I and Sophia have done, but we're going to be giving you our best insight into what's going on the platform as you all see it at home. So what you all are seeing on the screen is exactly what we're seeing. And then we're also going to get some other phenomenal angles from our Barbell Productions team.
We have Alicia Webb here. She's a phenomenal raw lifter. This is her first time coming back into gear in a few years. So we'll see what she puts together today.
And Alicia Webb, national champion from Friday evening.
Yeah, she won the all-around equipped bench.
Which earned her second pro card or her first?
I believe this is her first bench pro card. She may have one in raw. This may be the equipped one.
Alicia Webb from the great state of Georgia. You see Coach Josh Rohr in the corner there.
That was a smooth opener for Alicia.
Coming up next, we've got Mr. Logan Goudreau, who also competed on, I believe, day one.
Yes, he did do the equipped bench as well.
And he's in the 100-kilo weight class as a teen, too, so he's between the ages of 15 and 16. 16 and 17, excuse me.
Coached by his parents, who are lifting legends, Jen Goudreau, Dan Goudreau. Are you leaving? Give me a hug. How do I turn this off?
You're off.
I'm not going to leave right away.
Here's Logan Goudreau here. He's going to open with 210 kilos, 462 pounds. Really searching for depth there. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. And he did get one red light from one of the side judges, and that's a red box, like a little red light underneath that red circle. What does that indicate?
Depth. That would be for depth there.
And like we were talking about, depth is we're looking for, as these lifters get down to the bottom of the squat, they're looking for that hip crease to be below that top surface of the knee from all angles.
This is a little trickier when it comes to equipment because the suit will make it harder to get down. So you'll see that some of them will take it slow into the hole, and then they're searching for that depth there to make sure they're getting that hip crease below the top of the knee.
Beautiful opener there for Ted Longo.
Oh, that's great.
And these are opening attempts, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of times when these lifters are coming up to the platform for the very first time, even that very first squat, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. There's a lot of variables at play here to ensure that you have a solid start on the day. And oftentimes we want to have a weight on the bar that is generally something we can ballpark rep out for about 3 to 5 reps, something that will solidify us a number for each of the lifts on for the total. That way we don't risk what we in the business call bombing out. And what is bombing out?
If you fail to get all 3 attempts at any of the individual disciplines, you will not be able to put together a total. You can still keep going, enjoy the day, and you should try to set some PRs, but you unfortunately will not be able to take home a medal.
We've got Elijah Harris absolutely blowing up 496 pounds.
Coached by
Representing
Cam
the Raging
Bellew.
Cajuns of UL Lafayette.
Cam is a phenomenal equipped coach, really good knee wraps. I've tested them out myself.
They're very crisp, it looks
Yep.
like. And look at that depth there.
Yep.
And like you were saying, with a squat suit, it's a lot harder to find that depth. Obviously, you have the knee wraps to allow you a little bit more spring out of that bottom, but the suit is unforgiving. It's made of a very, very, very tough canvas-type material, and it's not like your normal underwear or a rubber band. It's not stretchy at all. And so a lot of times these lifters need a certain amount of weight on the bar in order to meet that point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, so you'll see some people will have looser suits. It's almost, the way I describe it, it's like cars. You want to get really good at driving the Toyota Corolla, and then you can handle the horsepower of a Ferrari. So you'll see some people have more of a Corolla-style suit where it's easier for them to get the depth, and then other people are driving that Ferrari and trying to get every ounce of horsepower they can.
Here's Christy Yamas, 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds. And one thing we've noticed looking at our equipped competition is a lot of folks have different approaches to these reps and have different approaches to these to the bar. We saw Elijah Harris just before. He had a very fast descent, very bouncy out of the hole, really utilizing the stretch of both the suit and the knee wraps. But then you've also got Christy Yamas, who on the flip side chose to take a more controlled approach, ensuring that her technique remains sound throughout the entirety of the lift. And both of those schools of thought can find success. Everyone is different in powerlifting. Everyone is individual in their mindsets, their approaches, their techniques. But that's what makes powerlifting fun. That's what makes it interesting. It makes it exciting for all of us to watch. We've got Bruce Berry, Masters 4 lifter, between the ages of 70 and 79. And folks, he's attempting 235.5 kilos. Why would that sort of attempt be on the board?
Yes, it looks like he's going for a world record attempt right here, where normally your attempts have to be in increments of 2.5 kilos. But when you're going for a record, you can go for these 0.5, or what we call them, chips. Yeah, technically. Yeah.
Bruce Berry able to complete the squat with just seconds left to spare. And that's a new world record, and our first world record broken, and on an opening attempt to boot. Bruce Berry, 235.5. And it's only up from here, ladies and gentlemen. That means his next 2 attempts will all be breaking his own world record he just set.
So 4 world records to count to. You may see some shuffling of referees in the chair. There are national level referees right now in the chair. And then when they're going for world records, we need to make sure we have at least an international ref in each of these chairs.
And an international ref, for those of you at home, those are folks that have, on multiple occasions tested themselves and proven their knowledge even on the highest stages, adjudicating lifts for lifters all across the world. So they're used to this. They're used to seeing this kind of powerlifting where it's a game of centimeters in terms of finding that depth call, and those centimeters can mean the difference between 3 for 3 and world records or bombing out.
Oh, yeah, it's fun. I'm actually an international ref, so I get to help people set world records, and it's cool to see that excitement as they're
What's
setting
it like
the
being
standard.
in the chair for that?
It's fun, maybe a little stressful because it is held to the highest standard, right? It's a world record. We want it to be legitimate, so everything really needs to be on point and dialed in there for them.
Coming up now, Miss McKenna Henderson.
This is actually her
third day
week.
competing
Yeah.
in a row. For those of you that have been tuning in this weekend, McKenna Henderson competed on Friday in the equipped bench only. Competed yesterday morning in the raw bench only, and is now doing full power equipment. Taking that opener at 255, and it is a good lift, so she's on the board.
And she was actually at the Arnold earlier this year. Very good competitor.
We are getting the bar straight loaded up, ladies and gentlemen.
Edwin Nash has been doing this for a while. He's actually from the Massachusetts area. I've known him at least 5-10 years now. He's been competing equipped.
Right in between in 2016.
Yes.
Yeah, he is opening with 305 kilos, ladies and gentlemen, which is just 20 kilos shy of his all-time competition PR. And knowing
Ooh, that's good.
equipped powerlifting, you are able to get a little bit more weight on the bar for that suit. And especially with squat, you're able to get away with a little bit bigger jumps than you would on bench. And so be interested to see if he takes a crack at that all time. Coming up right behind, another one of our lifters who is making his third appearance today, going for the Triple Crown, Preston Savoy Jr., the bench Preston. Competed Friday evening, equipped bench press only. Competed yesterday for raw bench only. And today, Preston Savoy Jr. is opening raw with a 310 kilo squat, 683 pounds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's an important distinction there. While he is registered for the equipped, he doesn't necessarily have to wear the equipment.
Sometimes what they'll do is, let's say you have very tight equipment and you don't know how the first attempt's going to go, you may decide to open raw and then put on your suit for the second attempt. So we'll see what he decides to do as he continues through the competition.
And we did see that a couple of times yesterday. There were a couple lifters from Midland, actually, who, excellent play calling by the GOAT, Tim Anderson. But we saw a couple lifters who would take that opening attempt raw, especially on bench, just to ensure that they are on the board. And then once they're solidified, then we put on the shirt and have some fun.
Sometimes you'll see people even, we talked about the Toyota Corolla and the Ferrari, they'll maybe do their opener in the Corolla and then switch to the Ferrari in their second attempt.
Got to distinguish between your everyday driver and your luxury. Here's Michael Nichols looking to retake 105 kilos. That's 231 pounds. He did miss that opener both on depth and likely a command or another infraction. So we will likely see him hit this. Excellent angles provided by our Barbell Productions team. Shout out to Bryce Lewis, Jan Dario, Kevin Lamb, and all the guys that have provided phenomenal coverage of this championship this weekend. And I'm worried if that was just a little bit high as well.
We'll see. See what the judges say.
Oh,
3 white lights.
3 white lights. Let's take a look at this. So, Michael Nichols, very tall, so he's got a long way to go. utilizing all that he can, getting the stretch out of the suit and the wraps. And looks like the wrap kind of loosened up just a little bit around his knee.
Yep, looks like you can get them a little bit tighter, but that's also part of the strategy as well. So with each attempt, you'll let the knee wraps get a little tighter. So on the first one, especially if you're struggling with depth, you may purposely want to leave them loose.
Coming up next, Miss Devin Hauser.
She took a nice 15-kilo jump from her opener. That looked smooth, so we'll see what this one looks like here.
And based on forecasted, Devin is currently in 4th. And when we talk about forecasted placings, folks, we're talking about the lifts that they have already hit as well as what they have for their opening attempts. And Devin Hauser, unfortunately, not able to find her way out of the bottom there. Was a sizable jump, 15 kilos.
But I'll say one of the cool things about equipped lifting is that sometimes a little tinkering the suit, a tighter knee wrap, you can come back and make that super smooth on the 3rd attempt. So we'll see if she decides to stay there and give it a chance on the 3rd.
Coming up again, Miss Alicia Webb. National champion. Having placed, or being your Raw Open national champion for the Masters 2, came in 5th place overall.
And it looks like she has one rack side in. That'll usually happen if someone clanks the rack on their way out. They may choose to go with racks in. You can go both racks in, or you may just have one rack in, and that would be the rack that you're usually clipping. Makes it a little easier on the walkout here.
And Alicia is one of our pro card holders, having won hers at the Arnold Pro Series earlier this year. And we see why, ladies and gentlemen. Alicia Webb, a masterclass here of just staying patient under the bar once you get to that sticking point.
And it looks like she's not even doing full equip, just doing more raw with wraps. So that's very impressive, getting that high, just using the wraps.
Ladies and gents, if you're interested in following along at home with what we behind the desk are seeing, we take a live look at the placings, the different attempts that were put in, as well as different divisions, different information about the meet and things like that. Go on, head on over to liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll down just a little bit till you get to the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped Nationals. Click that, scroll on down, and come join us for a live look at all the action. Right now, Mr. Ted Longo, Masters 3 lifter.
He came in the 3rd at the Arnold earlier this year.
And then is a returning national champion from last year's Equipped Nationals. Putting his strength on display. 3 white lights. Taking the weight right on up to Mr. Logan Goudreau, 485 pounds. And folks, he's a Teen 2 lifter, so 16 to 17 years old. And I'm not sure about you all, but I don't know very many 15, 16, 17-year-olds putting on over 400 pounds on their back. I mean, look at your local high school weight rooms. I doubt they're squatting as much as Logan Goudreau. We've got the Titan Support System Centurion suit, as well as the undershirt for Logan. Shout out to Titan Support Systems.
He's got the titanium knee wraps on. Let's see what the judges say here.
It's a good lift, 2-1. Titan, one of the long-time household names for powerlifting, especially in the equipped scene. They were the first ones to actually create the bench t-shirt, the first model of that. They've been involved with powerlifting, especially USA powerlifting, since 1981, and we're always grateful to have their support both on and off the platform. And I want to say a vast majority of our lifters, if not all of our lifters, are wearing some form of Titan apparel.
I would say Titan and Inzer are like 2 big names in the equipped world.
Here's Christy. Lifting out of Midland University, we see head coach Tim Anderson, bench press pro himself.
And he competed on Friday as well.
Yeah. That was clean. Very clean squat there. Christy Yamas.
There's a lot more room in the tanks.
All right, ladies and gents, we've got Mr. Bruce Berry once again coming up to a world record attempt. So we are going to shift some of the judges around, make sure that we've got international level referees on the platform.
So you can tell what level of referee someone is by their tie. And so, yep, you'll see the head ref. He's wearing a blue tie, so he's a Category 2 ref. And then to the right of them, you'll see there's a gentleman wearing a red tie. He's a Category 1 referee. Both international, but just speaks to the levels of which they've come through their testing.
They would have to be involved with powerlifting for a number of years, having adjudicated a number of meets on multiple levels. And then to be tested on that on the highest levels is just a testament to their knowledge, their proficiency in watching these lifts and ensuring an even playing field across the board for our lifters. Here's Bruce Berry, 523 pounds. So this is only 2 kilos up from that opener world record. He came up out of the hole super quick. Now I wonder if that was depth. It was not. So we did get 2 red lights to 1, but we saw a red light and a blue light. What do you think?
So when you get a red light, there is a failure card color attached to it. Red card is failure to get that hip crease below the top of the knee. Blue would be for failure to stand erect with the knees locked, either at the start or end. So it looked like he had some soft knees at the top right there. So I believe that's why he was given the blue card.
Blue card can also be up and downward motion as well. So if you're watching any of our lifters and they begin their squat, they're coming out of the bottom and they take a little bit of a dip, or that bar takes a little bit of a dip on the way down, but they are still able to complete the lift, it is unfortunately going to be considered a no lift due to that bar having dipped back down on that vertical path. There's Elijah Harris, again, one of our quicker descenders, 240 kilos. Ooh. Oh my goodness gracious.
He's got a lot more room in the tank. Cam will take a nice jump there.
Coming up next, Mr. Richard Rubio Jr., Team 2 powerlifter. Lifting out of California. Originally from California, but lifting out of Texas. Great attempt there. Oh, you heard it from, if you can hear Gino from the microphone all the way over here, you heard, ladies and gents, that he did beat the rack command for this squat. So that rack command, whenever you're coming out of the bottom of the squat, your knees need to be completely locked. And when the referee sees that you're completely locked, you have to wait for them to tell you to rack it, not for you to rack it yourself. Now, it did look like he did get the rack command right at the same time he started to walk it in. It also looked a little bit like he had unlocked knees there as well, so that could have been a factor into that decision. Now, here's McKenna Henderson. We see a good shot of my co-host as well as chief referee Adriana Davis.
You guys have been rocking it on the live stream all weekend.
Thank you. My voice hurts.
I've been listening along.
But nothing but the best for the fans of USA Powerlifting.
Got to bring the hype here for the people at home.
great depth there for McKenna Henderson. Having a phenomenal run so far on squat. Even kilo jumps across the board, so I imagine 275 would be in the cards, if not 272 and a half. And 272 and a half, folks, that's no small number. That's 600 pounds. But Preston Savoy Jr. said, let me add about 99 more pounds to that, ladies and gents. 317 and a half kilos. And I believe he's dispelling our thought process here. Preston Savoy Jr., we thought he was opening raw, then going to put on a suit. No, sir. He is going to put on a spectacle, going to show out for the raw powerlifters on the equipped stage. Slow and steady this one was. And not for nothing, as smooth as that was, 700 pounds, I don't know that he has a whole lot left in him. If you were handling Preston, what would you do here?
Well, it looks like he just signaled to his coach that I don't think he wants to take that third attempt, so we'll see. That may be the smarter move here, just to leave your legs some more strength for your deadlift too, especially if this did come, you know, you can tell, is it even worth it to take another attempt here and then not be able to give as much to your deadlift? So you have to make that call for yourself too as a lifter.
Right. And not for nothing too, Preston Savoy, what a pristine technical squat there.
Oh, yeah.
None of his tech broke the entire time. And it looks like he is going to actually go up 2.5 kilos, although that could be because he might have timed out at the table. They do automatically put in 2.5 if you don't go to the table. So he could very well be timing out that attempt later on.
Yep. Or if, let's say you didn't want to take your last attempt and maybe there's a few other people in the lineup, or let's say it's a smaller flight, you wouldn't want to zero because then they're going to skip over you, and that takes away time from the other lifters to be able to recover and recoup. So if you want to be nicer to the rest of the people in your flight, you should put in a number and just let it clock out, give everyone an extra minute worth of rest. He's towards the end of the flight, so I don't think it would make too big of a difference, but we'll see what he does. We're back to the top of the order now with Michael Nichols coming back here.
Michael Nichols, a Masters 4 lifter between the ages of 70 and 79. And folks, I don't know very many 70 to 79-year-olds who, one, have the ability to be able to lift any sort of exterior weight outside of general activities, but Michael Nichols putting on a show, going for another world record attempt here. Or sorry, wrong lifter. But Michael Nichols, 110 kilos, looking to add more to that total. And it is a good lift. He does get 2-1. Looks like he got a red card from a side judge, both a red and a blue card. I can see why there he had a little bit of a hitch there, so that could be seen as downward motion or double bouncing. Going up next is Miss Devin Hauser, rocking the Titan Super Centurion, one of the strongest suits on the market. Lifting out of Wyoming, having come in first in prior Wyoming state championships.
Is this her first national competition?
It looks like it. This is 190 kilos. Unfortunately, not going to go today for Devin Hauser. She does still come away with that 175, so she's on the board.
It does take some time to get that experience on the national stage. Just get used to a little more commotion.
Ladies ladies and gents, if you're watching on the screen here, we are once again changing the judges around. We've got Miss Alicia Webb coming up to the bar now. We see head coach Josh Rohr signaling to the judges, making sure that that weight and rack height is set. This is a world record attempt for the women's equipped 100 kilo weight class. Alicia Webb already a national champion on the Raw stage, trying to make herself not only a bench press equipped national champion, but a full power national champion and world record holder. Miss Alicia Webb.
It's funny, she just took a little jump too in the knee wraps, gives you an extra spring.
Y'all, I'm learning so much. Miss Alicia Webb. And now Alicia, known for having shakier unracks on most things. It looks like it is a lot of weight, which it is. But wait till we see that thing move. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
There it goes.
And not for nothing, she probably has another 2.5 kilos in her. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Alicia Webb out of Georgia, product of Rohr Powerlifting, can take home a world record squat.
That was a good lift right there.
And we are only on we are now on thirds. I was going to say we're only on second attempts, but we are on thirds now. Here's Mr. Ted Longo, 227.5 kilos, currently slated first for the equipped Masters 3 100 kilo class. Masters 3 between the ages of 60 and 69.
Yep, and every single person in this flight has made a lift, so they're all in the meet here.
Everybody is in the game.
Good way to start.
Ted Longo.
They're telling him to replace
medalist.
the bar. It looks like the knees weren't fully locked, and so the head ref is going to communicate that to him. He still has time. He's got 16 seconds.
And remember, folks, he is about to run out of time, but he only has to get the start command in the next 5 seconds.
Lock the knees.
And he does with 3 seconds to spare.
There it goes. Let's see.
And a fairly smooth squat there. We see the family lying in the audience there. The lift is good. 2 to 1.
I got it. So you do only have 1 minute to get that start command from when the announcer or referee says bars loaded. You have 1 whole minute to go out there, and if you get yourself out there early enough, in case that ever happens, you're told to replace it. Ideally, you give yourself enough time to be able to unrack it again and go for it. So nice job coming back from that, Ted.
Here's Logan Goudreau. Solid play calling here, going from a 10 kilo jump to a 7.5 kilo jump. Really making use of the suit, controlling his technique. What? I wonder if we can get a replay on that bad boy.
That was good. A nice 500-pound squat right there.
Look at that. Very controlled on the way down and just blasts off. What a show. And obviously we would expect almost nothing less from a Goudreau. His parents, like you said, being well-decorated powerlifters.
Yep, I'll tell you guys a little secret too. So where you tie the knot on your knee wrap can actually help with camouflaging depth. So if you tie the knot at the top of the knee, then it almost kind of builds up the top of the knee a bit. So that can be a sneaky way to make it appear like your hip crease is below the top of your knee.
I might want to lift a clip at some point. Just making it sound like a cheater.
All the secrets here.
Ted Longo again going, Bruce Berry once again going for that world record. breaking his own world record. This is 523 pounds. And Bruce is a big guy. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Look at those knee wraps, though. Clean. Rocking the Inzer TRX suit.
And then he's got the crisscross in the front, one of my personal favorites. A little extra oomph. Well, that was smooth. Let's see what the judges say.
And the lift is going to be no good, unfortunately. And that is going to be a depth call from both of our side judges. And either way, Bruce Berry is coming away with a world record on his opening attempt, no less.
Oh, yeah. The 235.5.
Let me get a good view here. And yeah, we can kind of tell there was just a tad high. And not for nothing, too. Our referees have to look through a bunch of stuff when these lifters are in their motions. Especially once they get to above 500 pounds, we need more spotters on the platform. So that's 5 bodies to try and look past. And just goes to show the preciseness and the accuracy of our referees when judging these attempts.
That was a nice squat.
Yamas, wow. Arguably a little bit, even a little bit faster than her second.
She could have taken a 4th attempt here.
We've got a good view of the audience there. We've also got a good view of our jury. So, ladies and gentlemen at home, if you're used to seeing powerlifting competitions on the local or even the state level, you might not have a jury, and that is a collection of 3 more international level referees who are there as kind of a fact check, kind of a double check, right? So let's say a decision is made on the platform, let's say 2-1 no lift. Well, the coach of that lifter can go to the jury and contest that. They'll then go over all the information, and then from there, the lift could be overturned or the ruling stands. What a finish for Richard Rubio Jr.
And last time he missed it on command, so let's see. Oh,
Again, it's going to be a no lift here.
Yellow. Let's see what happened.
Wonder if we can get a replay on that so we can see. Interesting. I don't know that I could have immediately pegged anything there. What do you think?
It looked like everything was good. So you can see different things from different angles. Especially on the cameras, we're only provided one angle. And that's where you notice the 3 referees, they have their chairs in certain angles. But yellow cards can be any form of miscellaneous infraction, moving the feet, moving the hands. It could be missing commands. The commands, it's a little harder for us to hear too.
Here's Mr. Elijah Harris. Let's watch this fast descent here. Taking a dip.
That could have been an opener.
Taking a whole bite of that lift. 265 kilos.
Those knee wraps from Cam. Ooh, we have a record coming up here. I notice this increment that's not 2.5 kilos. We have 278 kilos on the bar from McKenna Henderson here. It's an open world record attempt here.
What's his first name again? I know his last name is Bustine. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got, like we said, Miss McKenna taking a world record attempt. We've got handler Brian Bustide, powerlifting coach of Midland University, alongside Mr. Tim Anderson. He's been wrapping knees all day, ladies and gentlemen. I know his hands are tired, but he is dedicated to the sport and his lifters. Let's go, McKenna.
Yeah, it really takes a team to put it all together here in equipment. Oh, so close.
That's going to be a no lift there. Coming out of the hole, it looked phenomenal.
I know. I
wonder if that was a little bit of a misgroove.
Yep. What's impressive is, though, she's not too far out from the guys' numbers.
Very controlled into the hole there.
Great.
Let's see.
So close.
No, it really
right
just
by that
looks.
sticking
It
point.
just looks like she hit a hard stick
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
I mean, 3 meets in a row, too, though. It takes
It'll
a toll
wear
on
on you.
Yeah, even just mental fatigue from being in the warm-up room this many times, this many hours throughout the weekend.
Say meets are draining. Even just being a spectator at some of these meets. Some of these sessions are very, very long, between 3 to 4 hours. So.
McKenna also told me she's like me, accidentally losing weight.
Yep.
Sometimes it's hard to maintain mass and to eat this much, so a little bit lighter, and that can make the suit feel drastically different. Honestly, a few pounds down, a few pounds up, that suit may not fit the best, or if you have a brand new suit, so sometimes it's just you're getting used to the equipment itself.
And it looks like, folks, Preston Savoy is going to be timing out his attempt. So like we thought, he did not go back to the score table. They put in that automatic 2.5 kilo entry, but a man of class he is. He's allowing that clock to run down rather than completely scratching the attempt. So in order to give Edwin Nash the available time he needs for his last squat attempt. Good shout out, and awesome shout out there for the spotters and loaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job all weekend, courtesy of Blue Mountain Christian. I see they're rocking our presenting sponsor A7 exclusive Platform Crew shirts. You can only get those if you are ever a spotter for a meet that A7 is also sponsoring.
I love
They're
those
coveted.
shirts. Yep. Oh, they look great, especially the back. I love how they have all the kilo plates on there.
Some more of our supporters. We've got Spud Inc., Titan Support Systems, Renaissance Periodization, a platinum sponsor for USAPL.
And look at these shots, too. So today I experimented with filming for the first time. Really fun, actually, to get the lifters in action. They're super excited. But I love that behind-the-back shot, especially on the squat. I think it looks really cool. We have Edwin Nash here.
Ten kilos up. Very slow, methodical on the way down, and that looks like a man who knows how to squat, ladies and gents. And we see he has that knee wrap towards the top there,
Yep, I was a
but
little
it is a
worried
no
about
lift. And it would be 2-1 on depth, unfortunately. And with that, we are going to move right along to Flight G, or Flight 2 for this session. We're going to start off with Miss April Garcia. 130 kilos for the ladies open 100 plus kilo weight class. Or sorry, Masters 1. And bar is loaded for her.
It looks like she's opening raw here. So we'll see if she's going to be going raw for all of her squats or if this is just for the opener.
April lifting out of Nebraska. Multiple-time state champion in Nebraska. Not her first time on a national stage, however. She did place 5th in the 2022 Raw National Championships and was the 4th place finisher in last year's Raw National Championships.
So she's no stranger to the national stage, but it looks like this is her first equipped nationals. So we'll see if she chooses to use some equipment here.
Up next here is Tia Lofton, another Masters 1 lifter. Same weight class. Going up to 7.5 kilos. Tia also lifting out of Nebraska.
Nebraska brought a few lifters to equipped nats.
She actually competed not too long ago in the Masters World Cup in Albany, New York. This is her first national stage, though. And she's been here before, it looks like. That's going to be a good lift. Unfortunately, and I spoke a little bit too soon. It's going to be a no lift. 2-1 for depth calls on the side there.
That's something we have to be careful to not prematurely call lifts. Even if we may think something as a referee, we have to let the referees on the platform make their decision, and then we'll let you guys know. But we can always let you guys know our thoughts as well.
Coming up right behind Mr. Robert Smith. 140 kilos is on the bar, 308 pounds. And he is in our Masters 140 plus weight class. Masters 3 lifter between the ages of 60 and 69. Rocking one of the original USA Powerlifting shirts.
He has been in this game for a while. Since 1982 was his first meet.
Oh, wow.
That is experience on the platform. He competed earlier this year at the Masters World Cup.
And we're talking about none other than Gary Pamplin. And folks, we're seeing a decent increase in the weight on the bar here. Gary Pamplin going all the way up to 523 pounds. He's a Masters 3 lifter. He competed on Friday in the Masters bench only portion, or in the equipped bench only portion.
And it looks like he's being handled by Greg Page here.
The logistics director of USAPL. We see a lot more than just Sophia and I. A lot of people, if not all the folks involved in powerlifting, wear multiple hats in this sport.
Oh, there's a smooth opener right there. Let's see what the judges say.
And he has an interesting descent going down to the bar. Very slow and methodical up until that last maybe 4 or 5 inches, dunking his hips into the bottom in order to satisfy depth, and then using that momentum and elasticity from the suit and the wraps in order to complete the lift. I mean, he really just blasted out of the hole there.
And you'll see a few different approaches for a few different reasons. Some of it could be the weight on the bar. So the fast descent is nice, but a little bit harder to do with this much weight.
Here's Mr. Patrick Davis. Team 2 lifter.
Easy.
Out of
He knows
Texas.
it too.
Another one of those lifters who is just doing the work of powerlifting. He's been coaching all weekend for the Iron Compound powerlifting team. Here's Miss Aisha Garcia. And Aisha,
This is impressive weight, guys. This lady right here, 577 pounds for an opener.
Aisha Garcia, product of Blue Mountain Christian. She has been in the stands and helping her fellow teammates all weekend, helping them wrap knees behind the platform. And that's going to be a good lift, so she finds herself on the board. And Blue Mountain Christian, I mean, they've had a standout crew all across the weekend. Not only that, but they provided us with our phenomenal spotters.
Collegiates is still one of the biggest hubs for equipped lifting right now in the U.S., so here's where we have a few collegiate teams. Blue Mountain Christian University and Midlands. I feel like we have a few others as well. I know we had one alumni from Northeastern Powerlifting. I'm also an alumni from there. Shout out.
I was going to say Northeastern.
Yep. And UPL, we're still going strong.
No, there's a bunch of schools in Texas. Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Houston State. There's a lot of equipped powerlifting in Texas as well. Texas is actually one of the, if not the largest powerlifting state in the country, with over almost 2,700 members in just Texas.
Oh, yeah. And
Good
I mean,
lift
they do
for Carson
have it,
Oliver.
They have it at a high school level there, which is nice because it just feeds into more of the program. So on a high school level, these kids are getting into equipment, and the high school meets are huge, several hundred kids.
And we were talking about that earlier, that Texas is like a big enough high school state that they have their own high school championships before they even get to the national high school championship stage. So not only that, but it's like you said, it's a breeding ground for young talent, and it gives them an opportunity to see competitions on all levels. And I believe Massachusetts does a high school state championship as well.
Yep, Wisconsin is also a big one. Wisconsin, Louisiana, they have big high school programs there. Yep. And she had the highest qualifying total here of all females. So excited to see this here. This is a very impressive squat here.
This is 633 pounds. And she is out of Midland University, so she is still in college. And not only that, but she has been working with her team as well all weekend. Let's watch this again, folks. This is not a small number. This is 633 pounds. This is more than arguably 99.999% of the raw population, even some of the equipped population, has ever touched on their back.
Oh, yeah. Making light work of it, too.
And we're just going to keep adding weight to the bar, everyone. Lawrence Jones, 650 pounds. Lawrence Jones, also of Blue Mountain Christian. Go Toppers. Also electing to go raw. I don't believe, oh, that might be a suit.
No, it looks like a singlet.
It looks very loose, if it is. And he's wearing sleeves.
It looks like a singlet, but there are, there's a new model, actually. This happened at collegiates, where one kid tried to wear, I guess, like a very loose suit as a singlet, got caught for it. Yes. When you register equipped, you have to go equipped.
I appreciate the vibes. I do, and I appreciate the effort. Unfortunately, that is cheating.
Yep.
Coming up next, Joseph Bueno, 305 kilos, 672 pounds. If any of you have ever lifted in a commercial gym that has free weight and plates like that, and you see someone on the bar, or you see someone lifting that weight, I guarantee you it does not have 7 pairs of plates on it. Well, that's what Joseph Bueno is going to hit for his opening attempt. 672 pounds. That's just a clean weight to see on the bar. 5 reds, a yellow collar. Wow.
Smooth.
That's going to be an awesome lift there for Joseph Bueno.
And he's using gripper knee wraps, or that's what we refer to them as, the grippers. They have a little bit of rubber on them, so it sticks to your skin a little bit better, but it also adheres to the wrap before it better, so you'll notice less sliding there. That's why some lifters will prefer it. And a lot of these things when it comes to equipment is personal preference, what type of knee wraps you like, how tight of a suit you like, how much you want to jack a bencher. We'll talk about that when we get to bench, but there are individual nuances to this as well.
Up next, Carson Cifuentes, 688 pounds, folks. I know we're not on third attempts. We're still very much on first squats. Here comes Carson Cifuentes, 688 pounds. Teen 2, ladies and gentlemen. Carson Cifuentes is 17 years old, putting up almost 700 pounds and about to make it look easy. Whoa. Oh. And see, that's something we're going to see a little bit. And like you were saying with the suit, it's super specific. You have to be completely honed in on your technique. And it looked almost too easy, and he got a little bit too much spring out of the equipment. And once that foot comes off the ground and steps back, it then becomes a no lift, and he knew it as soon as it happened.
Nope.
However, in this instance, I personally would let him go up. What would you do?
I'll tell you my number one rule as a coach, you never go up on a missed opener. I'll tell you that's how you jinx bomb outs real quick, but you never know. With the equipment, it's a little different because sometimes you do need a little more weight. Teach their own, but...
And we did see that a few times earlier on today with the full power sessions. We've had a few missed openers where, you know, there's even some cases where the weight on the bar isn't heavy enough for the lifter to get to that full depth, so they then have to add maybe 10, 15 more kilos, and by some grace of God, they're able to make it, but like you said, it is a very, very, very risky thing to do.
Yep. Very stressful
Fabian
situation.
Sainz.
Fabian Sainz' grandparents are currently listening into the live stream right now. Thank you for tuning in, popping into the chat, saying hello.
Showing all sorts of love. And ladies and gents, one of our heaviest opening attempts, if not the heaviest opening, one of the heaviest opening attempts of the whole day, Xavier Herod, 340 kilos, 749 pounds, 3 times body weight on the bar. Weighing in, actually a little bit more than 3 times body weight, weighing in at about 108 kilos. So about 230 pounds. Very controlled on the way down, and oh my goodness. That's 749
that's
pounds. I know
right
for
there.
a fact we are going to see somewhere close to 800 on the bar for Xavier.
Lifters have to be careful, though. He was already starting to pull those reps coming off the platform. You do have to wait until you're completely off of the platform to take off your reps. That being said, they can be pretty tight, so you definitely want to get them off as soon as possible to allow things to get back to feeling good before your next squat.
That's right. Like we were saying, in the case of Carson Cifuentes, he is going to retake that opener, so very safe option for him. And like we said, that option is there for people to go up in weight, but it is going to be a super, super, super risky move. Like you said, you jinx bombing out, and when you could have just retaken the weight, it would have been a whole lot easier.
Here comes Tia, 303 pounds up.
Here's Tia Lofton. Missing her opener, but once again electing to go for the same weight. She did miss it on depth. Oh, no doubt there.
Yep, she really made sure to bury it there. Let's see what the judges say. And they give her 3 white lights.
Good celebration. She is on the board now.
Yep.
We're excited to see what else she can put up through the rest of the flight.
And that's exactly what you should do if you miss an opener. Sometimes it's the nerves, the chaos of the warm-up room. Just come back, repeat it, nail it, and then go up, have some fun.
Especially if it's your first time on a national stage. I mean, I personally have not been on a national stage, so I can't speak to that level of nerves. Obviously, Sophia can. She did it 2 days ago. And, well, she did it today, actually. No, was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
And Friday.
I'm getting my days mixed up.
I know, it's been a long weekend. We're still here for it.
April Garcia out of Nebraska, 315.
Smooth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Beautiful second attempt right there.
Coming up next, Mr. Robert Smith, followed by Gary Pamplin, Aisha Garcia, Carson Oliver. $341 on the bar. He's in our Masters 3 class in the Masters 3 division in the 140 plus kilo weight class. And now, folks, if you're watching on the screen here, you're seeing quite a bit of that knee wrap still kind of left hanging out of his tie up there. Does that matter at all?
So he probably could get 1 or 2 more revolutions. It's going to make it tighter. And again, that's personal preference. I will say with each squat, I like to add a little bit more in terms of revolutions.
That's a good lift. Coming up next, Mr. Gary Pamplin. And this is, we're back over the 200 kilo mark, and we're well past it. 260 kilos, 573 pounds. And like you were saying, having that knot just a little bit higher above the knee. One of the tools of the trade here.
The sneaky tricks you learn about equipped lifting here.
He's rocking the Titan Super Centurion suit. He's got a back, my God. Again, slow, methodical on the way down. Using the quote-unquote bounce of the knee wraps to find his way up.
Yep.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights. Interested to see what logistics director Greg Page and multiple-time world champion Greg Page puts in for his next attempt. Here's Aisha coming out of Blue Mountain Christian. 7.5 kilos added onto the bar, so 595 pounds, ladies and gents. And boy, does BMC have a crew here today. Look at the fan cam. Go Toppers. And all of those lifters have competed this weekend. And a lot of them having phenomenal days, some bringing home national championships.
This is one of the things I appreciate most about the collegiate environment is these teams cheering each other on here. Some of them have their school chants.
I love it.
Yep.
I was half expecting you to give us your NUPL chant, but what a grind. Oh, man.
So close.
She almost had it there, Aisha Garcia. She still has one more attempt.
No, we'll see. You know, equipment, it's its own game. Sometimes a little tighter knee wrap, you hit the groove differently, and that could fly on a third. So we'll see what can happen there.
Up next is Carson Oliver. Coach Bustede ready to take the headphones off. Sending Carson into battle. 611 pounds. She's a Team 3 powerlifter, folks. Not even allowed a legal beverage and still squatting more than the vast majority of the human population. Carson Oliver.
And it looks like it'll be an interesting battle for placing later on as it gets closer to deadlifts, and we're looking at that. But we've got some similar numbers across a few of the ladies here.
It's a solid lift. Oh, we heard the shouts and the "let's go" from all the way back here. So we're very excited to see what she puts on. And again, like you said, we're going to see some of these battles start to take shape here with some of our ladies in the 100 and 100+ kilo weight class. So every kilo matters. We've got to make sure we make all of our attempts. Not get too greedy with putting too much weight on the bar, but just enough to give us that extra edge over our opponents.
This is where the strategy is building the total, and you want to make your attempts, stack every kilo you can.
Loggy taking the number of the beast, 666 pounds.
That's so impressive.
For a world record attempt in the open equipped 100+ kilo weight class. And this is on her second attempt, ladies and gentlemen. She's been handling lifters all weekend.
Where's Gina with the theatrics for the 666? He usually has the Red Devil horns. That's his infamous
I think
line.
he's putting them on.
Ah, they're coming.
He's working on it. Oh my gosh.
Smooth.
I've never seen that weight move any faster. 2 to 1.
Impressive. And she is
good lift.
pushing close to Benika Brown's numbers here. One of the GOATs in this weight class of all time. So really cool to see that Loggy is pushing that right now.
Wow, what an attempt there. Check out this front angle here. I mean, it looked as if it was maybe her last warm-up, maybe her opener attempt. speed, grace, Miss United States.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Loggy takes home another world record.
And you can tell when people like squatting, too. She looks like a squatter. She's got a smile on the whole time.
Well, squat's the best lift of all of them, if you ask me.
Oh, no, I'm a bencher,
no.
deadlifter. Squat, we're holding on and waiting to get to the good stuff.
Here's Mr. Lawrence Jones. And, folks, again, don't take this weight for granted. This is almost 700 pounds on Lawrence's back. 683. Took a little bobble there, but he is settled now. He didn't get the start command.
Smooth.
Oh, wow. The lift is good. Lawrence Jones currently sitting in second in the open 110 kilo weight class behind Xavier and Herod.
And it looks like Carson Cifuentes decided to stay the same for repeating the opener on the second attempt here.
All right, here goes Carson.
And this was just, he stepped his foot, lost a little bit of balance, so very easy to come back from that. Take the time and set your feet up there.
It's iced out. Here we go, Carson Cifuentes. Looking to get settled here. Knee wraps nice and locked in here. Taking his time, making sure we're stable on the way up. He holds it. That's going to be a good lift. Carson is on the board. 3 white lights.
There it goes. And that's exactly how it's done. Everything, if anything ever happens with the opener, just repeat it, nail it, and then go ahead, have fun on the next one.
That's right. And coming up next, Mr. Joseph Bueno, 722 pounds as a junior lifter between the ages of 20 and 23. At 242 pounds body weight, or just below 242 actually. This is almost 3 times body weight. 6 reds on the bar, ladies and gentlemen. What a sight to see. And no, those aren't 45 pounds. Those are 55 pounds each. Joseph a lot wider of a grip there, so he elected to have the uprights of the rack in. We'll see what the judges say for this one. It looks like a bueno lift for Joseph. 3 white lights. Great attempt there by Mr. Joseph Bueno. Sorry, Bueno attempt from Joseph Bueno. I already made that joke. I'm going to make it throughout the rest of the evening.
And then we have Fabian's
not
grandparents
apologizing.
tuning in here to watch him. It's always nice when your family shows up on the live stream.
This is 750 pounds. Controlled. Unfortunately, not able to get enough of that bounce out of the hole to push past that sticking point. That's going to be a no lift, so we'll see if he's able to come back for that one. And like you said, it often does take, maybe just an extra revolution of the knee wraps, maybe an adjustment in the suit. Yeah, so a little like coming out of the hole.
Lost a little bit of that upper back positioning. It's tough. You can get pitched forward. You lose your balance just a little bit, and then the recoil isn't timed the same way. But sometimes, again, with the knee wraps timed differently, hit the groove, you can bounce back from that.
Lots of support here from Mr. Patrick Davis. representing the iron compound.
Oh, and I believe did he open raw and then put on the suit? It looks like he took a pretty big jump here.
And he is in sleeves, so he's not wearing knee wraps. He is in knee sleeves. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Looked like he was starting to fall back just a little bit. And folks, we see the massive increase in attempt there. That was almost 100 kilos increase, actually.
It's 100
95 kilos from first to second attempt. It looks like he put on the shirt after going raw for that first attempt. So we'll see how that game plan plays out for the rest of the meet. Mr. Xavier Haird, our last squatter of the day. Actually, sorry, our last squatter for the second attempt of just this flight, going up 12.5 kilos. That's about 50 pounds, give or take.
12,
oh, wait, no, it's
12
not.
kilos,
No,
25
it's not.
pounds,
It's about
25 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
It's
Totally
okay, our
said
math
that.
skills are still sharp. We'll convert back and forth, pounds and kilos for you guys.
Xavier Haird, slow and controlled on the way down. Methodical, consistent.
Oh, smooth. He knows it too.
Looked like he was about to shift backwards a little bit on that left side, but he's able to hold strong. 3 white lights. Back to the top of the order, ladies and gentlemen. Third attempt squats for our second flight. April Garcia is going to round us off with 330 pounds. April Garcia currently, based off of forecasted placing, so based on the squat she's already hit, assuming she hits this one and the rest of her openers, she is slated first for the Masters 1 class. .330 pounds. Took it very, very deep. I think if she went any lower, she'd be in China.
Very smooth right there. Could easily add a little bit more, but a good place to leave it. And that's always nice when your third attempt moves and you know you still had more in the tank. Great place to leave it.
Here's Miss Tia Lofton, missing that opening attempt at 137.5. Doing a pretty sizable jump, 15 kilos. So that's about 33 pounds. Very slow, methodical on the way down, making sure we hit depth once again.
Let's see what the judges say.
And she
Beautiful.
is not wearing a squat suit or knee sleeve, so she is doing this completely raw. And goes 2 for 3 on squats.
Solid day. She looks pleased with that.
Up next, Mr. Robert Smith. Another 15 kilo jump. This is 374 pounds. He's doing the famous equipped waddle up to the platform. Because, as we've said a bunch of times, those knee wraps are very, very tight, very unforgiving. As you're seeing, we need some immense weight in order to even get some bend out of those knee wraps. So walking normally is a bit more of a challenge.
For those who use very tight knee sleeves, it could be a very similar waddle there, I've been noticing.
They're getting tighter and tighter every year. Robert Smith.
Oh, he did a good job grinding through that.
Great finish there. That's going to be a good lift across the board. 3 white lights.
Solid start to the day. 3 for 3 on squats.
Up next is Miss Aisha Garcia. Now, she did miss 595 pounds on her second attempt. It looked like due to strength, but for all we know, it could have been a little mishap with the suit or any sort of timing issue with her descent or something. So we hope she's able to come back. This is 595 pounds, and for the amount of work that she's put in this weekend just helping out her teammates, to be able to come out today and put up close to 600 pounds is insane. We are almost breaking the barriers here. The BMC support crew in the corner shouting on for Aisha Garcia. Unfortunately not able to go. Either way, she still comes away with 262 and a half.
Oh, yeah, and my philosophy is when one lift doesn't go well, it's because a different lift is destined to go well that day. So
of course.
Sometimes not the best squat days, it leads to a beautiful bench.
Coming up next is Mr. Gary Pamplin, 622 pounds. Here's Mr. Gary Pamplin, looking to carry on an excellent run of squats here, 622.8 pounds. And at the ages of 60 and 69, he is actually putting up my all-time squat PR. And I'm about 40 to 50 years younger than he is. And he's making it look better than I ever have. My goodness, Gary Pamplin. That's got to be a good lift. And it is. 3 white lights. Here we go. Carson Oliver, 292 and a half kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, Carson Oliver, a world record attempt for the lad. Or sorry, wrong person. Miss Carson Oliver is going for 644. She's in the team 3 weight class and looking to continue her perfect run of squat. Looking to finish off with 644 pounds, Miss Carson Oliver.
It is so impressive what these young ladies are lifting.
Or wow, Carson Oliver, 644 for a world record attempt in the 100-plus class. That is her world record, ladies and gents.
And she is excited by that. Up next is Lawrence Jones. 7.5 kilos added on. We can already hear the wave of support from the Blue Mountain Christian powerlifting team. 700 pounds for Mr. Lawrence Jones. A monolithic number, 317.5 kilos. See the fan cam on the screen now. And that can make all the difference sometimes with grinding out these third attempts when you have that cheer section.
Something about it pumps the adrenaline.
Gives you that extra oomph you need.
Lawrence, can he find his way? Oh,
so
it's going to be a
close.
no lift there. He almost came up. He had a nice little second gear immediately out of the hole, but just ran out of gas on the way up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Loggy is going to be attempting 705 pounds. for the ladies open 100-plus kilo weight class. Whereas Miss Carson Oliver took a junior world record, Miss Loggy is going to be taking an open world record. And not only will it be an open world record, this will be the top 3. If successful, this will put her in the top 3 heaviest equipped squatters of all time across the world.
There are only 2 other women who've ever lifted over 700 pounds, Bonica Brown and Galina Karpova. So this is history in the making right here.
Across all federations, across all competitors, all years, Miss Loggy is looking to break barriers. 705 pounds for the top 3 squat of all time. Oh, and see now there, that honestly truly looked more like a misgroove. It really did.
Yeah, she'll get that one day.
You see her going, can I take another one?
It was impressive just to even watch the attempt, but I know
goodness.
she'll get this one time in her career. So I'm excited to see the future for her, but also excited to see the rest of the meet, see how it shakes out on bench and deadlift.
We've got so many more records to be broken here, folks. Fabian Signs, his family watching on all across the country. 749 pounds. This is going to be a state record attempt. He's lifting out of Texas as well, representing the Iron Compound. Teen 2, ladies and gentlemen. Teen 2, 16 to 17 years old. Not even old enough to vote, and he is squatting more than the majority of the population. Oh, good grab there.
Stay with the
spotters
bar.
and loaders. Stay with the bar. And that is why we have 5 spotters on the bar when it gets to that heavyweight, folks. It can get very dangerous very fast.
It's important, though, if anything ever is happening and you're starting to lose lift, you should stay underneath it. The spotters aren't just going to take the bar from you. You are going to stay with it, and they're going to help you bring it back into the rack. But Lifter did a good job staying underneath it there.
And I think that was one of those instances where it was really starting to roll up on his neck there. And at that point, instinct and everything takes over. But like you said, he held on to the bar. He stayed with it.
100%. And it's hard sometimes in the equipment where you don't have as much control with where your body's going in space, and you can do the best you can. Accidents can still happen, but shout out to our spotters and loaders who've been keeping us safe all weekend long. These guys have been doing an incredible job, and don't get enough thank you for all the work that they do.
All right, folks, we've got Mr. Patrick Davis playing one of the most bold moves we've seen all weekend. He's wearing knee sleeves, but he did switch out into a squat suit, putting on almost 100 kilos on that bar.
I don't think it was quite low enough, but let's see what the judges
say. I don't know
say.
that was going to be deep enough, and it wasn't, so that's going to be a no lift.
You know what? He came back after not getting on his second, and so to come back.
And to stand it up.
Stand it up. Nice work. Some technical things to be ironed out in training now. Little things.
We saw he hit his spot. He is on the board with 345, so he is going to be able to come back. Currently placed second.
We have Carson Cifuentes taking a nice jump here.
Carson also in the Team 2 weight class, and this is an American record attempt here. Our first 800-pound squat of the entire weekend, ladies and gentlemen. 804 pounds. Hecho en Texas. Made in Texas on the back of his shirt there.
I love it. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? Big squats right here.
We've got the Iron Compound chain, bringing pride to Texas. Carson Cifuentes, let's see what he's got. Needs to stay controlled on the way down. I think he lost it there. Yep.
That's okay.
And he is still on the board, ladies and gents. 312.5 kilos is on the bar, or onto his total. Still sitting first place, just ahead.
And we have Xavier
Patrick
Herod
Davis.
finishing off the flight here.
We've got the same weight on the bar, folks, 804 pounds now. Xavier currently 2 for 2 with big jumps across the board. We went 12.5 kilos to 12.5 kilos. We can hear the Blue Mountain Christian team shouting their support for Xavier and Herod. Do you know the coach's name? I feel like we should say his name at some point. Xavier and Herod, 804 pounds. You see head coach Jarrell Howell in the corner, who's had a phenomenal job, done a phenomenal job handling his lifters this weekend. Xavier and Herod including. We can see it.
Smooth. He knows it too.
On his face. He knows that's a good lift, and it is. 3 white lights, ladies and gentlemen. Our first completed
look at that pose
804-pound squat. Let them know your name. God, let's take a look at that again. Very controlled all the way down. God, what a show there. Head coach Jarrell in the corner, very excited about that one. Like we said, he's held on to a standout roster of lifters this weekend. Look at that depth. Wow, my goodness. And that will 100% set the tone going into our last flight of squatting for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championships. Here's Mr. Ted Stewart, 165 kilos.
363 pounds right here.
Ted Stewart, a Masters 3 lifter. Unfortunately, another one of those things where with the suit, like you said, you don't have as much control over your body in space, and so you're relegated to a very finite range of motion. And even just the slightest offset in balance and timing and technique, and that can mean the difference between a good lift and a bad lift. He's very smooth.
Yeah, it looks like he went a little too far on his heels. Yeah, that's okay. That's a really easy thing to iron out. He'll come back and get it on his second.
Coming up next, Mr. Matt Foreman. 529 pounds, Masters 2 lifter.
He's rocking the signature gold knee wraps. These are a little stiffer. Again, personal preference with what people like for knee wraps. Super smooth squat there. Let's see what the judges say. You got 3 white lights.
He actually did his first USAPL meet earlier this year in March, the FQ Spring SBD, to qualify for this meet.
Looks like he has some experience, though, from working in other organizations.
Oh, my goodness. All the way back to 2001, almost 23 years, ladies and gentlemen, of powerlifting.
He's done some USAPL stuff in the past as well.
Oh, I was wrong. He has been to the USAPL stage before. A bronze medalist in 2018 Open Nationals in the Masters 1 class. Here we go. Mr. Jordan Bentz is on the way up now. 280 kilos, 617 pounds. You're taking a look at the screen here, folks. Like we said, all of our lifters have the preference of having those uprights either in or out. And like I said, that could be for any number of reasons. Maybe their walkout is a little bit more side to side than most. Maybe in the case of Jordan here, he's got a much wider grip, hands almost touching the collars there.
Yep. I'm also personally a fan of racks in as well.
Very clean. Jordan Bent's 3 white lights. Coming up right behind Mr. Jason Christus. Look at that depth there. And for a fairly narrow stance for a man his size as well.
In general, you'll see equipped lifters will adopt a slightly wider stance, so that way you can get more out of the hips of the suit. So you get a little bit from each part. It's a bit harder to get depth if you're too narrow with your squat stance here with the suit. And then you can get suits with the hip angles cut in different angles as well. So you can go like straight angled or wide stance.
And can you talk a little bit more about that? We've seen some lifters, for example, if Jason Christus, let's say he had some loops on the very top of his singlet. What's that supposed to do? He doesn't have them.
Oh. Loops at the top? Oh, like the bunny ears we call them? Yes. So you'll see.
I even called it the wrong thing, the bunny ears.
The loops, we call them bunny ears. So you'll see lifters are allowed to take up their straps up to 3 centimeters on the outside. If it's longer than that, then they have to flip them and fold them inside.
And again, that's just so the suit is tailored to the athlete. Again, these are very unforgiving. They're absolutely not one size fits all. Well, I mean, I guess in that they're so unforgiving, they are technically one size fits all. But in order to better conform the suit to the individual lifter's dimensions, they can have those tailored.
Yes, so a few different ways to do it. They have stock size suits. Keep in mind that a lot of this material was designed for men in terms of the suits. So, hopefully you can fit into the stock sizes. If not, you can tailor away at the stock sizes. Or if maybe you have unique proportions, I'll say I'm short, stockier. It was easier for me to get a custom suit than to try to tinker something in. Again, personal preference and depends on where you start. So it's almost easier to start with some of the looser stuff, and then when you decide you want to invest more into your suits, you can go for something like a custom.
Xavier Vanderson, opening with 661 pounds, junior powerlifter, another product of Blue Mountain Christian.
I just sunk that there too. Beautiful. Let's see what the judges say. It's 3 white lights.
Beautiful lift there. Another successful another successful squat attempt. And another lifter on the board at the moment for Coach Jarrell. Jarrell Howell of Blue Mountain Christian. It's not a small team either. There are a lot of lifters for the Blue Mountain Christian team, and they have been competing every day this week. So Jarrell and the rest of his team definitely have had their hands full across the weekend. Mr. Baron Henderson, bench press champion from Friday, opening with a solid attempt here. Here's Mr. Josh Taylor, 307 pounds. Over that 7-plate date, 677 pounds. Yet another product of Blue Mountain Christian.
They have really been showing out here.
Joshua Taylor in our open category in the men's 140 class. Lots of spring out of the hole there. Took extra time to find that depth.
And Coach Howell has been doing great with his lifters. They've all been making great attempts, good jumps. Very respectful in the warm-up room as well. Always appreciated as a fellow coach.
Cody Mitchell's on his way up now, 683 pounds, and we are still cruising through our opening attempts of squat here, ladies and gentlemen, but this is our last flight. Once we get finished with this flight's 3 attempts of squat, we will be taking a 10-minute break while we get the bench press set up. Give our spotters and loaders and referees a little bit of a break. First, here's Cody Mitchell opening us up with 683 pounds. The Team Phoenix product.
Fast.
It's a good lift. Up next, Mr. Nicholas Riccio. 716 pounds. We are back in the 700s for opening attempts, everyone. All right, here comes Mr. Riccio.
And it looks like he's opening with a PR for himself here.
Another representative from Texas. Putting on for the equipped community in Texas.
I do believe Corpus Christi is where Titan is located.
There you go.
Titan Sports Systems. So if you want the custom suit, that's the best place to go. If you can make an appointment there, they will custom fit you for it.
Nicholas Riccio, a member of the Iron Compound in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Very smooth. Let's see what the judges say.
White lights. Caleb Linares. 766 pounds are locked and loaded on the bar. Teen 3 lifter, ladies and gents, between the ages of 18 and 19 years old. He's actually 19 years old, excuse me. Having competed earlier this year at Collegiate Nationals. He was your bronze medalist in the 125 kilo class.
I'll be very interested to see what it comes down to for team awards. I'm sure Blue Mountain and Midlands are going to be pretty close here with all the lifters they've had.
It'll be very, very close. They're definitely the 2 largest teams here this weekend. There's Caleb Linares. It's a clean squat. Moved very well. I believe it was depth. And it was. It's going to be a good lift. And again, this is why I am sitting behind the desk, and I'm not even a national level referee, so I can't claim any of that knowledge. But we do have international and national level referees on the platform, and they're able to make those distinctions between centimeters, even when there's 5 spotters on the platform. They've been in the chairs for years. They have trained and honed in their sharp eye for any sort of infractions. And important to note for the people at home, the referees are not out to get the lifters. They're not looking to give out bad lifts. And one of the things I learned when I was taking my referee certification was everything is a good lift until it isn't.
Yes.
And so all referees are under the assumption that it is a good lift until we notice an infraction.
And we give you the benefit of the doubt. If we ever can't really tell or we're not sure, we give you that white. And it's just something we may keep in mind for next time.
That's going to be a no lift for Clayton Malone. Now, it looked like he was really reliant on the bounce coming out of the hole there. And you can see a little bit of up and down as well.
Yeah, a little bobble there in the bottom.
Coming up on our last 2 squatters here, but let's see Clayton's attempt here.
Misgroove here.
Yeah, it looked like so coming out of the hole, he got shifted towards his heels a little bit. And again, like we saw with a couple of our squatters, once we shift to the heels, the bar, in an equal and opposite reaction, will roll forward onto the upper back, and will
so
make it a lot harder for our lifters to be able to fight through that.
And this is actually my teammate, Braden Gulch, coming in here. He's out of Wisconsin, coached by Jeremy Hartman. Also has John Flagg in his corner helping out. I'm actually in a wager with the boys right now. Jared Martin has won so far, but us, Braden, Jared, and Quinn as well, trying to see who could get to the 600 dots first. And we were all close around this 570, 580 mark. It's okay, now we did who's got the highest dots by the end of the year.
Braden Gulch. 782-pound opener.
Smooth.
Jeremy Hartman, no stranger to the national stage himself. And has quite a few lifters here this weekend, including Sophia.
Yep, we had a fun time. Caused him some stress, but that's okay. That's what he's here for. No, we had a
Very
good time.
knowledgeable coach, Jeremy is.
For sure, and especially on the equip side of things, really understands how to program for it, peak for it.
Coming up next is Mr. Vincent Huerta, opening with 826 kilos, folks. 826 pounds, excuse me, 375 kilos. This is the biggest opener of the day. And not only that, but the biggest squat of the day so far. And this is only Vincent's opener attempt. 826 pounds, product of Midland University.
He's doing this out of the 125 kilo class, so under 275 pounds body weight.
This is over 3 times body weight for Vincent Huerta.
Very impressive opener.
It definitely looks aggressive, but I've been surprised before. Excellent view here by our Barbell Productions team. Oh, wow. That was a very easy and controlled walkout. It's that start command. Wow. Okay, so not insanely slow, but also not insanely fast. Definitely hit a little bit of a sticking point once we got out of that primary motion there.
Yeah.
But it is a good lift, so he is on the board and has already sealed in the heaviest squat of the day.
Yes. I'll say too, I don't know about you, but for me, the first squat is always the most nerve-wracking. I swear my second
Without
moves better
question.
than the first. You just got to get the first out of the way, and then time to go.
For me, it's that first bench, but it's only because I'm horrendous at bench.
I love the bench.
But I remember my very first meet back in 2017, and my first squat, I almost fainted. Just because of the nerves. I forgot to breathe. I forgot to brace. I got the lift somehow. But just a little bit insight into what these lifters are thinking about going into these opening attempts. And I can only imagine what holding 800 pounds on your back feels like for that attempt.
The warm-up room is also a little more chaotic because everyone's warming up at the same time, especially if you have like 2 platforms going, whereas sometimes the platforms kind of move off in different directions. So one's on bench, one's still on squats. Not everyone's warming up all together.
And these are big guys, too, so they're warming up with big, big weights. That means some folks maybe have to work in with others.
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't happen super often, but every now and then when we get to these super, super heavy openers and last warm-ups, we run out of plates.
Sharing is caring, too. You got to share with people in the warm-up room, and you may be sharing with a competitor if you're lifting around the same weights because you're trying to warm up with people lifting around the same weight as you.
How has the warm-up room been this weekend? You've been back there every day.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. You know, it's all about maintaining a respectful environment with other coaches, working well together. We're all trying to get our lifters through, right? And so teamwork makes the dream work here. Help each other out, communicate. What do people need? How can we strategize the warm-ups so that everyone can get the warm-ups they need at the right time that they need it? Got Matt Foreman here with 260 kilos, 573 pounds. Looks like he's wearing a shirt from Worlds in 2018.
Masters Worlds to boot. 260 kilos, 573.
Oh, very smooth.
I am of the school of thought that last warm-up should be taken behind the curtain. However, Matt Foreman chose a different strategy.
Yeah.
That's perfectly okay.
He's got a lot of room there for a nice third attempt. But that's exactly the strategy you want to take.
Up next, Mr. Jordan Bentz. 25-kilo increase there from 280 kilos to 305. So we are now at the 672 mark.
Ready, 672, then Jason.
Here's Mr. Jordan Bentz. Again, we got those uprights on the rack in, so we allow Jordan plenty of room for his hands. We don't want him to get clipped in the rack. I've had that happen many, many times.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fun.
It's like stubbing a toe. Hurts real bad, and you got to give it that second.
What a show there. Jordan
Very
Bentz.
smooth.
He's got a long way down. He's a big boy.
Well, there's also the discussion that weight classes are almost height classes in disguise.
Absolutely.
So you'll notice these are some of the taller individuals as well.
You see, he's definitely taller than, I believe, our squatting team.
Yeah.
Or our spotting team, excuse me. But still able to get perfect depth.
Nope.
And this is just a testament to how in powerlifting, there's always a way to use your leverages to the best of your ability. Obviously, you are going to be better at some lifts than others over time as you grow and develop as a powerlifter, but
what I appreciate is the balance of the three disciplines where you can make up for maybe one isn't as strong as you want it to be, but you're really strong in another one, and that's what rounds out your total.
there's Jason Christus, 683.
Using the gripper knee wraps.
Another one of those like Gary Pamplin, slower on the way down until we get to that last little bit, finding the bounce and using that to take us past our sticking point. And he does it with ease, white lights.
And the strategy behind that, if you go down slow, take the dip, we notice some people lost their balance, right, and they step forward back. This allows you to have better control of your balance on the way down. Just get that dip right when you need it.
Up next, Mr. Xavier Vanderson of Blue Mountain Christian University. The bar hasn't even been finished loaded yet. We can already hear the toppers in the corner shouting for their teammate, Xavier Vanderson. Blue Mountain Christian out of Mississippi. Xavier Vanderson's actually a graduate student. We love our lifters taking advanced degrees. Originally from Natchez, Mississippi. What a squat there for Xavier Vanderson. That's a good lift. 3 white lights. We see him kind of waddling off the stage there. And the Blue Mountain Christian powerlifting team isn't solely run by Mr. Jarrell Harrow. We've also got Miss Brianna Parker, who is here this weekend. She's been assisting our lifters as well. Here's Josh Taylor. 10-kilo jump, 699 pounds. Arguably a milestone lift for many, many people. And Josh Taylor is going to hit it on his second attempt.
It's always nice when you break that 100 barrier getting into the next 100 class here.
What would you think is more satisfying, breaking the 100 barriers in kilos or pounds?
Ooh, both. Because then it just gives you more, like, places to chip away.
Kilos, 300 pounds is cool, but 300 kilos
yeah,
is way cool.
When you break into a new 100-kilo marker, that's huge.
And that's a 700-pound squat for Josh Taylor. We're happy with that one. Oh, the secret handshake in the corner. If I'm not mistaken, Jarrell's had a handshake, a different one for each of his teammates this session.
That is dedicated coaching right there. But no, I mean, he has been working his weekend.
He's been working his butt off the whole weekend. with, if I'm not mistaken, almost 20 lifters across the weekend.
Yep. And these days are just as exhausting for the coaches as they are for the lifters.
Here's Mr. Baron Henderson.
He is no stranger to the stage here. He has a lot of experience.
716 pounds. Another one of those opting to go uprights in very wide grip here. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. And not the tightest wrap either on those knees. We can still see some skin there. And he blasted that
Very
weight off
easy
the
opener
floor.
for him.
3 white lights.
He competed in the Arnold Masters Pro Series finals earlier this year, both in the equipped full power, or in the full power and in the bench finals.
And that makes him a pro card holder. He also competed in last year's bench nationals as well as last year's Masters World Cup. Gold medal winner in both of those. Here's Cody Mitchell of Team Phoenix, 722 pounds. Taking all the time he needs to get set up under the bar, finding that right mindset. And we're on second attempts now, so we've talked about kind of the mindset with openers. We talked about the mindset with third attempts. When you're going for a second attempt, let's say you have made that opener, what are you thinking about going into the second and then therefore the third?
My philosophy is focus and execute on the lift in front of you. You can't be thinking about your third attempt if you haven't taken your opener. Take your opener, nail it. Second attempt, take it, nail it. And my philosophy is you earn your attempts. If your second attempt looks smooth, yeah, we can take a nice jump. If it does not, then let's adjust for the day, take what's there, and try to go 3 for 3, build the total up here.
Exactly. We want to build the total because ultimately that total is what's going to grant us placing, not any one lift. Now, obviously, folks come into the meet with different goals. They have certain lifts they want to hit. However, the only way you can add pounds to the total is if you hit your lifts, if you're able to execute on the platform. And like you said, focus on whatever's in front of you. Leave it to the coach to handle all the rest of those numbers and stuff. But for the lifter, you've got to focus on the weight in front of you.
Yep. And two,
Nick Riccio.
we have the motto, subtotals build championships. So you want to build up your squat, build up your bench, and then force somebody else to have to pull to win, right? Instead of you pulling to win, you have the total amassed. Ideally, you have a nice deadlift and you just cinch it there, but you want to, it's the poker game here too.
It's a lot of strategy involved when we're picking out attempts for these lifters. Wonderful second attempt
See
there.
what the judges say here for Nicholas.
Hecho en Texas.
3 white lights. Nice job. Still has room in the tank too.
Coming up next are our 4 heaviest squatters of the meet. Clayton Malone, Caleb Linares, Brandon Gulch, and Vincent Huerta.
And I believe Clayton misgrooved this just a little bit in the hole on the opener. He chose to retake it again here on the second. Smart move. Get the right wraps, the balance off better, and we'll see how this is for him.
And this is a jackpot number, ladies and gentlemen. You head over to the slot machines and you wish you had this number in front of you. 777.
Ooh.
Bars loaded for Clayton Malone.
777. The number of the powerlifter. Completion.
Looks like it was that same kind of bobble at the bottom there.
So that puts him in an interesting position here. Now with Clayton Malone here, missing those 2 attempts, as a handler, what would you tell your lifter going into the third? We're not going up in weight, obviously.
Yep.
We've got to get on the board here. What do you tell him?
This is mentally where you got to put it together, right? It's, again, focus and execute on the lift in front of you. You can't be thinking about what happened already. You have to pretend it didn't happen. You have to ignore it and attack it and find that inner strength. Dig deep, put on your music if you need to.
Exactly what I try to teach some of my lifters, and it obviously takes time and experience to be able to understand what it feels like mentally, but you got to have a short memory in a sport like this.
100%. Clean slate.
Head coach Tim Anderson of Midland Powerlifting in the corner for this 799-pound squat for Caleb Linares. Moved well, but I do believe it was a hair high.
Let's see what the judges say. Oh.
So
Two-way
I was
lights.
kind of right.
Yeah, no, that was a good call. And those are the kind of calls that could go either way, right? But we were talking before how it's innocent until proven guilty, right? You have the lift until you don't. And
Exactly.
if you're not sure if the depth is there or not, throw the white. But maybe they'll be paying closer attention on the third there.
And it does look like he got depth
it.
pretty well on one side. You can tell
Yep.
that the angle that we're facing here, that side did actually look a little bit higher, which is very common. A lot of times lifters, we are all human beings. We are not perfectly equal on both sides, and so we do have imbalances. And there are often times where whenever we get down into the bottom of our squat, one hip just is sitting higher than the other anatomically, and there's nothing we can do about that besides train around it and lift to the best of our ability within the competition standard.
100%. And then we have Braden up here again, coached by Jeremy Hartman. And it looks like they went to the jury for that lift that was ruled high.
So unfortunately, that will be a no lift for Caleb Linares. So he may have to retake that 362.5, but we'll see if he keeps 375 on there.
Oh,
Not
they
to be outdone, Braden
overturned it.
Gulch, 15 kilos up to 815 pounds.
Very smooth attempt there for Braden Gulch.
We're making huge strides in powerlifting media, folks. I mean, while we do have a jury here, not very often are they shown video proof of the lift that just happened. And due to the replays that we have, shout out to Zach for providing all of our replays for Barbell Productions, the jury was actually able to see Caleb's squat just a little bit high.
So one of the things we talked about before with the jury, we talked about how you can get a lift that was maybe ruled a no lift on the platform overruled into a good lift, but you can actually do the opposite too. You can take a good lift and overturn it to a no lift. Times you'd want to do this is if you're coaching against your competition. Let's say I thought your squat looked high and I'm coaching against you. I'm going to go to the jury table and I'm going to try to get that good lift turned into a no lift, try to help my lifter win. So lots of different ways you can use the jury at these bigger meets.
And that's when it really gets competitive, too.
Yeah.
That's when we start to see people really going head-to-head here.
Yep. You can also try to attempt to overturn a 3-0 lift. You got to put $20 on the table, though, to show that you are serious with your intent.
Vincent Huerta
That is tough.
on the
That's a
board
lot
with
of weight.
375. Not able to come away with 390.
Looks like a little misgroove, though. He does have the strength for this. If he gets a tighter knee wrap, bounces out of the hole a little better, he may get that on that third. So we'll see what he chooses to do here, too.
Exactly. And again, like for the folks watching at home, Sophia and I are obviously providing our best insight as to what's going on the platform. And it may be super easy for us to say, oh, if he just tightens his wrap, he's got it. It's no big deal. That is 800-plus pounds on somebody's back, ladies and gentlemen.
100%.
I know of probably only 50 to 60 people in the world that can actively do that right now. And Vincent Huerta is trying it on a second attempt, folks. So it's not as simple. Oftentimes we're making out to seem this is a massive effort. This is a dangerous effort oftentimes.
100%.
This is a lot of weight, almost half a ton on Vincent Huerta's back.
But with more weight comes more responsibility, and you also have to
She's
determine.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly. These weights also come at a fatigue cost. It's very exhausting to take multiple attempts at these 700 to 800 pound plus markers. So he can choose to not take a third attempt and save that energy for the deadlift here too.
Good squat there from Ted
yeah.
Stewart. And we are beginning our last round of squats for the entire weekend for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championship. And in proper championship form. We are already up to the 600-pound squats with our second lifter in the flight, Mr. Matt Foreman, Masters 2 lifter, 600 pounds. Adriana's poor voice. You can hear our raspy it is back here. Here we go. Matt Foreman, 272.5 kilos. 600 pounds even.
And it looks like he hit this earlier this year, so it would be a match from that. Oh, very smooth. He had more left in the tank.
Wonderful call there. And that might be part of the game plan as well. Maybe he took that a little bit lighter to save all the energy he needs, perhaps for bench, maybe even also for deadlift.
100%. Sometimes it's tough to string them both together. I'll say sometimes my deadlift PRs come at the expense of the squat PRs. It's like the squat took so much out of you that you don't have as much left in your legs for the deadlift. And the opposite, if you almost hold back the squat a little bit, it gives you more juice for later.
Coming up next is Mr. Xavier Vanderson, 705 pounds. We can hear the toppers. That must mean he's from Blue Mountain Christian University.
Surprised the Raging Cajuns don't have the cowbells to compete here. They're known for that at collegiates.
For those of you fans of powerlifting, we do have some members of the UL Lafayette powerlifting team here. Bench Preston is one of them.
Yep.
And normally, if you're used to seeing the team around national championships, especially CNATs, they're well known for their use of the cowbell.
And Gino eggs it on, too. More cowbells.
Again, we love the spirit and the support that we're getting at the collegiate level from these lifters.
100%.
I wish I had something like this, a true organized team to support me through this, but
I'll say you don't realize how special it is until you don't have it anymore. Oh,
man.
It was
Solid
right at that
attempt
sticking
there.
point.
Listen, we're still coming away with 315 kilos. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing to sneeze at
very
there.
impressive.
Currently sitting in fourth in the open, but is our current front runner for the junior 125 kilo class.
We have a few people attempting this 320 kilos, 705.
And that's a milestone weight for a lot of folks.
Oh,
705,
To the
kind of on
700
the,
club.
if you're a pounds user versus a kilo enthusiast, 705 is a lot closer to that 700-pound mark. Obviously, you get those sticklers that 317.5 is actually 699.97, so you can't call it 7. And so this is that next milestone for them. 705, 320 is a nice even number. And look at the platform, folks. That bar is already bent out of the platform, or already bent out of the rack. And ladies and gents, if the bar ain't bending, you're just pretending.
And it looks like Jason may be timing out. We were talking before about putting in an attempt and just letting the clock run to give your competition that extra minute of rest. So it looks like that's what he's doing here in this case. He's hanging out in the warm-up room.
And again, that all plays towards the strategy as well. And I'm of the opinion that more people should scratch their lifts. We don't see that too often enough. And in my opinion, let's say you go 2 for 2, you could go out and put out another attempt. But if you know your body well and you know your strengths as a lifter, and you can come away going 2 for 2,
Yep,
that's still 100%.
for sure.
Although it technically looks like Jason Christus, according to LiftingCast, timed out that lift rather than scratching the lift. So he still put it on the board, allowing that 1 minute of rest for Jordan Betts. And here he comes now, 705 pounds. God damn, he's big. $320 kilos, again, 705 pounds. Wow. 705. Jordan Benson's making it look like 505. Very big celebration there. Looks like he's also being handled by head coach Jarrell Howell of Blue Mountain Christian.
Jarrell's getting his own workout in today at the weekend. There's no better feeling than getting that nice PR on the platform, too.
All right, we've got Mr. Josh Taylor.
Here you can
Bar
get
is loaded for him. You see him sitting in the chair there getting pulled up by his team. And like we were saying, it's hard to speak over the toppers. But this really is, especially the equipped side of powerlifting, it is truly a team effort.
100%.
You cannot get those reps. You can get the reps on by yourself. You're going to tire yourself out. You can get the suit on by yourself. You most likely won't. And so it does require at least 2, 3, 4 people, even for those training sessions.
Yep.
So that allows for folks to build those relationships, learn how to train together, learn how to be a team in a sport with so highly individual.
100%. That's what I love most about equipped lifting. It is a team effort here. That was beautiful squat there. Let's see what the judges say. And he's got 3 white lights. But you can see how much of it is this carefully orchestrated timing. We saw him still getting his knee wrapped, just finishing it off right there. The clock started, just a minute. He was able to get out, get the chalk on, get the walk out, and still get the squat command in time. So really nice job with the timing there. You also don't want to wrap them too early, and then they're stuck standing there in their wraps. So that's the ideal timing.
We've had a few folks, especially in the last session, actually time out because they actually waited a little bit too late to get those wraps on. And we don't know what happens when you're wrapping. Ideally, you're pretty proficient at it, but if you're someone like me who has only wrapped probably 10, 12, 15 times, so not enough to say that they're good at it, it takes a little bit longer. The wrap may come out of your hands. It might not be tightened the right way. And so any of those variables can play into making sure that you have those wraps on at the right time.
100%. And a lot goes into wrapping. I mean, everyone has their own timing for wrapping, different strategies. I know I got made fun of once. I will belt up to wrap people's knees because there's a strategy even to the wrapping.
Good look there to our spotters and loaders. It does look like Mr. Baron Henderson is going to time out his attempt as well.
A few lifters doing that.
Allowing Cody Mitchell to get his full break.
And especially in equipped lifting, when you're trying to time your knee wraps and someone times out, things like that, or they remove themselves from the flight, you have to factor in for that. Right. And if you remove yourself from a small flight, let's say there's only 8 lifters, and then 2 lifters zero out, that can change the timing and the pace for these equipped lifters as well.
Good shout out to these spotters and loaders here, especially putting up all this heavy weight on and off the bar. Spotting and loading really is its most crucial during the squats, and especially if you've got heavier benches. And they've been putting in a ton of work, the Blue Mountain Christian team. Here's Cody Mitchell up next, 345 pounds. 345 kilos. I apologize for taking weight off of your bar. This is 760 pounds. And we are coming in on the home stretch of our action of the squat.
Oh, that was a good walkout.
You hear the coach shouting cues.
Oh.
And that could be another form of feedback for that lifter. Oftentimes we see coaches in the corner in the equipped realm, shouting out cues at the lifter, helping them with that timing.
Yeah. And sometimes you'll hear them give them up calls, so they'll let the lifter know when they've sufficiently hit depth, so that way the lifter can come up at that time.
You see there he's at that depth, and we see the coach yell right at that point, cueing that lifter to, boom, fire up out of the hole. And that's a good third attempt. Cody Mitchell comes away 3 for 3 on squat, 345 kilos. Now, Mr. Clayton Malone, currently sitting in second for the juniors, third in the open for the 140 class, needs this attempt in order to keep himself on the podium for both of those. If he is not able to find his way out of the bottom here, he will bomb out of the meet, unable to post a total.
He's being coached by CJ McFarland here.
Himself a multiple record holder in many lifts in powerlifting. Clayton finds his way out of the bottom. Looks like an extra wrap or two helped. Oh, maybe not. 2 red lights on depth there.
So
And that just
try to go
goes
to the
show
jury
you,
table if you
everybody,
can.
what we see on the screen is not always the case, folks. Let's watch this replay back here. And again, we're not looking at the thighs here. We're looking at the hip crease, which is a little bit higher and closer to the belt. And you can see just a little bit how that was a hair higher than the top surface of that knee.
That's tough, but he can continue going in the meet. So we talked a bit before about if a lifter fails to get all 3 of the attempts in any one individual discipline, then they are no longer eligible for placing, but they can stay in the meet and they can try to go for a nice personal bench PR or a deadlift PR and still have some fun here.
Nicholas Riccio, 804 pounds.
Let's see what the judges say.
It's going to be a no lift again. 2-1 on depth for
Again
both
on
of our
depth.
side judges. And our side judges do have the best view of that depth.
And then he will only be credited for his first lift. Remember, that second lift got overturned by the jury. Remember, that hip crease has to go below the top of the knee, so it looked like it was right there, but didn't dip below it.
Caleb Linares. Another one of those situations where, like I was saying, we did miss that second attempt, but we went up 12.5 kilos for the third. Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it plays out for him. This is 826 pounds. And after Caleb, we've only got 2 more squatters before we take a 10-minute break to get the platform set up for the bench press.
Oh,
Right,
not
good grab
that
there by the
way.
spotters and loaders.
Yep.
Again, looked like he started to fall back towards his heels again. And that can happen when you're really trying to use the elasticity of the suit out of the bottom. Coming up next, Mr. Breeden Gulch, 854 pounds. Oh, the look of determination. He is zoned in on that squat. We see Coach Hartman making sure that everything on the bar is as per usual.
And this is right under his all-time best. He hit 392.5 at the Arnold Pro Series Equipped Finals earlier this year. Trying to build a nice, smooth start to the squats here.
I'm watching with bated breath here.
Oh, smooth.
He made that
Yep.
move.
That could have been a second attempt there.
And
Nice
he does
work.
get one depth call from the side, but 2-1, it's a good
That's all you
lift.
need. 2 white lights.
And hey, if it's 2 wide lights, it might as well be 3.
Yep.
Because it's a good lift either way.
Unless they bring it to the jury, then you got to be careful.
Exactly. And so we see we did get that one depth call from the side where our angle is showing is a little bit higher. Let's get another view here. Last squatter of the day, Vincent Huerta, 390 kilos. Again, retaking that after missing it on his second attempt. This is 859 pounds.
860 pounds.
And this is right under his all-time best.
Vincent Huerta. 20 seconds left to spare on the clock here. Drives his way up.
Let's see what the judges say.
Was it deep enough? It was, ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
redemption off that second
White
one, too.
Lights.
Awesome.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute break going into the bench press, but let's talk a little bit about some of the stuff that, some of the insane things that we've seen across this entire session here. This is probably obviously one of the more longer sessions of the squat that we've seen this weekend, but one of the more exciting, I would definitely say. Between some of our ladies in that first session there, we've got a couple records broken with Alicia Webb, new world champion. Let's see who else. Logan Goudreau also going for another record. Preston Savoy coming out competing raw with the rest of the equipped guys. Absolutely insane.
And then, remember we had Lagi also attempting a 700-pound squat, one of only 3 females in the world attempting that. So really impressive. Awesome to see all these lifters give it their all here, but we still have more to go on the day with the bench and the deadlift coming up.
That's right. We'll see you shortly.
we're back in action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the bench press, the second of the power lifts to be put on display here for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championships here in Greenville, South Carolina. Up to this point, we've seen probably our biggest round of squats of the whole weekend, but obviously super exciting. Tons of records broken, hearts broken, records broken. We're hoping to see some more of that going into the bench press. My name is Nick Stevens. Welcome back.
And I'm Sophia Veras.
We've got Mr. Bruce Berry. Bar is locked and loaded for him. He's going to be opening us up with 80 kilos.
They put some international refs in the chair. That means we must be going for a world record attempt here for Bruce Berry. 80 kilos on the bar on an opener, 176 pounds.
And this will be a Masters 4 world record. Very clean. I don't know about you, but that looked super tough on him. I wasn't sure. I don't know.
Definitely there's a lot of room in the tank to go there.
Very much so.
Very clean there.
Dare I say it was very clean, that opening attempt there. Up next, Mr. Michael Nichols. And Bruce Berry, if I'm not mistaken, got a world record on his opener for squat as well.
So this must be a world record as well, I'm guessing.
Do we have the same referees in the chair?
See. But it's a little bit higher here. And it looks like he's also in the Masters class. So if you are going for a world record, it is important to notify the table so that they make sure to put the right refs into the chairs.
That's a good lift, Michael Nichols.
That's a good lift.
2 to 1. That's going to be a good lift still.
Well, let's explain the failure cards here. And so different failure cards, we did talk about how whenever there's a red light, there's going to be a failure card paddle attached to it. So red in the bench press would be failure to touch the chest, which is actually more likely to happen in equipped than raw. With blue, it could be failure to lock the elbows out straight, either at the start or the end of the lift, or any form of downward motion of the whole bar in the course of it being pressed on the way up. And then yellow would be the miscellaneous card. It could be anything from missing commands, the butt lifting off the bench, the foot moving, heaving the bar off your chest. So it looked like he got a blue card on that last bench there.
And along with that, can you go over some of the commands that we might see with the bench press?
Yes. We'll watch Devon's lift here. Very smooth. But I would say the 3 white lights right here. Awesome. Nice work. The bench is the trickiest of the lifts when it comes to commands because we have 3 commands here. So you'll see we have 3 referees. Once the side referees put down their arms, that indicates to the head referee that the lifter has established the correct start position. So then the head referee is going to give the start command. Once that bar reaches their chest and is there motionless, then the referee is going to give them the press command. Once the bar is completely locked out straight with the elbows straight, bar up, then the ref will give the rack command. So 3 commands: start, press, rack.
And along with those, kind of falling into the failure cards, the referee has to say those words verbally, loud to you, before you can continue to do that following motion. So if you press the bar off your chest before that referee says press, it will be a no lift.
Nope.
Father Goudreau looking over Logan Goudreau.
And the Goudreaus are known for the bench press.
It runs in the family.
We see where he gets it from. But really nice job. And so the bencher is also probably the most finicky of the equipment. There's a sweet spot for touching on the chest, so that's probably the hardest thing. You'll see it's very slow on the way down. We call it the bubble. So right as you're approaching your chest, there's the hardest part, and that's where you have to stay the tightest. If you let it go, you'll see it either dumps to their belly or sometimes turns into an accidental skull crusher. So there is that sweet spot to row the bar into.
We're getting members-only information, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Christy Llamas.
Smooth right there. So that's exactly that touch point that you're looking for with the bench shirt on. She did a really great job with that. And they're coached by Tim Anderson, who he won the all-around bench press in the equipped. So I'm sure they get a lot of the equipped benching secrets themselves.
So Christy Llamas will open. That was a good lift opener at 297. We're going to add 5 kilos.
Ted Longo opening up with 300 pounds right here, 137.5 kilos.
Ted Longo, one of our Masters 3 lifters in the 100 kilo weight class. He was putting up 303 pounds. And if I'm not mistaken, all of our lifters within this flight here, aside from our younger ones, like Logan, for example, maybe McKenna, this is definitely not their first time on a national stage, let alone the equipped national stage.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of our lifters in this session are former champions, current champions, national, world, regional, state, you name it.
A lot of experience here.
Richard Rubio here, Team 2 lifter. See the referee, Adriana Davis, waiting to give that start command until, as you said, Richard is completely motionless, elbows locked with the bar out of the rack. And unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift, 2-1. When we see a yellow card there, and like we said, yellow could be anything else aside from touching the chest or not touching the chest or up and down motion.
Yep, the miscellaneous infractions, I refer to them as. It looks like in this case it may have been a butt lift.
And which is very possible. The angle that we saw, we obviously couldn't see the hips all that well. So very possible. The referees obviously do have the best view in the house for these lifts.
Mm-hmm. And then you'll also see the lifters instructing the spotter exactly how they want that handoff, which is so important in the equipment. It's that much harder for you to control the bar on your way out, so you want to get that nice handoff.
I'm interested to see how McKenna does here. That was very clean.
Did you say?
2-1.
That was a good start there for her. Yep, and especially on Friday, she didn't have the best equipped bench day, but that's okay because sometimes those moments is what sets us up for success here because we're on a revenge mission here. So I know she's going to be gunning for a nice bench press here.
You got to think about it too. This is her third time benching.
Exhausting
in
here.
3 days.
Yep.
Which a lot of us do have multiple bench sessions in a week if you're powerlifters at home, and doing bench back-to-back days, let alone one day in between, can be tough. But doing that at a maximal effort on such a high-level stage, we can only imagine not only the physical toll, but the mental toll that can have an effect on an individual. And McKenna putting on a master class for us. But now we've got Mr. Elijah Harris, 325
and that's a smooth
pounds.
pull down. Oh, not exactly the press that he wanted, but that's okay. Again, with the equipped bench shirt, I swear, sometimes you just pull it down a little bit and all of a sudden you get a better pull down, so he can come back and get that on the second, no problem.
Coming up next now is Miss Alicia Webb.
And she had an impressive bench press on Friday. She won the all-around bench press for the equipped ladies. I believe she benched 182.5, so 400 pounds for a record. Let's see if she can make that happen again here today.
Alicia Webb, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time state champion out of Georgia, coached by Josh Rohr.
And he's a big equipped lifting coach here as well. Knows a lot about the equipment.
Another person just doing the business of powerlifting. He was formerly in charge of all of the USAPL coach certification education course material. He actually trained me and got me certified. smoke show, Alicia Webb.
There it goes.
3 white lights. And Alicia Webb, she is one of our masters lifters, and she's competed a lot.
Yep.
She's also made a lot of good lifts, and that's just a testament to how much experience can play a role into your performance, right? A lot of times you have rookie lifters or younger lifters that do make those mistakes in terms of technique or putting in an attempt or something like that. A lot of our older lifters are lifters that have been in the game for 5, 6, 10, 12, more than that. 5, 6, 10, 12 years or even more than that. It comes easier to them. They know what their body can do. They know how to handle themselves on a meet day.
100%.
They know how to prepare for a meet day the right way because they just had that much more experience, more data to pull from.
And that experience can make a huge difference here.
I was going to say that was Dane, but I forgot it was. Like you said, Edwin Nash taking all the control within that bubble, like you said.
And then,
And it's almost like an inverted row.
yep, that's exactly what it is. And honestly, that's one of my favorite accessory movements to program for this
Mine
reason.
too.
For people to figure out how to pull. You have to really think about pulling your chest up to meet the bar versus pulling the bar. It's kind of this combo, because if you completely flatten out with your chest, you lost that tension in the shirt. And so you're really trying to maximize the tension in the material to get everything you possibly can out of your bench shirt.
Speaking of getting everything they can out of the bench shirt, Preston Savoy Jr.
Yep, and this is good because he actually didn't put on a squat suit, but he is electing to put on the bench shirt.
If you all know, he did win his weight class for the bench press, equipped bench press only. It's going to be a good lift
Three
across
white
the board
lights
for
there.
Preston Savoy.
And then it looks like we have a relift here at this 140 kilos. And so that's another reason that you can use the jury table. If there was an error that was our own fault as an organization, if we didn't have the right rack height, bar load, things like that, or the spotters took it early, the jury table may elect to give that lifter a relift.
And Richard is benching raw today. It looks like he will be on the board with that attempt.
Yep,
And
and that was
folks, in the
smooth
case
right
of a
there.
relift, if, like you said, if there's anything that happens that wasn't on the part of the lifter, they normally are allowed to take that attempt at the very end of the flight. We don't want them to take it immediately after. Obviously, we want to allow them some rest. Then we also don't want to inconvenience, or not necessarily inconvenience, but allow more or less rest time for the rest of the lifters in the flight. And so we allow him to take that lift at the very end. Here's Michael Nichols. Masters 4 lifter going up 2.5 kilos. Getting set up under that bar there, taking his time. Michael Nichols making his dreams come true. 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds, Masters 4.
Oh, that was a nice pull down. Oh.
Transitioning to the triceps.
And that can be the toughest part sometimes.
That's a no lift. I imagine he'll probably retake that.
Yep.
Up next, Miss Devin Hauser, 248 pounds. And there's a lot of different, and you're watching our powerlifters here, there's different approaches we can take to the bar, obviously, and that means different grips that we can have on the bar. But you can't just have any sort of grip. You do have to have a grip within the rules, and you can actually be called a yellow light for that. In what situations will that come up?
Yes, so you do need to have your thumb completely around the bar. That would be step one. If you elect to go max grip width, which you'll see these rings on each side, the distance from one ring to another is 81 centimeters. That's the maximum distance you can go. If you elect to go the max distance, then the entirety of your forefinger needs to be covering that ring there. So that may be things that the refs are looking out for when it comes to grip width.
And that might be something we can try and get a closer look here as we start to see some of our heavier bench pressers.
Yep.
Start to see if maybe those grips start to play an advantage into their performance on the platform tonight.
For sure. And then you'll see the hand completely around gripping. And then what's become more popular recently is the bulldog grip. Both are allowable grips. The bulldog grip may give a little bit more of an advantage to raw lifters over equipped lifters, only because with the equipped lifters, that bar path's so important. But if their wrist comes back too far, then they may not get that same pop out of the shirt. Also may turn this into more of a skull crusher.
And I don't know about you, but I don't train max effort skull crushers. So that is a very tough thing for a lot of lifters to come back from.
Yes, and so perspective for those tuning in right now to see how much people are getting out of their bench shirts. This can be the one that you get the most out of when it comes to equipment. In terms of like squat suits, you'll see about 30% of your raw max attached onto your equipped. Versus with the bench shirt, you can push as much as 40 to 50% if you're a really good equipped bencher. We have Christy Lamas right here coming for 142.5 kilos or 314 pounds. She had a great opening bench, so they took a nice 10-kilo jump.
We are well into our second attempts on flight F, so our second flight of bench pressing. Or sorry, our first flight of bench pressing.
Well, that was a really smooth bench. So we talked about that bubble right there and that touch point. She did a great job rowing it down, getting it exactly where she wanted. She got a nice pop off of that. She's got some room in the tank for a nice third attempt here.
Got you. Ladies and gentlemen, you see us now. Greenville, South Carolina. Equipped Nationals for 2024, and not only is this just any sort of Equipped Nationals, and this is the last session of Equipped Nationals, which means we're seeing our heaviest body weight lifters, which almost inherently means the heaviest weight on the bar. So the last session, definitely the most exciting. You definitely want to tune in for all of the action here. A lot of our referees and volunteers and all of that have been working all through the weekend. They've put in some hard work throughout the past couple of days, as well as many of our lifters, a lot of them competing in more than one session.
Myself included.
Yourself included.
Yep.
You've competed three times.
I competed twice.
I get you mixed up. What did I get you mixed up with?
McKenna did it three times. Yep, she's on number 3 right now, actually.
And then Preston as well. He triple dipped.
Yep. I mean, when you're here, might as well.
And luckily enough, it is the bench press, which when we're talking in context of the 3 power lifts, it's the least globally fatiguing of the 3 power lifts. It's 100% still fatiguing, especially once we get to the heavier weights. I mean, we'll probably see close to 500-600 pound benches today.
Yep.
That is a lot of strain on the body. However, it's a little bit easier to recover from the bench, and that really allows our competitors to compete more than once, even 3 times, if they are allowed to, if they can, if they want to.
Yep. And then Logan's actually another one of those lifters. So he competed in the bench only on Friday. He's back here again. Just got 145 kilos or 319 pounds for his second attempt.
You're also going to see different foot stances with a lot of folks with the bench press. Some folks would like to have their feet a little bit further out in front of them. Some folks like Logan like to have a very wide stance. When we were taking our USAPL coaching certification, they actually recommend a little bit of a wider stance for stability purposes. Again, everyone is individual. And that's all to allow the lifter to get the most they can out of their leg drive. And leg drive is...
Yes, well, I think of this like bridge construction. So really thinking about the ways that bridges distribute force. Ultimately, we're trying to take the load of the barbell and distribute it to our entire body. So every single muscle is helping you right here to load this. And just like bridges all over the world look a little different in terms of we have some wider bridges, taller, narrower, same exact thing here. You're going to see all sorts of different style arches, leg position, arm positions, but they're just trying to take that force, distribute it, and get their whole body to help them out. And then we have McKenna right here coming in for her second attempt, 150 kilos or 330 pounds.
Wow.
Oh, so she's making work of this today.
Really
Definitely
taking
here for the
redemption
revenge,
after
yeah.
Not the best bench day on Friday.
She came for revenge today. Richard took a 25-kilo jump off of the opener that he got that relift on.
Richard Rubio Jr. had a little bit of a tough go on squat, and even going into bench press, he did have to get a relift with that 140 kilos, so 308 pounds. But we did go up quite a bit to 165 kilos. 363 pounds goes up nice and easy. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another world record attempt for Miss Alicia Webb, equipped 173 kilos, an uneven increment. That must mean that it is a world record. We've switched out the judges.
So some technical nuances here because she technically set a world record on Friday with her bench, but there are differences because there's the single left bench press record, and then there's the full power bench press record. So this must be the full power bench press record for her to be setting this world record attempt.
Excellent distinction there, Sophia. And there we have the international referees on the jury. Eric Cordero, Jill Arnaud, Jack Marcus. Very well experienced referees.
So we'll talk to you about chipping records because Alicia is in two different age divisions. So she registered as a master's lifter and an open lifter. And so she technically can't chip a master's record because she also registered in the open, which means she must be chipping an open record. Very impressive to be doing that too in the Masters, which is, I think, really awesome to be setting that precedent. You know, it shows us that you can keep pushing
world record
these.
for that division.
100%, it's awesome. You're breaking barriers and
Alicia
setting
Webb
those milestones.
Could feasibly have multiple world records coming home today. I imagine if this is the open world record, it's also the Masters 2 world record. So this is not just one, but technically two world record attempts in one bench. Already a national champion, best overall bench presser in the single lift in both Open and the Masters 2. Now she's going full power bench press world record for Open and Masters 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's going to be 4 world records total. 4 notches in the belt for Alicia Webb. That's going to be a good lift. One of the most decorated full power lifters in powerlifting history, in world history. None other than Alicia Webb out of Georgia. And that's only her second attempt, folks. We cannot wait to see what goes on later on.
And we saw her hit that 182.5 bench on Friday. So we'll see how it goes on the third here. But nice job getting that world record attempt.
Mr. Edwin Nash is up to the bar now, 247.5 kilos. Folks, 545 pounds is on the bar. And no, we are not squatting. No, these guys do not have any wraps on. We're benching, ladies and gentlemen. These folks are benching way more than even most raw power lifters can squat, and even some can deadlift even. Edwin Nash is going to show us that he can pick it up and put it back down with ease. 100 kilo weight class, currently slated second in the open.
Looks like they're
very slow lock out there. It looked like he did get it towards the end. I imagine it is a good lift.
Oh, wow.
2 white lights.
Yep.
Let's check that back there. I thought I saw just a little bit of up and downward motion.
Yep.
Just a hair.
But you know what? This is where you just have to keep going, guys. If you ever feel
can't
something in a
stop.
lift, don't stop. Don't just keep going, sell it, and boom. Yep. Remember, innocent until proven guilty. You got the lift.
Here's that replay. Let's see here. All right, we see Edwin getting set up under this bar. Gets the lift off.
Oh, we have an American record coming up after this.
Very slow and controlled on the way down. The head can come up. That is a new rule.
Mm-hmm.
No, I stand corrected. It looked like it stayed kind of the same here. But I also did see that left elbow a little bit unlocked there. And so that's where we could see that red light, yellow card.
And we have a
that was
record
called.
right here from Preston Savoy Jr. Oh, nice work.
Wow.
Let's see what the judges say. Nice work there. And it looks like he got a yellow card from the head ref. Not quite sure what that was for. But, again, you can see different things from different angles. So maybe it was something like hands on the rings. That looked good. I know that was actually a little struggle on his first one, or something like heels.
We saw a good view of the jury there. We saw Preston's handler run over there to see what that call was. Doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of contesting there. It was a good lift. So we're now back to the top of the lineup. Mr. Michael Nichols, 92.5 kilos.
He struggled a little bit with this last time on the lockout, so hopefully he can get it here.
Masters 4 lifter. Michael Nichols' last bench press of the day. This young man, 78 years old, looking to retake 92.5 kilos. He did miss on his first attempt. It was just really slow on the way up. It looked pretty shaky. And a lot of times, like we said, that is due to the equipment. So let's see if he's able to recuperate for this attempt here. We're at the shirt. Slow and steady. Oh, and it looks like he might have given himself a little bit too much on that second attempt, which then transferred over to his third. But Michael Nichols on the board with 90 kilos and only missing out 2.5 kilos on the total.
No.
Not that big of a loss. We can always regain that on the deadlift.
100%.
Up next is Miss Devin Hauser, currently slated 4th for the equipped 100 kilo weight class. Bar is loaded for her.
She's being coached by Jennifer Goudreau, J. Ray.
And we see in the bench press that a lot of folks in the equipped portion are using a belt. That's obviously not something we see that's super common in raw powerlifting. Obviously, there's a good portion of lifters that do. But it does serve a little bit more of a purpose for equipped lifting. What is that?
Yes, so it's really to hold down the shirt. And so we talked about that touch point. Very finicky when it comes to the bencher, but it gets even more finicky the more you pull it down and then cinch the belt. So the bench will just help hold down that bench shirt. If you're not holding it down, it's going to start to ride up, may start to choke you out a little bit. Pros and cons, right? But you do want to learn how to get good at touching at all portions of the shirt. So what happens when it rides a little high and then starting to pull it down a little bit lower with each attempt, it's going to be harder, but you get more pop out of the shirt. So that's risk-reward ratio right here that you're looking at.
So you find that you train different portions of the shirt in the press, so you might do like a lower press day or a higher press day?
So, for example, my openers I'll usually take unbelted. So
Okay.
I'll do, especially if I'm transitioning from the raw to the equipment, I'll do more of the unbelted work. And then when I want to get more out of the shirt, let's say I feel like I'm not getting that pop I want, then I'll start progressively lowering it. And then even with the belt, maybe not tightening it all the way, so I get a little bit of slack, but then full send on a third attempt bench here.
Absolutely.
Pull it all the way down, and you'll see that with some of the lifters coming out.
And again, bench press, definitely technical. Obviously the most technical of all of the 3 power lifts.
Yep, and even more technical in the equipment too.
Bruce Berry, world record holder, 2 white lights.
And it looks like you got a blue card from the head ref. Maybe something like elbows, up and down. Let's see.
We'll see different footwear used for our power lifters as well. Solid attempt there for him. Like we said, folks, we're going to find a different styles of footwear here. For most of these equipped powerlifters, some folks elect to use their flats, which is just a flat-soled shoe. It doesn't raise your heel off the ground. And then, like Ted Longo here, he's choosing to go for a bit of a raised heel. We call those lifters. Oftentimes, that's just the lifter's preference for their best way to get that leg drive.
And it's interesting because even this has changed throughout time. Where I remember when I first started lifting, everyone wore the lifters for squatting, for benching.
Even for deadlifting.
Even for, we talked about how bridges and force distribution here, it used to be you had to tuck your feet back as far as possible, create this huge arch. Now you've seen people bring them further forward, further out. Again, bridges look different all over the world. So you can see these arches look different here. Christy had a beautiful first and second bench. Let's see what this third one here looks like. 324 pounds. We'll round it up, 325. You're allowed to say it, Christy. You can see she's a very technical bencher. Oh, nice work. Let's see what the judges say.
It's going to be a good lift.
3
Christy
white
Yama's having a great
lights.
day so
Nice
far.
work.
6 for 6 so far, so she is looking very well placed in the bronze position for the ladies' equipped open 100 kilo weight class. And that's just a testament to the play calling, the experience and ability of both her and her head coach, Tim Robinson. Tim Anderson, excuse me, not Tim Robinson. That's a celebrity. Tim Anderson, also a celebrity in the powerlifting world.
Yep, especially in the bench world right here. Taking home the best bencher all around in the equipped bench on Friday. We can see he taught his team well. They're also doing well in the bench press.
Mm-hmm. Here's Mr. Logan Goudreau.
Speaking about another dynasty of benchers with his parents, Dan and Jen Goudreau.
What a grind there.
Nice work.
I was taking a look at his hips, though, and it looks like the referees were as well. He did get 2 red
butt
lights
lift
there with yellow cards. Let's watch the hips. We've got a good front view here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We started to get a little bit high there.
So we were talking about different leg positions, and so where you're getting your power from can make a huge difference here with the legs. So yes, you're getting good power from your hips, but it can be tough when your hips start to rise. So that can be when you start to play around with the stances of your feet and see if that makes the difference there for you. We have McKenna Henderson coming up here for 160 kilo bench, 352 pounds.
McKenna gets that star command. Okay, and
so close.
We saw, and we'll see this on the replay as well, we saw her kind of shift towards the right just a little bit. And that bar started leaning, and as we've been saying before, with this suit, doesn't give you a whole lot of freedom outside of a finite range of motion.
To be fair, there was It did not start to technically go down. You can shift. It started to go actually on that right elbow, but sometimes you'll see these shiftier benches. We're looking for downward movement of the entire bar. So the bar can be locked out unevenly here if one elbow starts to go first. We have a leaning situation, but if it's starting to go down, then yes, the spotter should be taking that.
Elijah Harris, bars loaded, 162.5 kilos. £358 for the junior 100 kilo lifter. He is currently your front runner. And unfortunately, needed some help from the spotters to get that off the chest there.
Statistically speaking, third attempt benches are the most commonly missed lifts, raw or equipped. It's just more finicky.
It just is what it is.
2 kilos can make the difference between it is flying to you got stapled. So very humbling to have 5 pounds do that to you. But yep, so know that those who get it are the rare breed here.
Speaking of rare breeds, Alicia Webb, 1 of 1. 173 kilos for a second attempt. That was a world record. Going up 5 kilos to 178 kilos. That, too, will be a world record attempt. 392 pounds. Now, this is just a little bit lighter than what she hit earlier this weekend. So she, I believe, hit somewhere in the 400s. So this is just a hair lighter. Obviously, not a huge requirement here. She's definitely sitting well in front, already secured a world record. So at this point, we are doing extra credit here.
Yeah.
And Alicia Webb, a school teacher.
Ah. Building the total here.
So if any of you are her students at home watching, better be nice to Miss Webb. She'll make you do some reps for detention.
Well, she's earning her grades here. Up.
Phenomenal grab there by the spotters and loaders. Got it just in time.
Tough. That's where that sweet spot for the bencher is so finicky. So just a little bit, but that's okay. She'll come back. She's a very strong deadlifter, so I'm sure she'll come back for something good there.
And I don't believe Alicia, she didn't miss an attempt earlier on Friday.
Nope.
I believe she did the raw bench press only as well yesterday.
Oh, did she?
I believe she did. I could be wrong. I'll have to look back and check. But I believe that was one of her only missed lifts the whole weekend, was that final bench press.
That's all right. No, and that's where the fatigue, too, sometimes accumulated over the week. I mean, they did adjust on the attempt itself, but it's that a little misgroove. And then we have Richard Rubio.
After taking a relift, finds a sticking point, able to push past.
Impressive. Let's see what the judges say.
2 to 1, ladies and gentlemen. What a good lift this is.
Nice work pushing through that. He was patient, stayed with it. We have Edwin Nash taking it up another 10 kilos from his second attempt to 257.5.
I was wrong. Alicia did not compete earlier yesterday in the bench press only there. Coming up next here is Mr. Edwin Nash, 257.5 big ones. Letting the spotters exactly know how he wants that lift off.
And if he gets this, this would be a 2.5 kilo bench press PR, all-time PR. So he wants this here.
Very solid lift off there. Very slow, methodical on the way down. We're in the bubble.
It starts to drift back a little bit. It's okay. He'll come back and get that next time.
That's right. He still comes away with 247.5. He's a phenomenal bench press, regardless of equipment or not. And then our last bench presser for this flight, Mr. Preston Savoy Jr. We're seeing another interesting increment here. 5.5, 285.5 is on the bar now. 628.42 pounds. This is going to be an American record attempt for the open 100 kilo equipped. Representing the Raging Cajuns, the Iron Peppers of UL Lafayette. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
2.9 times his body weight.
darn close to 3 times body weight. Just a few kilos short. Let's see how Preston does. This is likely what he saved his last squat attempt for. All the energy for this American record attempt bench press. Slow in the bubble, very patient. Wow.
Oh, that was great. Let's see. Woo!
That's the lockout.
Beautiful. Let's see what the judges say.
We couldn't see, but
Nice.
did his hips stay on? Yes,
There
they
it
did, ladies and
goes.
gentlemen.
3 white lights. And look, he did that without a belt, too. So he was able to pull that all the way down. We talked about some of the strategy as to why or why not you'd want a belt. Unbelted, pulled the shirt all the way down, used the material so well. Perfect touch point. Really nice record there.
Coming up next, Flight G. Miss April Garcia is going to open with 70 kilos on the bar, 154 pounds. Good shout out to our spotters and loaders there. Comfortably wearing the A7 Platform Crew exclusive shirt, a very coveted item. And today, this weekend, they're getting to be worn by the Blue Mountain Christian spotting and loading team.
And so it looks like April's not electing to take a handoff.
Not only that, but she's not electing to wear a shirt either.
Yep. So
Well, she is wearing
here.
a shirt, but not a bench shirt there.
Yep. And it looks like that's 3 white lights for April. Nice work of her opener. So you'll see in general, a little easier to take a self handoff when you're raw versus equipped. Not many equipped lifters will go sans handoff. Something I've been experimenting with in the basement, but don't fully recommend. Take the handoff here if you can get it. These guys have been doing great. The spotters and loaders from Blue Mountain Christian University have been absolutely crushing it all weekend long, spotting and loading.
Both Tia Lofton and April Garcia out of Nebraska. Both ladies in the same weight class, taking very similar weights.
We
Tia
have a few
Lofton,
people
Masters
here.
1.
A few people here from Nebraska.
It's a strong state, strong equipped state as well.
Yeah.
Equipped is a lot more common in the Midwest,
Yep.
especially in Texas. Like we were saying, they have their own equipped high school championship.
Yep.
And to put that in perspective, no other state, aside from maybe 2 or 3, has their own raw high school championship, let alone equipped.
You'll see different pockets for equipped lifting all over the U.S. So I was lucky I started actually in the Massachusetts pocket. So you'll see a few of the lifters here. Edwin Nash, we saw him in the previous flight. Eric Cordero, he competed earlier today. That would be some of the Massachusetts hub. I was lucky enough to learn from those guys. But you'll see hub Texas, Wisconsin, big equipped states. Nebraska now showing up. Louisiana, we have a few here from there.
And you've got Miss Aisha Garcia.
Love the hair color too, rockin' green and the pink.
And that's one thing, and this is something I love to speak to, especially in watching powerlifting. There's so much individuality
Oh,
to the
yeah.
sport. There's so many different presences and different approaches to the platform. And in a sport that
smooth bench there.
that can be, and this, I'll be the first one to tell you, powerlifting might not be the most entertaining sport to you. It might not be for everyone. However, the attitude and the motivation, the energy, and the individuality that these lifters bring to the platform really does bring that to the next level.
I'll say we're trying to make it cool. Look at all these cutting angles,
we're definitely
the live
at the level
screen,
of professional sports.
the commentating.
We
You
have
guys like the
professional lifters,
commentating?
professional media, professional officiating. Coming up next, Mr. Joseph going to be taking 275 pounds, and he will also be taking this raw. And this is something that we've seen a few times where they will take their opening attempt raw, whether it be squat, bench, or deadlift, and that's just to secure them a place on the board. And then once we get into our second and third attempts, that's when we'll throw on a shirt. And oftentimes, especially with bench, because it's so volatile, we've seen people bomb out just from bench press after having great squat and deadlift runs. So solidifying yourself with a number on the board puts you at a better advantage than those who might be facing that situation where, because of the volatility of the suit and because of how complex the bench press is in and of itself, we're going to see those errors.
I'll say this is what I love about equipped lifting, though, because it truly can be anyone's day.
It
you know,
really
even
can.
the best in the world bomb out, and then you know what? If you seize the day, you chose smart stuff, and you know every pound matters, every kilo matters, but it really can be anyone's day. Whereas that element of unpredictability isn't as much there with the raw. So each has its own, just different elements of surprise that it can bring to the game.
Absolutely. Mr. Stephen P. Phillips, 3 white lights for his opener at 297 pounds. Now we're up to Mr. Fabian Saenz.
It looks like Steven's doing the bench only in this.
Interesting. And maybe this is due to, and now we did have an equipped bench only portion on Friday. However, there could have been any number of factors there. Maybe he still had to work on Friday. We're all grown adults. We do have, a lot of us do have day jobs. Powerlifting isn't our entire life. And so maybe there was any sort of situation there. But unfortunately, he doesn't go, will he be looped in with the rest of the equipped bench only since he didn't compete with that session?
I can't tell if they have him here as a guest lifter. Now, let me see if I can pull this up. Give a more concrete answer.
So he is doing bench only, so that might be something we look into.
Yeah. I would have to double check.
He's doing bench only, but isn't the full power portion. Story cold.
So he sent an email to National.
And we have Robert Smith here going with 145 kilos, 319 pounds. A smooth pull down. Oh, very fast up. A lot more room in the tank. Great opener there for Robert Smith.
Yeah, we didn't really catch it. Yeah. So he told me that he only gives an opener for bench, right? So did he get his
We have Carson Oliver also opening up with 145 kilos or 319 pounds.
in his division in bench shots on Friday that he just destroyed what he did.
So he's fighting for second at this point, if he would have done that.
Well, I think we're going to keep him here. I will make an exception. So he's going to get him out.
Here's Miss Carson Oliver.
On the Midlands powerlifting team. We talked to about the style. She's also rocking the pink hair. I like the motto, look good, feel good, play good. You got to do your routine. Get ready for the platform.
For my next meet, I'm going to get the little tinsel braided into
Ooh,
my hair.
yeah. I love the bows that some of the girls wear. The Bella Bow benches was a popular one. Ooh,
very
super
fast
smooth
opener for
opener right
Carson.
there, yeah.
3 for 3 on squat, looking to continue a great run through bench. Yeah, probably like our registered for long session, so we're going to make an exception for it. Mr. Carson Cifuentes.
Opening up with 150 kilos here, or 330 pounds.
And remember, he is only 17 years old, Carson Cifuentes is. Attempting 330 pounds for an opener bench, having come off of squatting almost 700 pounds.
Oh, super easy opener right there.
Coming up right behind is Miss Loggy, who earlier today made an attempt to break into the top 3 strongest female squatters in the world.
Of all time.
Of all time,
Yep.
in fact. But fortunately not able. That was 320 kilos. She did still come away with a squat, 302.5 kilos. That, along with this opener of 175 kilos, will solidify her almost in first place by a sizable margin here.
Yep, and that's the infamous 666, the number of the beast, according to Gino Powerlifting.
That's right. Normally we're used to seeing Gino put on his horns, and we're used to seeing a nice flame graphic, but
Yeah.
today we just get Miss Loggy opening with 385. Oh my goodness.
Smooth opener right there.
And now that was one of the more true openers that we've seen so far. Obviously, you don't want it to be super, super light to where it takes you out of position like we've seen sometimes. But you also don't want it to be tough enough to where you, one, don't have room to continue with the rest of your attempts, and two, expend a lot more energy than you intended, and you have a whole rest of the meet to go.
And up here we have Lawrence Jones opening with 177.5 kilos or 391 pounds.
We hear some shouts from the crowd. That must mean he's a blue mountain topper.
Yeah.
Lawrence Jones, 391 pounds.
I will say the timing of this schedule is better to allow the collegiate lifters to come. They used to do Equip Nationals in May, and it was a tough turnaround with them right after collegiates in April. So this gave them at least a nice training cycle. So that should hopefully help grow this meet to become bigger. Nice work. 3 white lights there for Lawrence Jones.
Coming up next, Mr. Gary Pamplin. 3 for 3 on squats, record holder as well.
He competed at the Arnold earlier this year. He's been around the game for a while.
He's going to be opening his bench press with 424 pounds. Gary Pamplin, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time national champion. For many, many years.
I believe he's fighting for his bench. No, it looks like he has his bench pro card already. He was in the Arnold Masters Pro Bench Finals last year. This year he did the Masters of Iron Bench. And this is actually what he hit in March. The 192.5 that he just opened with, he hit at the Arnold Masters of Iron Bench. So solid opener. That means he must have left a lot of room in the tank in the Arnold. So we'll see what he delivers here today.
Patrick Davis. Now, Patrick Davis, he was one of our lifters who, with the squat, opened raw and then put on a suit for the second and third attempts and added a ton of weight. To his detriment, he was only able to get that raw intro, or raw opener squat, but we are coming for redemption here. He's currently slated second for the men's 140 plus teen 2. And that's right, folks, you heard me right. I did say teen 2.
It's so impressive with these younger kids, and they're going to grow up, be the future of the sport, and they're just going to get stronger.
I don't know if it's the hormones that we're putting in the sugary cereals or the Miracle Grow that the parents are sprinkling in the shoes, but the future is strong, and it keeps getting stronger, ladies and gentlemen. These are some of the strongest teens I have ever seen, and I'm sure Sophia's seen. I mean, we've been watching powerlifting for years.
Well, it's just the level of competitive sports. You know, I lifted in high school, but it was nothing like this. You know, these kids are competitively lifting, going for lifetime PRs here.
There's Mr. Xavier Herod, his fellow teammates watching on, all of them having either spotted, loaded, or competed at the meet, or volunteered in some fashion. Xavier Herod, 451 pounds, the blue mountain topper.
Oh, really smooth bench right there. Solid opener. 205 kilos, 452 pounds.
And you look at the mastery of that bench press
Yep.
there. It almost looked like a raw bench.
Yep, it's so technical. And you can really tell here, those who are technically dialed in.
Here we go. He gets the unrack here.
And that's the key to maximizing that bencher. You can see that stretch across we call it the chest plate. So that's ideally where most of that energy is stored, and that way you can pop off of that and get that nice fast bench.
Here's Miss April Garcia. We're now back to the top of the order.
And she took a nice big jump here, going from 70 kilos to 85 kilos, so 187 pounds right here. No liftoff either.
And 15 kilos, that's almost 33 pounds, which for a bench press is very, very sizable. Okay, so interesting note here. We did see a little bit of up and downward motion. The referees are going to call her for that across the board. It moved well off the chest. She is choosing to do this without a bench shirt. And so, shoot, if she wanted to, she could throw on a shirt. I don't think that's in her cards, though. Let's see what happened here.
I think she's got that, trying it again.
Oh, yeah, just like a little bit of bobble.
A little bobble right there. But we talked about even how finicky the bench press can be. It can go from flying to not flying in 2.5 kilos. So a 15-kilo jump, very impressive. We'll see if she can come back at that on her third. T here going for 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Very smooth attempt for her right there. And the judges say 3 white lights.
Got a little bit of a back and forth going on as well between April and Tia, our 2 lifters from Nebraska.
Oh, that'll come down to deadlifts there.
Currently, April is ahead of Tia by a decently sizable margin, a little over 25 kilos. But we have seen insane comebacks happen all across the weekend. And like we said, all it takes is a few centimeters to be the difference from 3 for 3 in a world championship or a national championship to completely bombing out and not being able to post a total at all.
And we have headphones. She got a little too excited.
I've
It
done that
happens
more than
sometimes.
once.
Oh yeah. Well, I think we've all been tempted to run out there with that hype song playing.
Listen, when you have the right song in the headphones, it's really hard to pull away from it.
Oh yeah. You're vibing.
There's Miss Aisha Garcia here.
Oh, nice pull down.
Big fan of
Nice
the
drive
shoe game here.
up. Getting the hype from Gino. And the lift is
Three
good.
white lights.
It's the power hair.
What's up?
The power hair.
Mm-hmm.
Look good, feel good, play good.
Here's Mr. Fabian Signs missing that opener bench at 137.
It's okay, though. We've got his grandparents cheering him on. The extra energy over the live stream. Let's go, Fabian.
Fabian Signs able
nice
to find his
job.
way up.
Let's see.
Didn't see much up and down motion there. I think he might be on the
Nice
board,
work.
and he is.
Yep.
Fabian Signs on the board with 137.5 kilos. Up next, Mr. Stephen P. Phillips. Here's Stephen Phillips now. He's a Masters 4 lifter, so between the ages of 70 and 79.
308 pounds.
Looks like we're about halfway through our bench attempts, which means we might be truly halfway through this session here. We're halfway through the halfway point.
Yep. This is the longest session. The 3 flights can definitely take a little bit longer, but this is the strongest people lifting the most amount of weight.
It takes time to take the weight on and off the bar.
Yep.
And no discount to our spotters and loaders.
Oh, they've been working
Blue
hard all
Mountain
weekend.
crew has been full stop. They've been locked in the whole time.
We got great handoffs from them the past 2 days, too, so they're good about taking the directions. And it's tough. You know, I started off in collegiates. I did my own share of spotting and loading before working up to things like commentating, reffing. Know that it's a lot of work. Yep.
It absolutely is tough. And you're watching, I mean, most meets, especially when we're looking at these higher level meets, or even, well, sorry, I'll backtrack a little bit. When you're looking at kind of the state, local, regional level, oftentimes there's a need for spotters. And so
100%.
for those of you at home that are looking to get involved in powerlifting or just looking to get your feet wet, shoot, start volunteering for your local meets. Ask whoever you're watching for on the screen to get you in touch with whoever they're working with. We always need people working the score table. We always need folks working the door. We always need warm-up room attendants. We always, always, always need spotters and loaders. And we definitely need referees.
You can tell we're plugging the volunteers here, but Robert Smith had a good attempt there. 3 white lights for him. And we have Carson Oliver coming up now. But yes, we could always use more volunteers. And I think it makes you really appreciate how all of these events come together and just unique perspectives.
That's right. And Sophia and I I think each of us have technically 5 different things that we've done at the very least within powerlifting. And the more things that people do and the more ways that people volunteer, the more appreciation you have and the more people buy into this sport and are dedicated to seeing it progress and level up year after year. And we're seeing that put on display here for this production. I mean, what a production 2024 Equipped Nationals has been.
And it grows more every year. Oh, that was a beautiful bench press. Let's see what the judges say here.
Carson Oliver, blink and you miss it. 10 kilos up.
Nice
2 to 1, that's going to be a good lift.
So she got a yellow card from the head ref. Well, let's see what you could have seen. Are we going to get a replay? Maybe not. Probably a little technicality here, but we have Carson Cifuentes going for 160 kilos. Right over 350 pounds.
Carson Cifuentes, one of our Team 2 lifters, 160 kilos. Waiting for him to get that bar fully locked out, unassisted. Gets that start command from head ref Adriana Davis.
Oh, smooth. Nice work.
And we saw exactly what she saw. As soon as that bar got completely motionless on the chest, you will get that press command. And our national level referees, like I've said before, are used to seeing bench presses, hundreds, if not thousands of bench presses in order to get to the point that they are. And so they're used to seeing where that stopping point truly is, whether it's a softer touch on the chest or whether you choose to sink the bar into your chest and have that big momentum push out of the bottom. It really does depend on the power lifter, but our referees are used to seeing all sorts of things.
But the faster you can get that bar motionless on the chest, the faster of a press command you're going to get. So worth it right there.
Speaking of, here's Mr. Joseph Bueno.
And he opened a raw, took a nice big jump into the bench shirt here. We'll see what the judges say. And we got a little blue card here for up and down motion on the bar.
We see him kind of motioning there. It is up and downward motion. And I wonder if he's going to take this to the jury there. Look, he was kind of motioning towards the front.
So
although it was pretty definitive.
Yeah, so technically you're not supposed to ask the platform referees why you got the red card. You're supposed to go to the jury, and then the jury will ask the referees on your behalf when it comes to national meets. At local meets, you should ask the ref just so you can figure it out, and that way you can fix it for the next one. That one could have gone either way.
Here's Miss Loggy. Hold on. I got to take a second and look at this lifting cast one more time, folks. 402 pounds for Miss Loggy.
Very impressive lifting here.
Wow.
Yep.
That was one of the coolest descents I've ever seen, too.
Yeah.
Brought it down a little bit slower, and then she almost paused right over the point where she broke that bubble like you were talking about. Once we got that elastic potential built up into the chest plate, we were able to fire the way through.
And talk about wearing multiple hats. I saw her coaching all weekend long to come up here and do what she's doing, attempting a 700-pound squat. We got a nice 400-pound bench right here. Incredibly impressive.
She coached the last session, in fact.
Yeah, and it's hard work.
And our sessions today have been very, very long.
And she does all this with a smile on her face, too, you know, and I think that really just sets up good role models for the sport.
It really does.
Yep. And especially, it's really awesome to see more females getting into coaching. We're seeing more females on the platform, but
Take up
the warm-up
space.
room is still dominated by men. So ladies, speaking as a female coach, get involved in the coaching side of things too. We have Lawrence Jones right here, just made work of this 185-kilo bench. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Nice work there.
Up next, Mr. Patrick Davis. 446 pounds on the bar, or getting loaded up on the bar for Mr. Patrick Davis. Does have that opener squat. And this looks like it is going to be an American record attempt for Patrick Davis. And what better place to do it than 2024 Youth Nationals. We hear the Iron Compound crew cheering him on behind the banisters there.
Equipped nationals. The youth nationals already happened. Youth technically cannot lift in this equipped.
Did I say youth?
Yeah. It's
I meant equipped. Oh my gosh.
It's been a long weekend. We did have youth nationals on Friday. But no, this is a teen lifter here. For a teen record. Let's see what the judges say.
That's going to be a good lift, ladies and gentlemen.
3 white lights. Nice work there of that record.
Let's watch the replay here.
Patrick Davis showing us how it's done. These kids are just getting started too.
Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, we've got Mr. Gary Pamplin.
And he's here to show us the importance of experience. So he's already here having a solid streak.
Hanging with these young guns.
Hey, showing them how it's done.
Absolutely. Take notes, kids.
Oh.
A master class from the Masters 3 lifter, Gary Pamplin. We are on second attempts. Gary and Xavier will be our last lifters for this round of attempts before we go on to our thirds. And then we've got one more flight of bench press before we take our 10-minute break.
Oh, super smooth. Second attempt right there for Gary. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
See the fan cam there. Good crowd there from Midland.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, they are the collegiate team champions for this previous year. Or they were former team collegiate champions.
I'd have to double check because I know Midlands did a clean sweep except for UTSA. They won, I want to say, the Raw division. Right. And that
University
was the one
Texas,
thing that
Antonio.
Midlands didn't win. Sorry, Midlands. You'll come back and get it next year. But it is nice to see all the college teams duke it out.
Absolutely. Xavier and Herod. Wow.
Oh, that was a super smooth. And you can see, so that's that bubble right there. We're talking about the shirt. That sweet spot of a touch.
He said,
Straight down,
I'm good.
straight back up.
It looked like he said, I'm good. He gave the signal across the neck, but
it looks like he doesn't want to take another, but I thought he had more in the tank.
He's
still.
not going to the table, so I think that's it. Yeah, he's not going to the table. He might be scratching that attempt. Let's see.
Was he one of ours that already competed at bench nationals? No. Maybe he's just saving it in the tank for the deadlift.
I mean,
but that looked like a beautiful bench.
In first place by a sizable margin. He has a forecasted 905 total.
Oh. Well, this is where you play the day, play how you feel.
Say our next lifter, Mr. Lawrence Jones, he's a decent bit behind there, 810 kilos, so almost a 100-kilo spread between first and second here.
April Garcia coming back, redemption, trying to get this 187-pound bench. Oh, that's super smooth. Yes, really nice. Let's see. She got up and down in her second. I think that looked like a smooth bar path, though. And the judges say 3 white lights. Nice work. Way to come back from that, too. You know, it was just a small technical up and down on the second, and then she ironed it out for her third and nailed it right there.
Bars getting loaded up next from Miss Tia Lofton, 209 pounds. Same as Miss April Garcia. Both are in the equipped open 100-plus kilo weight class. She's currently trailing April Garcia by about 20 kilos here.
But she's trying to pull 5 more kilos ahead with this bench, and maybe it'll get a little feisty going into the deadlifts. We'll see as people start maybe pulling changes for third attempt deadlifts, trying to win. Every kilo matters here.
And we're taking a look here based on subtotal, so that is the total based off of your squat and your bench. Tia Lofton is actually ahead of April Garcia, 242.5 to 235. So that's a 7.5 kilo spread. But if you're looking towards the opener deadlifts, April was going to pull ahead with a massive opener. That's going to give her that larger 20 kilo lead that we're seeing for the forecasted total.
But
And
I'll
again,
say,
ladies, go ahead.
you can never trust these numbers that people put down for openers. As a coach, you could put a fake opener down, and you have up until 3 minutes before the flight starts to change your opener, or 3 lifters before, that you could always fake out your opponent and then change it at the last second so they don't even know what's coming.
And that's what we're going to see come towards
Ooh,
deadlifts.
smooth bench for Aisha. Let's see what the judges say.
After a tough run of squat,
Nice
she did
work.
get 595, and we're going to come away 3 for 3 on bench.
She's happy with that, too.
Mr. Stephen Phillips on his way up next, going up 5 kilos. Folks, if you want to follow along to what Sophia and I are seeing on our screens, as well as the views of what the audience is seeing on the platform, you can go ahead and type in www.liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll on down to the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped Nationals and go and follow along with all of the live attempt additions as well as the live placing changes, because it is going to be interesting once we get to deadlifts.
Oh, nice work there for Stephen
P.
Phillips.
2 to 1, that's going to be a good lift. I kind of saw it from the end that we saw that like maybe his hips rose just a little bit on one side. Let's see here. We also see his heels kind of shaking a little bit. We got to keep the heels in full contact with the floor.
So it's tough with
Yeah, see
something
the
like
hips
the
come up a
heels.
smidge.
Yeah, I don't think it's the heels. So it's with something like the heels, your foot needs to be flat on the floor, but it's as flat as your shoe allows. I will say this is where it's beneficial. Like the flats or the heel shoes like this, you can very clearly see that it's flat to the floor. Something like Converse can be tough because they can curve up by the edges, but as long as that's as flat as the shoe allows, it's okay.
Oh, it's going to be a no lift for Robert, and and again, speaking once again to the individuality, everybody is different, and that means everybody is also going to have different sticking points within their bench press. So some folks may have their sticking point a little bit closer to the chest, maybe if they have a bit of a wider grip. Conversely, closer grippers may have a tough time at lockout.
I'll say the bottom of the bench is all about maintaining that upper back tightness, that positioning of your arch on we talked about the importance of bridge mechanics. Yep, if you lose that arch, it's just going to make it that much harder for you to get it back. So you see, lost a little bit of that arch at the bottom, and it's so small, but that can be that make it or break it factor sometimes. So he'll come back at that next time.
Coming up behind Miss Carson Oliver, looking to continue her tear through this session here. 5 for 5 going into this last bench press. She's got 165. Can we keep the energy going? Big press off the chest there. And so we saw it took him just a hair longer to get that press command. He did elect to choose a sink for his way of getting the bar to his chest. And it's very common for the bar to just keep sinking and sinking and sinking. But you almost have to push up against the sink if you want it to stop motion.
Yep, and then I'll say that the sink doesn't work as well in the equipped bench because then you're losing the tension on the shirt. So you really want to try to get as much tension as possible through that chest plate so it gives you that pop off the chest. And then the hardest part will be that lockout when you're transitioning from the shirt doing the work to, okay, now it's your triceps have to finish that lockout.
Now, if the shirt went all the way down to the wrists, we might not even see those kind of sticking points, but you notice the shirt does cut off at the elbows there, and that's where the triceps take over.
Ooh, nice work there, Carson. See what the judges say? Nice. 2 white lights. She's got it. She's pumped.
Look at the celebration there. And you can tell, utilizing all of her time.
Yep.
Right? She took every second she had. You do have that full minute from bars loaded to start.
Yep. And then along in her corner, we also have Jerry Fredrickson. She competed this morning.
Here's Carson Cifuentes, 185 kilos, 407 big ones. Already coming away with a 312.5 kilo squat as a teen 2.
Not there today. That's going to be no lift. He'll come back and get it next time. Nice try, Carson. We have Lawrence Jones here coming up with 190 kilos.
Lawrence Jones, 190 kilos.
Getting set up right underneath that bar.
He is currently sitting in second place, fortunately quite a bit behind Mr. Xavier Herod, but he's still going out there competing for himself, adding pounds to his overall total, going 3 for 3 on the bench press.
Nice work there.
And the bench in and of itself, I mean, you were saying earlier, the third attempt bench is the most statistically missed lift.
Yep.
And going 3 for 3 on that, even in a raw situation, is extremely tough. To add the extra variable and essentially the extra techniques you have to learn with a shirt is just a testament that much more to the knowledge of the lifters, their experience, their discipline, consistency.
100%.
Up next is Mr. Joseph. Interesting jumps here. We went from 125 to 175, missed that, and is now going to 192 and a half.
I believe he opened up raw, so that was the bigger jump. Oh, but let's see.
He's able to lock it out. I wonder if the referee saw what we saw. And they did not. It's going to be a good lift, 3 for 3.
So that drifted back, but not down. And so that's something that you may see in equipped lifting more than raw lifting. As long as the bar does not go down, it may drift back a bit faster, but there was no downward whole movement of the bar. So he got 3 white lights there. But you just have to really watch that bar path as a ref because it can get wonkier in the equipment. And then if you can't see it, again, this is we talked about, you have a white light until you get a red light. But it's not this, you rest with your hand on the red.
Here's Miss Loggy going to take 195.
Whew, an impressive day for her.
429 pounds, everyone.
Oh.
Ooh.
So it was a little, that touch on the chest was tough. But so the key here is you really want to set your safeties just in case those things happen. The equipped bench can get dicey fast. And I mean, we have the spotters there to catch it just in case, but sometimes it can happen even faster than they're prepared. So, yep, just like that, really important to set up your safeties.
That's a situation we saw yesterday.
Yep.
We had a lifter who, and this was no fault of the spotters. I mean, they caught it as fast as they could, but I mean, we saw how close that was to Loggy's face before the spotters caught it.
Yep.
We had one situation earlier on where the bar actually did make contact with the lifter's head. Super close, super light. He was perfectly fine. He was able to come back for the rest of his attempts. But just a split second too late, and we're looking at a completely different outcome here for our lifters. So.
And lifters, very important. Take the time to set your safety height, and you can set it generally a little higher than I think people feel comfortable doing so. It's funny because I get programmed pin presses, and even at the max height of the safeties, it's not high enough. for the pin press.
Oh, I've always got to do my pin presses in a like a cage rack.
Yeah, so you can still have them, and you're not going to hit them on the way down. So you just want to make sure that it doesn't necessarily hit the safeties. I did see that happen at the World Cup in Albany a few weeks ago. Someone got a red card failing to touch their chest because they touched the safeties instead. So want to find that right height to protect your face, but not necessarily have it become a pin press.
And we haven't seen it yet today, but if the bar makes contact with the belt at all on that bench press, it technically isn't making contact with your chest, so that would also constitute a red light, red card.
I believe we may be looking at a record here. Did they have some switch out of the refs? Oh,
Good grab there by the
close.
spot. It did
But
look
yes,
like
they did switch out
refs.
some refs, so it must have been some type of a world record because they put category refs into the chairs.
Yep, so, ladies and gents, whenever you see Miss Adriana sitting in the chair, well, she is a national level referee. Unfortunately, not yet an international level referee, but she is our chief judge for this session. If you see her not in the chair, that means it's got to be a world record.
Yep, and then whenever we zoom out to our big shots, you'll notice, so in addition to the jury table, there's a few people sitting to the side, and those are reserve referees. So they do try to have 2 category refs available on reserve, just in case people do go for world records and we need to shift around, play musical chairs.
Xavier Herod, 232.5 kilos.
And then we have Xavier
512
here.
pounds.
He's got his cheer section from his team.
Let me tell you, I got to get one of those BMC singlets. Those
Beautiful
look nice.
bench.
Looks like they're a Titan exclusive. Look at that.
And he
a nod
knows
to the
it was
camera.
good. Look at that. Fist bump, too, from Coach, a special handshake.
And not only was that 232.5, he's 6 for 6 right now.
Oh, yeah, and his
He is
third
on
squat,
a tear.
third bench, both beautiful attempt. Very technical, too. You can tell he's a technician. Each lift looks the same. To be honest, I don't think I've seen him struggle yet today.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful to the chest. Very clean
That's
lockout
it.
all the way up.
Squat also very clean. He is leading by example here for his team, and the team is hyping him up.
Looks like Coach Durrell happy with that one. They share their signature handshake.
Yep.
We've got Mr. Patrick Davis on the bar now. Ooh, and we hear the crowd going up, ladies and gentlemen. 235 kilos, a world record attempt for Patrick Davis.
And this is a big jump right here. He took a 32-kilo jump from his second to his third. Heaviest bench press from a teenager.
Ooh, can he find his way? Oh, man,
So
what a valiant effort
close.
that
Yep,
was.
he tried. He tried.
Another one of our Blue Mountain lads.
I'm not sure if he's from Blue
Or,
Mountain.
sorry,
Yep, from Serpa
from Iron
Powerlifting
Compound,
team.
excuse
Yep.
me. Look at that. What an attempt there. So we saw it kind of go a little bit closer to the head there. And then once he realized it, we tried to fight back against it. And at that point, like we've been saying this whole time, if that bar comes out of alignment with that range of motion, you're basically trying to fight against yourself in that regard in order to get the weight to lock out. Here comes Matt Foreman. And with that, Matt Foreman takes us to our very, very last flight of the weekend for the bench pressed. 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped Nationals. Matt Foreman.
Opening up raw
An
here
easy
with a
187.
187.
Ladies and gentlemen, our action is not over yet. After we get through this flight of bench pressing, we will be taking a 10-minute break to clear the platform because we've got the deadlifts, and the party doesn't start until that bar hits the floor. But let's take a look at some of our action here on the platform. Ted Stewart, Masters 3, coming away already with a 180-kilo squat, looking to open with 110 kilos on bench. That's 242 pounds. Oh, wow.
Super smooth right there. Nice work.
That's going to be a good lift.
Yep, even Gino has to watch himself there, trying to not prematurely call the lifts. Gino is actually a referee himself, too. Talking about people wearing multiple hats here.
And we were talking earlier, Gino most likely has the most experience of probably anyone in this building. He's probably been to more meets at more levels than probably, I would say, who is behind him? Jack Marcus?
So funny enough, he actually started at the same time as me. It was my old college
Really?
coach that got him to start doing this for USA Powerlifting, and now he's still doing it, but he used to experiment with us at our raw meets, and then it took off. So it's funny because he originally wanted to be the powerlifting rock star. He wore these leather pants, this vest with glittery stars, and then everyone thought it was a pirate shtick. So now he gets these cool outfits, and he's known all over the world for his announcing skills. We're lucky to have him.
Easy opener there for Xavier Vanderson. I caught him in the hallway in between. He wanted us to call him by the name that his friends call him. My man, Zebo Vanderson.
All right.
I made the mistake of calling him Xander, which, Xavier Vanderson.
Okay.
He understood.
That's cool, though. Zebo, though. I like that.
So we will forever and always continue to call Mr. Xavier Zebo.
Remember when, Tim Tebow was, the
Tim
big
Tebow?
thing? We always used to say
Okay.
that. And now we got Zebo. It's could be the powerlifting version.
He said it was like the baseball player Zebo. So
Oh, okay. Taking some influence from other sports here, too, with the nicknames.
here's Josh Taylor. Live look at both views.
I love this view.
So we see the exact moment with this split
Really
screen
nice.
view, with this split screen view. The exact moment that the referee gives that press command, and we can see that it's not very much time in between. I mean, they provide that press command as soon as they see that bar is motionless, and it's really up to the lifter at how long that press is going to be and how much control they want to have over that press.
Yep, and you can see Adriana here giving really nice, crisp commands. We talked about the verbal part of the commands, but you'll also see that there are some hand signals here. And so on the bench press, the hand signals may not be the biggest thing that the lifters pay attention to, but that being said, lifters who have auditory issues, it's hard for them to hear. One, as a referee, you can tell me which ear would be better to yell the commands into, or you can do the visual commands right in front of them so that they can see those as well as another option.
Powerlifting is very accommodating.
Nice work here for Josh Benz, opening with 185 kilos, made work of that.
Caleb Linares up next. 418 pounds for the product of Midland University. All right, he comes up to the platform now. And now we see him taking a quick couple seconds, letting that head spotter know exactly how he wants his liftoff to be done. And I'm of the camp that the liftoff is almost as crucial, if you do elect to have one, the liftoff is almost as crucial as the bench itself. It lends so much more to your setup, and with bench being as complex as it is, making sure everything is in line with that setup can mean all the difference. Caleb Linares.
Oh, nice work there for Caleb. Let's see what the judges say.
That's a
Three
good
white
lift. 3 white
lights. No, 100% agree. The liftoff, very important here, but it is the responsibility of the lifter to tell the spotter exactly how they want that liftoff, because every single person is going to have different instructions. That being said, too, it's important as a lifter to keep your instructions succinct, sweet and simple, so that they're easy to understand. You don't want to spend 15 seconds, though, of this 1 minute attempt clock explaining it, though. It should be either 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Keep it short, sweet, easy to understand.
One thing I try to teach my lifters is because I do train a lot of true rookies to the sport. And one thing I try to teach them, especially, is they're starting to learn their own forms and starting to learn how they like the bar lifted off. Give them 3 points.
Yep.
Tell them how much to take off the bar, where to take it to, and when to let go. and make sure that your
Nice work
explanation
here
to
for
them is
Baron.
no longer than 5 seconds.
Oh, yep.
So I tell my lifters, okay, have the lift-off person take about 60% of the bar, bring it out to the chest, and let go when I say go.
Oh.
That took all of 5 seconds, and it saves you so much time and allows your setup to be as locked in as possible going into that attempt.
100%.
Important, too, you want to make sure that you keep reminding that head spotter how you
Yes.
want that lift off. Our head spotter here has been doing work all session, ladies and gents. This is his 3rd flight straight of giving bench handoffs, so
Oh, yeah, and
all
you
of
give him
them
some
do run
feedback,
together.
too.
He's going to forget you.
Yep. You give them some feedback, and then I'll say I took this trick from Jen Thompson. I like giving them a fist bump to get them, like, involved in it with
Absolutely.
me. Yeah, and then, they get pumped. We're friends. Give them a thank you. Thank them for all the work they've done. And then look at the work done here. Cody Mitchell made work of this 500-pound, 227.5-kilo opener.
Up next, Jason Christus, opening with 240 kilos, 529 pounds. Adriana has called bar is loaded, so we're seeing Jason head out to the platform now. Letting the head spotter know how he wants that lift off. And in a similar situation here, very quick, kind of signaling to the spotter there, but definitely a person who, once he gets over to the bench and he touches that barbell, he wants to have it locked in completely. And we see Clayton Malone laying in the wings here, just watching on. They are not in the same weight class, but friendly competition amongst weight classes is not unheard of. Jason Christus. Oh my goodness. Jason Christus has just benched more and faster than most people could even deadlift. Let's just put that into perspective, ladies and gents.
Very impressive bench opener. And these are probably going to be the gentlemen lifting the most amount of weight when it comes to the bench press. Although we did just have bench national, so we did have an impressive display of big benchers. We have Clayton Malone here, opening with 242.5 kilos. He's Now
Clayton Malone, unfortunately, did bomb out of the meet, so not able to post a total here. Opening with 534 pounds. It's going to be a good lift. Starting off on the right foot here, Clayton is.
You know what, though? I think it's very important. If, God forbid, things happen, you ever bomb, it builds character by continuing to go through. It teaches you how to keep going, in spite of adversity. Yeah, and then you never know when you could still get a bench PR or a deadlift PR and at least finish on a really good note. So I think it's really important to keep going in those situations.
And not only, too, one thing I've taught my lifters is, you're training for months on end, right? And you're not training for just one lift, right? And let's say, unfortunately, Clayton Malone did bomb out on squat. His whole last 2, 3, 4 months of prep have been all 3 of the lifts.
Yeah.
So it would behoove him to put all of that hard work on the platform and to showcase his strength for all of the disciplines. The meet isn't over. The meet isn't over. You can still, like you said, put numbers on your total.
Nice work here, Nicholas Riccio with a 245-kilo bench. And so you may notice some lifters have a chain in their mouth that was made popular by Russ Swole. I know a lot of people like that style. I always get a little nervous. But
I also get a little nervous. I'm just worried the chain is going to snap.
Or like chipping teeth. You never know. But no, I think some people like it for good luck, or they look up to him as a role model, so they want to emulate that on the platform. And if you feel like it gives you that oomph you need, there's no rule in the rule book against it. So
absolutely, we see a lot of lifters, especially our younger lifters, taking influence from some of the strongest in the world, no matter the federation.
100%. That's where, though, I think as the older we get in the sport, that we start to become those role models, that we hold our behaviors to that standard.
Absolutely.
And I really appreciate some of the stronger female role models. Jen Thompson, besides being a phenomenal lifter, she gives back to the community. She's very encouraging of people around you, and also coaches. So good to be that kind of role model for other people in the sport.
Who's actually also a school teacher. Fun
Yep.
fact.
Also a teacher here. And then Vincent Huerta made work of this 255-kilo opener. Very strong. He has a strong squat. Going to show us a strong bench here. And now we're opening with an American record attempt for my teammate Braden Gulch, coached by Hartman Performance, okay, Jeremy Hartman. And then he also has John Flagg in his corner, the dynamic duo here, having some fun.
This is 275.5 kilos, 607 pounds on the bar. The normal increment here being 275 or 272 and a half. So he is chipping that increment there.
And this is an open record. Remember, he is in 2 categories. He's in the open and junior, but because he's in 2 categories, he cannot chip a junior record. He can only chip an open record. Let's see it here, Braden.
Again, American record attempt. Cutting a little bit short on time, but still plenty of time left to go. Very controlled to the chest. Pops the bubble.
Smooth, fast. I say Jeremy is a big bencher himself, but particularly skilled in coaching the equipped bench press. Nice, and then we're bringing it back to the top of the order here for Matt Foreman's second bench press at 90 kilos. But we get a nice replay of Braden's American record here.
Wow.
Speedy.
American record opener.
Yeah, so that means we got hopefully 2 more American records to set here as well.
And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, and only ever happened on day 1, all lifters within flight G or flight H achieved their opening bench attempt.
Oh, look at that. You are correct. Oh, no. We actually had it happen earlier. We did good. Flight E. They also got all their openers.
Flight E. Mm-hmm.
Just looking back through LiftingCast. Smooth second attempt here. Yes, for those who don't know about LiftingCast, if you go to liftingcast.com and you pull up Equipped Nationals, you can also follow along live to see which lifters are coming up next. We have Ted Stewart about to come out for his second attempt at bench press at 115 kilos.
253 pounds. Mr. Ted Stewart, Masters 3 lifter again in the ages of 60 and 69. We have had 2 Masters 5 lifters compete this weekend, a husband and wife duo.
Talk about role models. I would love to be that one day. Oh, nice.
I just hope to be able to be still lifting whenever I have children. To still be lifting with grandchildren, even great-grandchildren in some cases. It truly is a blessing. It really is.
I'll say I went to the Masters World Cup in Memphis, Tennessee a few months ago, and it was just incredibly inspirational to see individuals of all ages continuing to push the limits. But there was a 90-year-old there lifting, and it was awesome. Wow. I'm like, life goals right there. Still keep going to 90.
And is that technically Masters 6?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that ever.
I've seen it 2 times.
Wow.
Actually, Joe Stockinger of Canada is famous for being probably one of the oldest masters. Yeah, he's still deadlifting like 400 pounds at 90 years old. But right here we have Xavier Vanderson. Zebo. Sorry.
Ooh, very clean there.
Nice work.
And Zebo is electing to do his bench presses raw. So he is only wearing a bench t-shirt.
And he's not doing that change into the bench because we're on second attempts here, so he would have already done it.
Up next is Mr. Josh Taylor. Currently 4 for 4. Someone get Wendy's on the phone.
He's got the chain in the mouth. For the good luck charm right there.
And I only say I'm worried about the chain in the mouth because the chain pops on, because I've popped many chains.
Oh, yep.
But for other folks,
Coach Howell in the corner there. Oh, smooth second attempt right there.
Coach Jarrell's seen a lot of lifting from that coach's
I'm
corner.
going to wink, too, to the camera. But he's got at least 5 to 7 more kilos in the tank, so we'll see what they go for on the third attempt here.
I really got to see about getting me one of those Blue Mountain Christian singlets.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up next, Mr. Jordan Bentz. If I'm not mistaken, our tallest competitor.
Yeah.
Or one of our tallest competitors. He definitely out-heighted, you could say, the rest of our spotting loading crew when he was squatting.
Well, and sometimes it's tough to tell with the camera, but you can always tell by people's rack heights.
Absolutely. The rack height never lies.
Yep.
Looks like he's also being handled by Mr. Jarrell.
That was a smooth second attempt. Oh, everyone's doing really well, even on second attempts. Look at that. We talked about how everyone nailed their openers. Everyone's crushing second attempts right now.
Coach Jarrell has his hands full this weekend, not only handling his team, but handling for some others as well. Up next, Mr. Caleb Linares, going for 440 pounds. We saw Caleb using full use of the new rule change that allows you to bring your head off of the bench.
And so it's
no longer considered one of those points of contact that's required for the start command.
So it's funny because the head coming off the bench does not provide much of an advantage for raw lifting, but it can provide a little bit of an advantage when it comes to equipped lifting to make it easier to touch the shirt, right? So if you're struggling to get that full touch, lifting your head up a little bit, particularly if your shirt is tighter or if you're a little bit bigger, that can give you that extra inch you need to touch the chest plate.
And not only that, but it gives you that visual cue of where you're actually touching on the shirt. Sometimes,
so that's
depending on the shirt.
The toughest part is you don't want to watch the bar in equipped lifting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's going to make you lose your arch. If you're following it, your head's going to tuck too much, and then your arch collapses a little bit, and hopefully you can still get that pop, but it's bridge construction. You want to try to maintain that arch position if you can.
Baron Henderson doing exactly
nice
that.
Work. Beautiful there for him. And he has a Masters Pro bench card. So he was at the Arnold Masters Pro Series bench finals earlier this year.
And he extended his pro card on Friday.
And this is actually a little bit more. So he just hit this 225 kilo bench. He missed that at the Arnold earlier this year. So it's really nice to come back and get redemption on that. Nice work there, Baron. Now we have Cody Mitchell coming up here with 242.5 kilos.
Getting a very soft lift off there. Cody Mitchell, so far 4 for 4 as well.
Oh, super smooth there.
Looking to make it 5 for 5.
3 white lights there. What you'll notice with equipped lifting as well is that they can handle bigger jumps than raw lifters just because of the storage of the weight in the material. And so you just notice that he took a 15 kilo jump. That'd be a little bit harder to manage in raw, but with the equipment, he was able to make work of that second attempt. So we'll see what he goes for a third. Jason Christus coming up here with 247.5 kilos.
Jason Christus, 247.5 kilos, 545 pounds, about to bench press what most people can struggle to deadlift. currently with a forecasted total of 837.
Ooh.
He is instructing the spotters there to grab it for him. We see again there, but we obviously want the bar path up and back, right? That's going to allow us to use the most of our musculature within that bar path. We want it to go up and back, but if it goes too far back, that's when we start to see the bar kind of fall to the head. And even without a shirt, even for raw powerlifting, that's very hard to recover from.
So with the equipped bench press, you actually want to push a little bit more in a straight line, because if it comes back too far too fast, then it starts to go to your face and can become more of that skull crusher. Or you'll see some of these people get called for the up and down, but it's really going back, not necessarily up and down. So you're really trying to get a little bit more of a straight bar path versus the raw bench press.
Spotters will have to grab that one.
And again, the equipped bench press, you can come back from those. You know, sometimes it's just setting your shirt a little differently, either tighter or looser. If it was too tight and that was almost detrimentally tight, loosen it up a bit, or opposite. If you feel like you didn't have the spring you needed, then start pulling it down. But there are these small adjustments you can make from attempt to attempt. We have Vincent Huerta coming up here. He's been having a great day, putting up some impressive numbers. And so he's going for this 265 bench press.
Vincent Huerta out of Midland University. Squatted 390 kilos. Just well into the 800s. Looking to add on another almost 600-pound bench to that subtotal.
Nice bar path down.
And again, a little bit more down
That's
motion
okay.
there.
He can come back and get that, just like he did on a squat. Second little misgroove, but he came back, smoked it on the third. So we'll see if he can do the same for his bench right here. We have Nicholas Riccio taking the exact same weight right here.
Nicholas Riccio going up 20 kilos, which for a bench press is very sizable.
Very sizable. And
about 44 pounds.
And equipped, you can handle a little more. This is still pretty big, though, so let's see how it works. And everyone trains different things, so it's up on how you train it. You know, I know
Absolutely.
Myself, I've more recently been able to tolerate 10-kilo jumps, and that's a smaller female. So, yes, these guys can push more of these 15, maybe 20-kilo jumps. And then we also saw people going from raw right into their bench shirt, so you can see those big jumps as well.
Nicholas Riccio, very wide foot stance
Yep.
there, wider grip. What a press out there.
Let's see what the
Now
judges
that
say.
bar definitely stopped. It
Yep.
didn't go down. That's
Nice.
right. 3 white lights, little happy dance there.
And that's, you can see more of that ratcheting style movements with equipped, so that's where you really have to keep your eye on that bar and ask, did it go down at all? Like, it can stop. That's fine, but as long as that keeps going up the whole time and there's no downward movement of the entire bar. So if there's a shift, it can lock out unevenly
forward,
there.
back, side to
Forward,
side.
back, yep. Now we have Braden here going with another American record attempt, 287.5 kilos. And you can see he has, so we call it a jack of the bencher. You can see he has a nice jack. Belt has cinched that in. He's coached by Jeremy Hartman of Hartman Performance Training.
And this is another American record.
That's
For Braden
smooth
Gulch.
Pull down. Oh, and a smooth drive up. Beautiful second attempt right there for Braden. Oh, he is pumped. All right, 2 white lights. The lift is good. He got 1 yellow card from the head ref. Let's see what that could have been for.
maybe the hips there. I wonder if we can get a little
See, maybe
bit
the
of a better
heels
look
actually.
here.
Look at this right
Oh,
heel popping
I
up.
see it.
Very
And see,
ninja call there. Sometimes those things
Wow.
are hard to see. It really depends on the angles. But small nuance there. That was a beautiful bench attempt, and we'll come and see what he gets for his third. But
And that's
solid
right, folks.
start.
We're on to third attempts. We're on to our last bench press round for the 2024 USA Powerlifting National Championships.
Matt Foreman
Equipped
here.
National Championships.
Well, we got Matt Foreman going raw here with this 92.5 kilo bench press or 200 pounds. Talked about how nice it is to break into that new 100-pound marker. See if he gets this here. Oh, smooth.
Wow.
That looked like an opener. He still has more in the tank.
No
Nice
wrist
work
wraps,
there,
no
Matt.
knee sleeves, no
Right.
belt, no problem.
Who needs equipment? No. Now we're loading up the bar to 120 kilos for Ted Stewart.
Bars loaded now for Mr. Ted Stewart, looking to take his last bench press of the day. 120 kilos, 264 pounds. We'll give a quick shout out. Well, actually, we got Mr. Ted Stewart taking his attempt here.
Oh, and that's awesome. Let's see what the judges say.
It's going to be a no lift 2-1. And now it wasn't something that we immediately saw, but as Sophia pointed out, something as minuscule as a heel coming up could be the issue there.
Little things, especially when you see that yellow card. So remember, when you see the red lights pop up, you'll see a card color right below it, and that can tell you what infraction the referee saw. So the yellow card, that tends to be more of the miscellaneous things, whether it's the heel popping up, maybe the foot moving. It could be missing on commands or the butt lifting, and sometimes it's hard to see depending on the angle that you have. So that's where you have the refs at different angles, and each referee can see different things from their vantage point. We have
Zebo Anderson. Vanderson. Mr. Vanderson.
162.5 kilos. 358 pounds. Oh, he's driving, he's driving.
What a finish, ladies and
Let's see what
gentlemen.
the refs say.
And this is a raw bench as well.
Nice.
Goodness gracious.
One
2-1,
referee
good
called
lift.
a up and down on the bar, but he's got two white lights.
All
Good for
love to the
credit there.
BMC crowd. Look at that finish there. A little bit of an uneven lockout, and again, as long as the hull of that bar doesn't dip down, it is going to be a good lift. Like we said, it can go forward, back, side to side, as long as it does not go down. Coming up next here, Josh Taylor. You can hear the BMC crowd from all the way back here, ladies and gents. Looking to go 6 for 6 thus far, 402 pounds. Definitely a milestone lift for Joshua Taylor. Let's see if he's able to get it here. Oh my
Smooth.
goodness.
He had a lot left there.
182, easily had 192. A little bit of a wink to the
400
camera.
pounds.
Wow, what a show. Josh Taylor, 6 for 6 on the day. Looking for a crack at the 140 Open Championship. Currently sitting in third. Here's Mr. Caleb Linares. He was able to get 347.5 kilos on his squat, which is well into the 700s. Looking to see if we can add another 212.5 kilo bench to that total. This is 468 pounds. Gets that arm rack there. Very slow, very controlled. Ooh.
We were talking about that bar path. That's if you drift back a little bit too quickly on the way up, then you can kind of get stuck sometimes, even underneath the J hooks there.
And that happens too when you see lifters bring their head up and then they immediately slam it back down to the bench in order to get that extra momentum off of that chest plate of the shirt. We can definitely see that momentum kick the bar even that much further back. It almost went directly into the rack in that case.
Yep, and that's a little bit more of that heave technique. I will say, do you see a difference in equipped benching techniques between lightweights and heavyweights? So what works for heavyweights is not the same as what works well for lightweights, and then vice versa, right? Where lightweights can really manipulate this high arch style, and then you'll see a little bit more of this kind of sink and heave style bench from the heavyweights.
Here's Mr. Jordan Bentz.
It's a smooth bar path down. Let's see on the way up.
Uneven lockout is
uneven's
allowed.
Okay. We didn't see any downward motion of the entire bar, so let's see what the judges say. We got 3 white lights. Nice work there for Jordan Bentz.
Currently 6 for 6 with a 535 kilo subtotal. Baron Henderson, bars loaded, getting loaded for him next. 7.5 kilo increase to 232.5. That's 512 pounds about to be in Mr. Baron Henderson's hands. Very smooth press here. We got that left arm locked out, and then we get the right arm. Can be done at different times.
And then we have Baron Henderson coming up here. And this is going for a lifetime best here. So it looks like his best bench ever in competition, 230 kilos. This would give him a nice 2.5 kilo PR. I may have jinxed it. I'm sorry, Baron.
It's going to be a no lift, unfortunately. There was a good bit of up and downward motion right at that lockout point there. Yeah, it looks like he was just.
And then a little bit of that right heel coming up too. So that's the tough part. I will say the thing with the heels we talked before, it has to be your foot has to be flat on the floor, as flat as the shoe allows. Well, if you have a heel shoe, then the heel's got to be down here as well. We have Jason Christus coming back up.
Solid view of those custom USAPL competition collars, courtesy of Texas Strength Systems.
The equipment here from TSS is fantastic. Wes Zunker of Texas Strength Systems does so much for this sport. He won the Brother Bennett Award this past year. Oh, yes, and they're hosting the Pro Series Finals in December at TSS. But Wes Zunker does so much to build the sport, give back, has all these racks out here. And so they've really become now the go-to rack at these national meets. I actually got the chance to go to TSS last year, and it was an amazing training facility. If I could live there, I would, but apparently the mosquitoes are still alive in December, so I don't think I'll make it in Texas. But I do understand why some of the strongest in the U.S. are based in TSS. They push each other. It's the environment, you know, and when you can cultivate that environment of a bunch of strong lifters in the same room, they all push each other. And that's what you really see with these collegiate teams. They all get to train with each other and they push each other, you know, and that's why they're all really strong and showing up here, and then they cheer each other on.
And for a sport that is so highly individual, you know, there's no one else on the platform to help you lift that bar. It's super important to have people around you that are experiencing the same thing you are, having to put on that tough suit, having to wrap those wraps.
Cody's first miss of the day here on this 250 kilo bench, but next time he's still 5 for 6 on the day. 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 And now we have Clayton Malone coming up for the same attempt here, 250 kilos.
He's getting set up under the bar here. Clayton Malone, unfortunately, did bomb out on squats and is looking to retake 250 that he missed on that second attempt, 551 pounds. Very slow, methodical on the way down. We are in the bubble. We find our way out of the bubble. Can we get it to lockout without any up and downward motion? Come on, judges.
What did the judges say?
And they too believe that it was
that's
a
okay.
no lift. 2-1 with a blue card underneath, so that would indicate that up and down motion that I was talking about.
Now we have Vincent Huerta coming up here.
Vincent with an incredible 390 kilo squat, 860 pounds.
And he is retaking this 265, but it looked like it was just a little technical misgroove, and like a squat, he came back even stronger on that third, so we'll see what happens here with this third attempt bench. But he is clearly very strong, and he has lifted this before, so sometimes just ironing out that groove of the bench shirt.
Here he is. Clock is running down. He does get that start command within the 10-second mark. Oh, that's fortunately not going to go.
Next time.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Riccio, 275 kilos, 606 pounds, with probably my favorite selection of plates on the bar. 5 reds and a collar. Nothing cleaner, nothing prettier. Nicholas Riccio. Now, we are hoping he can beat the third attempt curse here. All of our lifters from Barron, Jason, Cody, Clayton, and Vincent have all missed their third attempt bench. So hopefully we can get one more final bench out of our last 2 benchers, Nicholas Riccio and Braden Gulch. 606 pounds, the 125 kilo open weight class.
Smooth descent, let's see. Oh, that
Wow,
was good.
ladies and
Let's see what the
gentlemen.
judges say.
Handler's happy. We're happy. What
Nice
a show that
work.
was.
3 for 3 on bench right there. You can tell who the benchers are.
And he left a lot of room in the tank there.
Yep. It's funny, we were talking before, you can tell who the squatters are, those that are
Yep.
like smiling and pumped. You can definitely tell who the benchers are as well. They know how to use the bencher here. They're excited for it.
And we've got our last bench here, 292.5 kilos. Braden Gulch looking to add on to his American record here.
And so we'll see if he can finish off 3 American record benches here.
Braden Gulch in the open weight class in the division, also a junior. He is 23 years old, about to bench 292.5 kilos, 644 pounds for the product of Hartman Performance Training. Very slow on the way down.
Nice
Wow,
drive,
ladies and
hold it.
gentlemen.
Oh, that was beautiful. Let's see
A
what the judges
perfect
say.
call.
Oh, he's pumped. He knows.
That
oh,
was
yeah,
a
they know.
perfect call.
3 American records. That is a great bench day for Braden.
And that is a hat trick. 3 for 3. Not necessarily the Triple Crown. We didn't get a world record with each discipline, but we did get the hat trick. 3 attempts, 3 American records. And what a show it was all throughout the bench press. It was a long one.
Oh, yeah.
We made it. We are finally here. And Braden wasn't the only American record we saw broken. Definitely not the only world record we've seen broken. We see here Miss Alicia Webb. She's, not only breaking records in the equipped bench only, but in the equipped bench full power as well, after hitting records on squats.
Yep, and these lifters are excited. You can see it here in our highlights, everyone getting ready, and then the smiles with the PRs. A lot of energy. We're about to take it to a little break before coming back for deadlifts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live, locked, and loaded for the last session of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championships. Not only that, but this is the last session across the board for this entire weekend, and what a weekend it has been, ladies and gentlemen. We started off on Friday with our youth competition, finishing off with some equipped bench. Yesterday was our entire bench press competition as well as some equipped. And then today we were finishing off all of our equipped powerlifting. We've got 3 full flights of deadlifts. And ladies and gentlemen, after these deadlifts, we will be all done. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nick Stevens, and I'm glad to be joining you for our very, very last round of powerlifting.
And I'm Sophia Veras. It's been a nice long weekend. We've been here for youth nationals, bench nationals, finishing it up with the heavyweights of equipped nationals.
Very smoky opener for Michael Nichols. 275 pounds, our only Masters 4 lifter across all 3 flights in this session. So he is going to be hanging with the young guns.
It's important to point out, too, that these are long days. You know, this session started at 2 p.m. It's now 6:47, and I describe powerlifting like a marathon with 9 individual sprints. And part of this is lasting the long game, especially as we're getting into third attempt deadlifts here. It's how well were you able to strategize your energy throughout the whole meet. Very easy opener for McKenna right there. 165 kilos, 363 pounds. Now we have Devin Hauser coming up with 170 kilos for her opener, 375 pounds. As we're getting into deadlifts here too, it's going to get exciting as lifters are fighting for placing. And so we'll have, I already see a nice close race right here with McKenna Henderson and Alicia Webb. That's going to be a fun showdown there.
Alicia Webb, already a world record holder and national champion 2 times over. Devin Hauser.
Oops, sorry. Easy work there for Devin, and now we have Alicia opening up here, 172.5 kilos.
I'm sorry, everybody. I have to laugh. I have to correct you. Alicia Webb is opening with a world record attempt with 380-pound deadlift. And now this is 172.5 kilos. This is likely going to be an open equipped 100-kilo weight class world record, as well as likely a Masters 2 world record.
And so she's very smart right here. And with the records, you can pick up what we refer to as chips. So she has a little bit more wiggle room in terms of leverage with this, actually the American record, or the world record that she set with her second bench press. Leverages her on when we're talking about fighting for placing. Think about this like poker. That's your chip right there. You have a little extra to play with, and you can force someone else's hand. So a few different ways that this could shake out. They could try to, well, it'll be hard to force any form of a tie because she has that chip to leverage, so McKenna's going to have to outright beat her. We'll see, though, this also plays into who has the body weight advantage. So McKenna does have the body weight advantage there. But we're now pulling it up to Christy Lamas, who is opening up with 192.5 kilo deadlift here.
424 pounds. Christy Lamas currently 6 for 6 all the way through squat and bench.
And
looking to keep the trainer rolling.
She's also going to give McKenna and Alicia a run for her money when it comes to third attempt deadlifts. Lift is good. Ooh, they're going to be very, very close right now. Christy is currently in the lead with a 582.5 kilo total. McKenna right behind her with this 580. But Alicia, she's got a nice big deadlift. I know it's a lot more than this 190 kilos they just put in on the second attempt. So
that's right.
I already know Josh Rohr, her coach, is playing the game. He is a master when it comes to the numbers. It's his favorite game to play, so I'm excited to see how that shakes out.
There's Richard Rubio. Very easy opener there.
He made work of that.
Tons left in the tank. Representing the iron compound. That's going to be a good lift. Rubio is on the board. He does not bomb out of the meet. can say the same for all the rest of our lifters so far in this flight.
With that, it's time for me to switch my hat. You'll probably see me out there on the live stream as I do some filming here too. So I'll be back here when it comes to the opener deadlifts, but continue to hold it down. Have fun.
EOP. Here's Logan Goudreau. A dynasty of bench pressers, but Logan Goudreau here to prove that we are a well-rounded power lifter, 440 pounds. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift. We get 2 blue cards and a red card, so looks like there was some up and downward motion, maybe some failure to get fully locked out, so the shoulders were not fully protracted behind the bar there, retracted, excuse me, behind the bar there. Coming up next is Mr. Bruce Berry, 205 kilos. And I do apologize, I did fib quite a bit there. Michael Nichols is actually our second, or actually our first, and Bruce Berry is our second Masters 4 lifter. So they are between the ages of 70 and 79. He is going to be going for 100, or he's going to be going for 205 kilos, 451 pounds.
Bruce Berry, 452 pounds. That's a no lift.
And unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift there for Bruce Berry. It looks as though it came up just a little bit, almost too fast off the floor there, and he almost had to react to the bar kind of moving away from his body there, and that's a lot harder to try and overcome. Coming up next, we've got Mr. Ted Longo. We've got Mr. Gino Powerlifting. There's a little poster in the back there for Ted. I imagine his family made that for him. They're all in attendance for support. Here we go, Ted. Very clean work there. Ted Longo, 468 pounds. Elijah Harris, we are moving on up to 496 pounds. And now that we are on the deadlifts, ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time watching a powerlifting competition, we're going to quickly run over all of the logistics of the deadlift, all of the rules, commands, etc., in between each of our powerlifters as they come onto the platform. So first up, bars loaded for Elijah Harris, 225 kilos, 496 pounds. And he is electing to do this completely raw. So he is wearing a normal A7 singlet. Shout out to A7, our presenting sponsor. But he is not electing to go for the use of a deadlift suit or a squat suit. He did get 3 white lights through that attempt. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on our openers. And with the deadlift is actually our easiest of all 3 of the power lift to try and officiate here. And that's because there is only one command, and that is down. So head chief referee Adriana Davis will still call bar is loaded. That will start the timer, the 1-minute timer that is allotted for each lifter. And as long as the lifter is able to initiate their lift off of the floor within that allotted time, it won't be in danger of timeout there. And with dash, easy opener there of 573. That looks like it's going to be a good lift as well, with 3 white lights. And then our last opener deadlift of the day, Mr. Preston Savoy Jr. Currently national champion in the 100 kilo weight class for the bench press only, and one of our very few triple dippers this weekend, having competed in the equipped only bench press on Friday, the raw bench press on Saturday, and now the full power on Sunday. And he is opening with with 633 pounds now, having opening at a weight that is lighter than all the rest of the field equipped. And not only that, but he is doing this while gripping completely on the smooth of the bar. It's generally common convention to grip on the knurling because that's going to give you more grip, but let's look again. And not only is he gripping on the hooks, he's using hook grip as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is you bring your thumb underneath the bar and you hook onto your thumb with your index, middle, and sometimes ring finger, which is not only a very painful grip, but a very difficult grip to master. So Preston Savoy putting on a class for all of us.
Bars ready. Eric Schrader, 3.
Michael Nichols up next, 135 kilos, 297 pounds. And ladies and gentlemen, for this particular round of deadlift attempts, I'm joined, since you see my co-host Sophia Vedas walking with the roaming camera there, I'm joined this round by
Jandario,
technical manager of USA Powerlifting, one of the guru masterminds that has been able to put on the live stream production that you all are seeing at home.
Thank you. This has been quite the weekend. We've had some technical issues that were not ours, and we had to adapt and overcome, and the meet still ran, and obviously people at home weren't able to watch pretty much most of the bench from session 1 this morning. We apologize about that, but totally out of our control. But I hope the value of what you're seeing now and what you've seen all weekend is, kind of misgivings are in front of us here. So.
Right.
All right.
We've got Miss McKenna Henderson on the bar now, 396 pounds. Very easy opener for her. Another one of our triple dippers, McKenna Henderson, competing in the equipped bench only on Friday, the raw bench only yesterday, and is now doing full power equipped today.
How many did we have? How many did we figure out we had? At least
triple dippers?
Yeah.
3.
No.
Or 2, excuse me. We only have 2.
No. Preston Savoy.
Preston McKenna.
The Elizabeth Richardson.
That's
Natalie
right.
Richardson.
That's right.
Yep. So I think there may be more. I just don't know off the top of my head.
We've got Miss Devin Hauser.
I love them socks.
And folks, as we're looking here, all of our lifters, now that we're on to the deadlift, looks like they've changed their socks.
Yeah.
And that's more of a hygiene / safety precaution that we do in USA Powerlifting and really across all federations. And that's because that bar, as it's coming up the legs there, it's making contact with the skin. It can scratch you up quite a bit, and oftentimes it can even make you bleed.
It's a meat grinder. Let's call it what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a meat grinder.
And depending on the bar, it can be
worse,
higher or lesser grade there, but
absolutely.
We do have socks that go all the way up to the knees. That way we're not only protecting our lifters from hurting themselves, but we're protecting other lifters from potential safety hazards.
And you will see people that actually wear knee sleeves as well. That's allowed as long as you wear them as they are intended.
That's right.
And you have to wear socks, obviously, and we need to see a little bit of skin, like you can see with Alicia here. So a little bit of skin separating. Come on.
Looks like this is, unfortunately, that's not going to move there.
She got her opener.
She got her opener, which was a world record. This is her 2nd world record
Nice.
of the day,
Yes.
if not her 3rd. I have to confirm
Yes.
to see if her.
She's a Masters too. Silly.
Oh my goodness! And not only that, we remember her from competing at Raw Nationals just this past year, taking home the gold medal for not only her division, but coming in, if I'm not mistaken, in the top 3 for the Open. She competed at prime time.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. It's Logan Gaudreau. Got 440 pounds on the bar. He's a Team 2, so for anybody that doesn't know, that has been watching this all weekend, that is a 16 or 17-year-old teenager.
That's right, Logan Gaudreau, 200 kilos. He missed that opening attempt.
Wow.
Looks like he's going to get this one pretty
That
easily.
should be, yeah. He made up for that. I didn't see it, so I don't know what happened there, but do you remember what exactly happened with his opener?
It looked as though there was maybe just a little bit of upward and downward motion.
Okay.
It also looked like when he pulled it, it's possible that he might have dropped the bar just a little bit when he was
little
bringing
dip.
the bar back to the floor. And that kind of leans into some of our infractions that we're going to see with the deadlift. Well, first, let's get into Mr. Rubio Jr. here. Michael's going to be taking 440 pounds for an opener here.
No, Richard, not Michael.
Oh, Richard, excuse me.
That looked remarkably
Very
easy.
fast.
Yeah.
So, perfect segue here into some of our infractions here. So we saw 2 red lights with blue cards underneath, and that would indicate one of 2 things with the deadlift. Much like all the rest of the power lifts, a blue card could indicate up and downward motion. So if there's any dip in that bar path while the deadlift is getting to lockout. Another thing, too, is use of your thighs to support the bar.
Shelving.
Into lockout. So that's otherwise called shelving, hitching, ramping.
Yeah. Lots of words for one thing.
Exactly. Otherwise, just using your knees, there you can tell that by the knees kind of starting to lock out and then unlocking, coming back under the bar, and then your hips dip under the bar, thereby allowing your hips or your thighs to become a ramp.
Yeah, literally. So now you'll see Bruce.
2-1, no lift there, and I'll tell you why,
knees.
Jan.
He leaned back.
There you go.
His knees unlocked.
And that's one thing we see that's awfully common with
This is a good
sumo
view.
pullers.
There, right there, boom.
But oftentimes with sumo pullers, because it's so much more of a technical lift, it's harder to maintain those standards of competition.
Yep.
And when you lean that much farther back in order to solidify your lockout, you can risk losing your knees and losing them being locked as well. And so that's going to be a red card for failure to stand erect.
Correct. And what I was going to say before is if you notice, he is not actually wearing a muscle shirt. He is wearing an erector shirt, which they're allowed to use in competition.
And what's the difference between the two?
Erector shirt just puts a little bit more pressure on your back, and essentially in a squat suit or deadlift suit, it'll actually protect the skin a little bit more than a regular t-shirt.
Up next, Mr. Ted Longo, Masters 3 lifter.
Or you
solid jump here,
or you could choose
kilos.
to go just sans shirt and go let it all hang out. Let's go, Ted.
I've worn a squat suit before. It's not the most comfortable, not the softest material there, so bare canvas on skin.
Yeah, not, no.
Ted Longo, 17.5 kilo jump to 507. Ooh.
Hands? You think?
I believe so. I think they might call him for it.
Come on, lights, guys,
They're
lights.
deliberating. His good
Yellow.
lift, 2-1. So we did have that one referee give him a red light with a yellow card, most likely for him kind of dropping that bar down to the ground.
Yep.
It's required. We need to have full control over the deadlift throughout its motion.
Let's see the replay here. Let's see what happens.
So we're at lockout here. We get the down command. The bar is still bouncing on the platform, and his hands are off of the bar, indicating that at least to one of the referees.
Correct, didn't have control.
Here's Mr. Elijah Harris coming up next. Oh, interesting. This was Elijah right here. Replay passed right over his attempt. Here we go, Elijah. There we go. Easy opening attempt, 595.
Nice. Spotted the loaded crew just kicking butt out there.
Absolutely.
Well, so I don't want to interrupt you,
No, go
but
ahead.
we've had the same guys on the platform for squat and bench, and we knew that they were going to be tired, so we replaced them with some of the other people who are a little bit more well rested. So now we've actually got a very a well rested crew out there to kind of finish out the event. So they're going to move way faster than everybody else.
That's right. And this crew, courtesy of Blue Mountain Christian over in Mississippi, not only have they provided our spotter loaded crew for this weekend, but they've, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest team here at the Equip National Championships, maybe rivaling Midland.
I want to say they were very close as far as members on the scoring teams. I don't have the a way to confirm that right now, but.
Preston Savoy Jr. going up 7.5 kilos for this opener deadlift.
Tree trunks.
Look at this here. spotlight solely on Preston Savoy Jr.
On the smooth. Ugh.
Hook gripping on the smooth.
I don't even want to think about that.
You want to talk about demanding respect. Look no further than Preston Savoy Jr., 650 pounds.
Good Lord.
Full control all the way up. It's going to be a good lift.
Nice.
3 white lights. Preston not one for a huge celebration coming off the
Nope,
platform
he is
there.
definitely not.
All in, all focused on the platform here. And with that, we are going to go to our final deadlift attempts for Flight F. So these lifters, it's been a long day for them. This session started at 2 o'clock. They're now on their last lift of the day. So not only do they get to end this session strong, but they get to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes.
That the day is done. They can hang their heads knowing that it's been a tough weekend, but a very rewarding weekend as
And
well.
then they'll have a good 30 to 40 minutes to kind of wait before we do even think about getting into awards.
Absolutely.
So that's a good thing for them. All right, Mike Nichols coming up here, 308 pounds. Let's call it 309. I mean, I guess we'll call it 309.
We're going to round up for our lifters today. We're at the end of the competition. We're going to let a few things slide here.
With all the chalk on the bar and baby powder on the bar.
And then you think about the acceleration due to the force of gravity, which is 9.83 meters per second squared. All of that adds an effect.
It does.
We're just going to call it 309. What a pull there for Michael Nichols.
He's
3 white lights,
He's
Michael
feeling
Nichols.
nine attempts right now, let me tell you. And look at his belt.
Michael Nichols able to come away 3 for 3 on deadlifts, 6 for 9 overall on the day.
We got Alicia Webb coming up next, 419 pounds.
Alicia Webb going to retake that 190 like you said. I'm pretty sure our lifters have an even playing field across the board there, so shout out to that one spotter for scrubbing the bar off. It's especially important when we switch from lifters that are pulling sumo to going to conventional, because oftentimes where the sumo pullers put their hands is where the conventional pullers have powder on their thighs, so got to make sure it's fully clean.
And
Alicia Webb.
Typically they will clean the bar between attempts on third attempts.
Miss Alicia Webb, her last lift of the weekend, one of many. Can she find her way to the top? Yes, she can. Nice. Oh, my goodness. And that just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, all it takes is just one small adjustment.
Yep.
3 white lights, another world record. Miss
looks,
Alicia Webb, no doubt your national champion, once again in the open 100 kilo weight class.
She looked absolutely exhausted walking off.
She had a tough weekend, having competed on Friday, having a whole rest day yesterday, and then coming back to get back into that competition mode for these 9 attempts today. It was a long day as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to the stamina and endurance of Alicia Webb and all of our lifters today, including Devin Hauser.
Devin. Got the knees back. Oh. Okay.
She is okay.
She recovered pretty good, so all right.
We're just gonna say she wanted to hit a little pin drop dance move there for us.
Right.
And that's what we can see, folks. We're putting so much force into the ground on deadlifts, and when we start to shift back a little bit on our heels, it starts to get a little bit dangerous, kind of similar to how the bar comes towards the head on bench.
First instinct is to let go of the bar if you know you're going that way.
Absolutely. And we've seen a couple of times there, even in major competitions, where folks weren't necessarily able to let go of the bar in time, and we've seen some severe injuries. So a constant reminder of the danger that while powerlifting is a very safe sport and we try to make it as safe as we can for all of our competitors, there is still a level of danger to it that we're always trying to play against.
All right, McKenna deserves a nice vacation after competing as much as she did over the weekend.
Oh my gosh. 3 times this weekend.
Crazy. I guess if you're going to do it, this is the event to do it at, right?
Absolutely. And important to note, ladies and gentlemen, that all of our lifters today are in the registered drug testing pool. USA Powerlifting is 100% drug-free, and so we are required by statute to test at minimum 10% of the population of the session. So let's say there's about 40, we'll say there's 45 lifters. In that case, we will have at minimum 4 lifters drug tested. Well, actually, we'll have 5 lifters drug tested because that kind of rounds up to 50 there.
So Bruce needs this pull right here. He's had a good day going.
Clean run through bench. We need to find this off the ground here. Keep those knees locked.
Stay there.
I think he did it on that one.
That looks good. That looks good.
3 white lights, saves himself from the edge.
I've been talking to him. He's been talking. He came up to me earlier today. He said, I wanted 500 dots with age adjusted. So this right here
got him 502.
Got him 502. That pull. He had bigger aspirations. He wanted to go after a world record in total,
of course.
But obviously, you know, it's more like let's save the pro card.
Look at that celebration there.
Nice.
All the effort placed into that last attempt to stay on the board.
Good for him. Followed up by Logan Gaudreau here. 210, 463 freedom units.
Papa Gaudreau in the corner. Bench press national champion himself.
There's Jen over to the right. 3 white lights, proud parents.
Proud parents of a national level power lifter. 3 white lights. Logan Gaudreau comes away 7 for 9 on the day. 393 dots. 582.5 kilo total.
All right, we're now moving the bar to 474 pounds for Christy Lamas.
She's in our ladies open 100 kilo weight class, currently sitting in the front running position.
When she wants the crowd, she wants that energy from the crowd.
Christy, a product of Midland Powerlifting, head coached by Tim Anderson, assistant coach Brian Bastide.
Come on.
And Christy find her way up. And it would seem that Gino used his magical gravity powers on this one and decided to keep that bar stapled to the ground. But what a phenomenal attempt.
She was going for that 9 for 9. So either way, good job.
And to go 9 for 9, not to mention, you know, going 9 for 9 in a raw sense is hard enough.
Yeah.
Doing so with the confines of the equipment where you're already, it's a different sport. It really is.
It's very much so a different sport.
So hats off to Christy Yamas, 9 for 9. First place winner for the ladies 100 kilo equipped weight class. Up next, Mr. Richard Rubio. We're hearing the support from the Iron Compound crew here.
She does not want to be on video for whatever reason.
Out of Corpus Christi, Texas.
Sit back, sit. Oh,
and that's going to be some up and down motion.
He knew it too. He knew it.
And it was almost immediate too. And that's something that we can see with equipped powerlifting. Oftentimes if it comes off the floor way too quick.
Yep. Can't transition shoulders enough. Got it up there, but he couldn't move. She couldn't transition shoulders back.
Yep, so as we got to the lockout, we started to see his feet kind of shift towards the toes there, and that would lead into that downward motion that we saw. So either way, Richard Rubio, very interesting day for him. Tough day on squat. Had to retake his opener bench. Able to come away with a total 620 kilos. Still your your Team 2 national champion in 100 kilo weight class.
Ted Longo here. 529. He's a Masters 3. He's been in the game for a while. Come on, Ted.
That looked good.
Yes, it did.
He had a little bit of a hop at the very end there.
I mean, it's not so much a hitch, more of you're throwing your knees back to finish that execution of the lift.
Let's watch it back here.
Slow it down for us, guys. Slow it down for us. There it is. Throw them knees back. Right there. There it is.
Yep, we saw the heels come up just a little bit. The heels can come up so long as they don't come off of the ground or move or shift or anything like that in the process of the deadlift.
And that's another thing where the bars feels too light and you come up too fast. You could, again, shift to the point where you're actually taking a step back to save your balance.
Good attempt there for Elijah Harris.
No.
Or sorry, no attempt there for Elijah Harris. No attempt is a bad attempt. But no lift for that 250 kilos, so he'll finish out with 240. Your first place junior the 100 kilo equipped weight class.
Edwin Nash up next here. 617 pounds.
Edwin Nash, our next to last power lifter in this flight. He'll be going for 280. Ladies and gents, this is 617 pounds. He's in our open division, currently slated in second place, right behind Preston Savoy Jr., who's to come right behind.
Rocking the Jordans. Nice, good lift.
Great lift there, Edwin Nash. Wonderful day across the board.
Yep.
7 for 9, getting that last deadlift attempt, finishing strong, solidifying second place there. And it honestly, a bit out of reach there, that first place spot. Preston Savoy sitting well ahead on total at 898 at the moment. Edwin finished out at 845. So about 50 kilo difference, 53 kilos. And Preston's looking to just run away with it. We've got 672 pounds on the bar, and he is doing so completely raw, ladies and gentlemen. He is not wearing a deadlift suit. That suit is not tight against his legs. They're not constricting. He is just a very large human. Preston Savoy hook gripping on the smooth, darn near hands touching. Can we finish?
Oh my God. Definitely had more in the tank.
Preston Savoy Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 for 9. Oh, sorry,
No,
8 for 9.
8 for 9.
He did miss that last squat. He timed out.
Yeah.
But Preston Savoy, we'll call it 8 for 8, basically. Still a solid effort on the day. Your first place finisher for the open 100 kilo weight class. I can't wait to see him back on the Raw national stage.
Oh my God.
You know, I wonder if he did this meet because he wasn't able to get into the Raw portion for Open Nationals in Salt Lake City in just a few short weeks. We all remember the sign-on snafu that happened there.
It's funny you talk about that because I literally just fired off an email to the national office about how we're going to fix that for next year.
Jan Dario, a fixer. Like, if you were listening on earlier
Today.
Yeah, if you were listening earlier today, Jan is a fixer. Not only is he the technical manager, but he's one of the fixers, a problem solver for USA Powerlifting.
So we will be doing a rollout structure for Raw Nats next year.
Here we go, Preston Savoy Jr. Almost immediately grabbed by Wada coming off the platform.
Not a surprise, I'm obviously, right?
I mean, when you're coming off with the strongest total across the board, and
he had a 900 kilo total. Or 908 or whatever it was.
908 kilo total, and basically 2/3 raw as well.
He squatted it. I thought he squatted in a suit.
He squatted raw.
Holy.
Completely raw, knee sleeves and all.
All right, I guess I was not paying attention out there then.
You've had other things to do. You've been busy.
I did.
Making sure this meet runs smoothly, which it has been.
Thank you. I can't take more than 5% of the credit because it's the people that you're seeing on the screen that are making listen, the platform crew dictate the pace of the meet.
100,000%.
The lifters are second because we have to wait for them. They own the clock. Everything else is in my control.
So when you're watching a powerlifting meet, everybody, especially at the national level, it goes the spotting and loading team, the lifters, and then Jan Dario is going to control how long you were there on the day. So if you have any gripes, come to Jan. But we're now on to our second flight of powerlifters and our next to last flight of deadlifters for this session. Patrick Davis opening with 170 kilos, 374 pounds. He is a Teen 2 powerlifter, and if I'm not mistaken, he is doing this raw.
He is. That's just a regular Titan singlet.
And Titan, who is well synonymous along with Inzer, but Titan is very synonymous with creating those deadlift suits, bench shirts, squat suits. Fun fact, they were actually the first ones to create the bench shirt and the first formulations for the knitting patterns and things like that. But
I learned something today.
There you go.
I have about 4 Titan bench shirts, and I have 2 squat suits, which I double up as a deadlift suit. I haven't lifted equipped, and I've never competed equipped. I've dabbled, but watching this every year, it's kind of gotten me to the point where I am in my 50s, and I could compete at Raw Nationals, but I would have to be there to do it, and I'd be competing on Sunday, and by that time I'd be dead tired. Dead tired.
And for those of you that have been tuning in for the whole weekend, Jan, more than myself or any of my commentators, really, both Jan, Bryce, Kevin, all the folks that are in charge of the live stream and commentary, media, and everything, they've been working nonstop for the past few days. And
I'm down here at 5:45, and I'm first person to get here and last person to leave.
And to think to be able to want to compete on top of that,
yeah,
a lot of stress.
This would be a little bit easier because the days we're not going till midnight at Raw, and I could squeeze in 3 attempts of bench, and if I wanted to come out and just take openers or something with equip side, it would be it'd be easier to manage than 4 full days of Raw and me competing the last day after working 16-hour days.
It's a lot of work, it really is.
Yes.
Powerlifting is not just a physical sport, it's a mental sport as well.
Very much mental. This right here, equipped, is more mental than strength, because
absolutely,
your CNS is blowing up.
This Aisha Garcia taking 190 kilos. That's going to be a good lift. 418. If you remember, Aisha had a phenomenal 595 kilo squat.
What?
Or sorry, 584 kilo squat.
Holy mackerel. Wow. All right. Carson Cifuentes here, 446 pounds.
Representing the Iron Compound. Team 2 powerlift between the ages of 16 and 17. Now he had an insane squat, 312.5 kilos. 700-pound equipped squat, and is electing to do deadlifts completely raw.
Rocking the bling.
So we are expecting to have these weights just be a little bit less comparatively. Coming up next, Mr. Gary Pamplin, Masters 3 lifter, longtime competitor with USA Powerlifting on multiple stages.
He did the Arnold.
He did secure a bench press world record on his second bench attempt, with 207.5 kilos. Looks like he's being handled in the corner there by Mr. Gregory Page, logistics manager for USA Powerlifting.
He is.
You can always look to Mr. Page to add a little bit of bright flair to the platform. He's always in bright colors.
He loves his pink.
That's a good lift for Gary. 3 white lights.
So I heard people calling not Laggy. They were calling her something else in the crowd. I can't remember what it was. Laura, maybe? I don't know. So I don't know if
Lori? I think it might have been Lori.
Lori? All right. So I don't know if I don't know. But all right. All right, we got Laggy coming up here to 400. Wow, let's round up. 474 kilos. Midland student, actually one of the scoring team members from Midland today. Oh, did she step though? I think she stepped. We're gonna see. Yep. So she'll go probably repeat that. I mean, it moved pretty fast. We'll have to see. So in the replay here, you'll be able to see as soon as she got to the top. She started actually coming down. Boom, there's the step. Ugh. Bars loaded for Fabian, 512. Fabian has all sorts of baby powdered up. That looked pretty easy.
important distinction here, folks. The baby powder is different than the chalk.
Yes.
Both are white powdery substances, but the chalk is there to allow you more friction for the bar, so you want to keep those on your hands. And then we've got powder, which you see some of our lifters that are deadlifting now have some powder on their thighs. That, if you all have children at home or have ever used powder in your lives, you know it makes it a very smooth, dry surface, so it allows the bar to glide up the thighs easier. I always say chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick.
Oh, I like that.
Here's Joseph opening with 540.
Bueno.
I was waiting to say his last name because this was in fact a bueno lift.
Oh, it is very much a bueno lift.
3 white lights. Coming behind Mr. Lawrence Jones of Blue Mountain Christian. Coached by Mr. Jarrell Howell. And let me tell you, he's had his hands full this weekend, Jarrell has.
Yes, he
Over
has.
20 lifters throughout 3 days.
Plus all the spotting and loading crew.
That's right, just him and his head coach, Brianna. They have done a phenomenal job across the weekend.
They are gonna. They've earned themselves a nice rest next week.
Oh my goodness, absolutely.
I don't know when they start school again. Probably sometime in August, but
they might still be on summer break.
Yeah, I would hope that they are.
If I were Jarrell, I'd give them a free week off, no lifting.
Yeah, no training.
This is a big day for his team.
They have done enough moving of weights.
Absolutely. And if you ever spotted and loaded a meet before, ladies and gentlemen, it is hard work. It really is. You're basically doing farmer's carries all day with the weights on the bar here.
Yep, you're moving everything twice. Every attempt.
Lawrence Jones, easy opener there for BMC.
Nice.
Not a approval there from some teammates in the wings there. Coming up next, we've got Mr. Xavier Herod, 688 pounds for a deadlift opener. He's in our 110 kilo weight class in the open division, currently slated first if he does hit this opening attempt. Kilos. Again, this is 688 pounds. He's also from Blue Mountain Christian, so 2 for 2. Just shows how busy Coach Jarrell is in the corner there. To have this many lifters compete, not only compete, but at this level.
Yes.
And to succeed at the rate that they are. It's going to be a good lift.
Good lift. All right, we're back to the top. Second attempts. Got Tia Lofton coming up, 347 pounds.
As of right now,
she's in second place.
Right now, Miss April Garcia, who is also in the 100-plus kilo weight class, is sitting about 27 and a half kilos ahead there. So Tia's looking to try and inch that back and try and get that gold medal spot from her. And both her and April are from Nebraska.
Arms ready for Tia. Come on, Tia. Right on the board. Come on, Constantine.
All right, here's Miss Tia Lofton. We're able to finish out for that opener there. We find lockout. That is going to be 2-1. That's going to be a good lift, ladies and gentlemen.
Good for her. Okay, we've got Robert Smith coming up. 402 pounds on the bar. So for anybody that's still paying attention, that is 4 45-pound plates, essentially. Is my math wrong?
Nope, that's it. No,
Okay.
just about 3 pounds less, but pretty close.
Yeah.
Robert Smith here, Masters 3 lifter in the 60 to 69 kilo weight class.
What's our slowdown? Are you cleaning the bar? Did we have a little
Yeah,
blood in the bar?
that bar clean, yep.
Okay. Ah, okay. Give it some time to dry.
Looks like the bar is loaded. Here's Mr. Robert Smith again, Masters 3 lifter in the 140+ kilo weight class. He is your front runner in the Masters 3 division. And I've been noticing this all day. I gotta get one of those original USAPL t-shirts with the original logo.
Yeah, it's good luck. Maybe Marketplace.
I
don't know. I don't know where you could even find one. I mean, that's our trademark logo, and we don't even have that anymore. Every once in a while, I see the logo pop up with a trademark on it, and it just makes me kind of cringe because we don't recognize ourselves like that. We have a registered trademark, not TM. We use the R because we are a registered trademark now. This is a good shot. We can actually see, Carson setting up to pull 407.
They've got the split camera view for head referee Adriana Davis. So you can tell the exact point she gives that down command is when that bar is completely locked out.
All right.
.424 locked and loaded for Miss April Garcia now. At
Pretty
the
much
moment,
locking
ahead,
up first place, locking it up.
at the moment ahead of Tia Lofton by 17.5 kilos. Looks like we're going to continue that same trend should April get this lift here.
Unless she does something remarkably wrong.
Well, we're able to stand up there.
Nice.
Now, I was watching the knees there like you were. I wonder if they're going to give her for a little bit of assistance there.
I don't think so. Yeah,
That's a good lift. And that was one of those situations where I don't think
it wasn't egregious.
Exactly, and not only that, but I don't think the knees ever started to lock out, to which they would unlock and go under the bar, per se, right? It was still in a consistent motion vertically.
Gino's getting down out there.
Gino's excited. It's the last session.
I don't understand how he's been out there every day, every session, and he still has way more energy than me.
Aisha Garcia, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. And Gino, in his excitement, just glued the bar to the ground there. It's a solid attempt, though. She'll be able to come back for that one.
She did get her first, so she's in the meet, so that's good.
As far as I know, everybody in this particular flight here has made all of their attempts.
Correct.
So nobody is at risk of bombing out in this flight. Coming up next, Mr. Patrick Davis, 200 kilos.
And that is the same for flight F. Everybody has an attempt. So we like that.
There we go, Mr. Patrick Davis, product of the Iron Compound in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Big smile at the top.
I like that. When you know you have it, when you know, you know. That's going to be a good live, ladies and gents.
You're on camera, smile.
Again, good shout out to all of our folks at Barbell Productions and all of our folks on the ground now running all of our camera angles and everything. My co-host, Sofia Vedas, one of those individuals. Here's Mr. Carson Cifuentes with the Iron Compound iced out.
Oh, love it.
Cuban link. Carson Cifuentes, 210 kilos, 462 pounds.
Worst single in history.
And he is doing this completely raw, ladies and gentlemen. And he's going to keep on going, ladies and gents. 3 white lights.
That singlet, man, I don't know. I love it. The colors are great, but
it's the feel.
It's one of those things where, I don't know.
It does have a little bit of a broader shoulder strap as well.
Yes. Well, the Titan singlets have that. The gradient. Actually, I don't want to look like that. I shouldn't say I don't like it because I don't want to. So I'm actually calling I'm an idiot, but whatever.
Up next, we've got Miss Maury with an opening, easy second attempt there. Her name is actually pronounced Lahi.
Lahi.
However, her friends call her Maury.
That's what it was. Gotcha. All
So
right.
from here on out, we are going to call her Miss Maury, making that opening attempt, getting on the board, 215 kilos. Now all of our lifters in this flight have made their attempts. So everyone's on the board. Everyone's going to
Awesome.
post a total.
Comes Gary Pamplin. 501 pounds.
Another one of those guys who's had a very long weekend. He competed Friday evening with the equipped bench-only portion. Doing so again, going for a world record in the full power. And now looking to finish off his day with a clean run of deadlifts. 3 white lights.
Nice.
Coming behind is Mr. Fabian Signs. Family is watching the live stream across the country here. Bars loaded now for Mr. Fabian Signs. Again, he's a Team 2 powerlifter. Team 2 powerlifter. And think about this. He's squatted 700 pounds as a Team 2.
What?
Think about that for a second. That is insane, ladies and gents. And not only that, to be able to go for 540 for a fairly smooth second attempt there.
Did you see the look he gave the Chief? It's like, you're going to give me this, right?
We've got our chaired referees here, Miss Nicole Thompson, who actually competed in the session prior. Went 9 for 9.
She did. I don't pay attention to me when it's out there because I have way too many things to do, but I'm glad you do.
Got Tom Goodwin on the other side there. All national referees adjudicating these lifts here. Now here's Joseph with 260 kilos, 573, inching closer and closer to the 600-pound mark.
Oh, nice. That's a nice attempt right there.
Looks like it's going to be another bueno lift for Joseph. 3 white lights. He just keeps adding pounds onto the total. Now Joseph, one of those lifters, he actually did elect to scratch his 3rd squat attempt in comparison to letting that 3rd attempt time out. And in that regard, the difference between that is when you put in an attempt and you allow the clock to run down, you're giving the next lifter that full minute of rest.
Correct.
When you scratch that lift, it just goes right to the next lift.
Yep.
And so
You find that more in equip lifting because they're looking out for their fellow lifters to give them a little bit of time to wrap or, to get everything done.
Speaking of rapping, looks like Xavier Harrod's doing a little bit of that with whatever is in his headphones there. Man is completely in the zone, unstressed. And that's what we like to see, folks. I mean, you have different approaches to the barbell. You've got folks that are super, super serious. You've got folks that love to laugh and have a good time. You've got folks that are just relaxing. This is just another day at the gym for them.
How are you?
I'm a little bit of both. I try to keep things pretty calm. I try to stay pretty level-headed. I try not to make myself too serious.
I'm way chill.
Obviously, as soon as the hands touch the bar, then it's game time. But outside of that, it's just another day.
That should be a good lift.
Looks like for Xavier Hood, it's another day for him.
Damn. Good for
3
him.
white lights.
Now, he is actually going for the elusive.
Coming up next, our last puller in this flight, taking his 2nd attempt, Mr. Lawrence Jones. 705 pounds, ladies and germs. And he is in the 110 kilo weight class, so this is darn near 3 times body weight for Mr. Lawrence Jones, product of Blue Mountain Christian University. We can hear the crowd behind him already. They've been loud the whole day.
As he walked up, he was giving the plates a little bit of his business, your mind.
Positive visualization, making the plates afraid of you.
Yep.
Lawrence Jones, 705 second attempt. He makes his way up. Coach Jarrell yelling cues from the side.
All right, good
and
lift.
that's going to be a good lift.
Nice.
Give him the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Another record broken at the 2024 USA Powerlifting National Championships.
All right, back to the top. Final pulls for Flight G.
Let's look at this here. It was shaky on the way up, and it did shift a little bit side to side there, but
fine.
No downward motion, no blue cards, 3 white lights across the board, and that sets him up for something absolutely nutty going into the third attempts here. I do believe somewhere between 325 to 330 might be in the cards there for Lawrence.
I mean, he's made consistent 10-kilo jumps, so why not just round it out, right? That one didn't look, I mean, it looked okay, but not overly difficult.
Right. Here he goes, Miss Tia Lofton out of Nebraska with this attempt. Has already solidified the silver medal placing for the 100-plus Masters 1 weight class. So whether or not she makes this, she walks away with the silver medal. Got to keep consistent drive all the way up, get those knees back, stay consistent, stay patient, and she does.
We're gonna
have to see what the referee
We're gonna have to see what the referee say there.
That's a very up in the air call there. 2-1,
2-1.
ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Let's watch that one back. 2-1. We did get a red card on, or a blue card on a red, so that could indicate some up and downward motion right at that lockout there.
I think they were looking at ramping for sure. All right, Carson Oliver coming up here. 424 pounds on the bar. Setting up a potential 650 total.
And a potential 9-for-9 day.
Finishing second in the open in the weight class. Look at that.
Product of Midland University. They know how to coach them over at Midland.
They do.
We've got Tim Anderson, Hall of Famer, and then we've actually got Coach Brian Bastide, multiple-time champion.
Well, now.
She's not only in the open class, but she's in our Team 3 class, and wouldn't you know, it smells like Teen Spirit in here. We've got Nirvana on the track. And with that, Carson Oliver solidifies a perfect day with attempts, only getting 3 red lights across her 9 attempts, across 27 lights. Very proud of Carson Oliver. She comes away second place overall in the open, and your gold medal winner for the Team 2 100-plus kilo weight class. Sorry, Team 3, excuse me. Up next, Mr. Robert Smith. 15-kilo jump here going to the third attempt. Slow on the way up there. Very methodical, very patient.
I don't know if you guys have discussed this today in this session. We can have the conversation about pro cards. So
yeah, please talk. I don't think we talked about that at all today. Please talk about it.
We will be finalizing the Masters Pro Card today because we could not do that since the beginning of Co-op Nationals, since yesterday, because all of the Masters competitors compete together. For open division lifters, top 2 by place will get a pro card if they hit a 475 female, 500 male dots. So that could be a potential of, you know, if there's females, 24, males, a little bit around the same. And I don't think we have that situation, but we've been handing out pro cards here like they're Tic Tacs. Which,
we really have.
I mean, it's been absolutely bananas. And I'm wondering, I got a feeling, based on looking at some of the Masters numbers, that we will definitely have 10 new Masters males and 10 new Masters females to get pro cards to. As far as the money is concerned, the top 3 open division by dots total, meaning that all the open competitors, male and female, will get, we pay out top 3. First place is 500, second place is 300, and third place is 150.
So not only do our lifters have a chance to go for American records, world records, and a pro card, but they've got the opportunity to earn a little bit of bread.
If you want to learn a little bit more about the Pro Series, you can always go to the Pro Series website, find information about that. It's all in our FAQ. There's also a dots calculator. The age coefficient for Masters lifters as well is there, so you know what your number happened to be based on whatever age you happen to be. Since we actually changed that this year to be not based on the year you turn, but literally the age you physically are.
distinction, everybody. And for those of you at home, Jan is a USAPL referee on the national level, if I'm not mistaken.
I am a national referee.
Longtime competitor in the powerlifting sphere, so he knows what he's talking about here.
I know a little bit. Let's go, Carson.
Looks like it's going to be a good lift, 2-1 there. So we have a little bit of a LiftingCast snafu here. It is possible that Carson Cifuentes might have taken Lahi's weight.
No, the bar was definitely loaded for him, but I wonder if maybe the table didn't put her attempt in.
It's very
possible. We don't know.
We're getting that set up for all of you now. We're going back to the back table here.
Replay could always show us what the actual attempts look like, so we'd be able to see what plates are on the bar. A little bit of powerlifting drama.
All right, well, they are going to let Lahi come out for this one.
Yep. Yeah, I think that was a table mishap.
She's not going to let that pause in time take her out. Let's see what she's got. She said not even worth the stress. 496 pounds for Miss Lahi. Miss Mori, your first place finisher in the ladies open 100 plus kilo weight class.
We've got Gary Pampa coming up here. Masters 3 lifter, so he's in his 60s currently, 523 pounds. Let's finish with Gary. See if Gary can go 8 for 9 on the day. And he will. Locking up first place with a 727. That's a jet airliner. Got Fabian coming up here, 562 to round out his third attempt pull. He is a Team 2 lifter. He is also looking at locking up first place. Finishing with 710, potentially, if he gets this lift. Let's go, Fabian. Come on, come on.
Finish all the way through.
Transition them shoulders,
It's
man.
gonna take that extra time. You can do it. Oh no!
Oh, there's a dip.
Oh, I don't know if they're gonna give it to him on that one. That was a fight and a half,
The
ladies
bar
and
went
gentlemen.
down. Lights.
That's gonna be a no lift.
Yeah.
Fabian signs. What a finish there, ladies and gentlemen. What an attempt there as well.
To hang on to 500 plus pounds like that is
For that long as well. Let's watch this back, and this is in real time, ladies and gentlemen. And he is holding on to that for 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 seconds there, ladies and gents.
Wow. All right. You want to do your static holds, there you go.
Coming up next, Mr. Patrick Davis. unfortunately not able to find his way off of that third attempt there.
He's mad. Understandable.
You want to get those last attempts there. Up next is Mr. Joseph Bueno, 200. Whoa. That's a jump, ladies and gents. So we go from 15-kilo jump, double it, give it to the next person. A 30-kilo jump from 260 to 290 kilos, 639 pounds.
Right.
What an insane jump, everyone. And for those of you at home, 260 kilos is 573 pounds. So a 30-kilo jump, he increased more than 65 pounds.
Nuts. Going
into this last attempt here. We hear the charge of the Valkyries here. That means it's time for some heavy lifts. Joseph.
I want a Modelo every time I hear this.
Can he find his lockout? Yes, he can. It looks like he kept the knees locked as well. Come on, looking for the call to the refs. And the lift is bueno for Joseph. 2 white lights. What a finish there. He is your first place junior for the 110-kilo weight class.
Are we going to 325 for Xavier Harad?
Next, Mr. Xavier Herod, our next to last deadlifter in this flight, 325 kilos, 760 pounds.
He just gave you a heart, Nick.
Peace signs, sending me all sorts of hearts. I appreciate it. I'm going to have to get Xavier's number once we get out of here. But first, let's see this number from Xavier Herod, looking to cap off a perfect day, quite literally.
Yep.
No red lights across the board for any of his attempts. Xavier Herod, this will be truly perfect if he is able to finish strong. Oh my gosh, no question about it.
That's a good finish.
Held it extra long at the top for the haters. All love to the Blue Mountain Christian School.
All white lights, all of them.
Every single white light earned.
Perfect
not
day.
Given.
Perfect day. And guess what? He's going to doping.
He is, and that's right. We do have anti-doping workers here to pull these lifters right off the platform as soon as they finish. And if nothing else, that's a badge of honor. You kind of want to get pulled by doping control because that shows you're being watched.
Yeah, you're strong. And they want, we obviously want to keep a clean platform. So that's our way of doing it.
Up next, our last deadlifter in the flight, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it me or did this flight?
Jones.
This flight moved really fast. It seemed like it did.
722 pounds for an American record attempt. He has the entire crowd of the Blue Mountain Christian School behind him. Coach Jarrell standing auspiciously in the corner. Here we go, 722 pounds, another American record attempt for Lawrence Jones. He already got it at 705.
Oh.
So we got just a little too misgrouped coming off the floor.
Yeah, he came and went hard right, hard left for him. Okay, our final flight for Eclipse Nationals 2024 is going to start off with Ted Stewart opening with 402 on the bar. Bars loaded for Ted. Let's go, Ted.
Bars loaded up for the third. Co-host and camera girl, Sophia Veda's coming over here. Going for another energy drink, but I don't think we'll need it. These are the last rounds of deadlifts.
I don't think she'll need it.
This is the most exciting part.
This is when the energy to keep the meat rolling, but shift it into another gear. We got Jordan Bentz coming up here. 220 kilos, 485 pounds.
For the end of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped Nationals weekend. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. So
You want to know why the chief gave him a yellow?
oh, he dropped the bar a little bit.
Absolutely, he dropped the bar.
Like we were saying, you've got to have your hands on the bar at all times. The bar cannot be bouncing on the platform there. Nicholas Riccio coming up next.
Another raw lifter.
He did get 606 on his equipped bench press, which is absolutely nutty. 345 kilos for his squat. And an opening attempt on the board for Mr. Nicholas Riccio. Coming up next, Zebo Vanderson. 247.5 kilos, 545 pounds. Currently your front runner for the equipped junior weight class, or the equipped junior division for the 125s, and is sitting in fourth, so he will be on the podium for the open rounds, the 125 kilo weight class.
I honestly don't think we've had to go to fifth place at this meet, which I think
might be one of the first flights.
Yeah, we 125, maybe 110.
And I was talking a little bit earlier about trying to get my hands on one of them BMC singlets. I just love the colorway there. I think I might have changed my mind. Those knee-high socks that they were wearing.
Oh, yeah.
The BMC Toppers Deadlift socks might be members only, but I might have to get me a pair of those. Joshua Taylor, 247.5 kilos, 545 pounds. Bars loaded for Josh.
Gino's going around stealing hats again.
But Josh Taylor is starting to open his attempts. Currently 6 for 6 on squat and bench, 510 kilos subtotal.
Well, now.
Looking to keep the trainer rolling. Oh, and he's ready. He's feeling good. You can tell by the little pop he had coming off the bar there.
Absolutely.
A little extra flair, a little extra bounce, and excited to see what he's going to put on for that second attempt. Up next, Mr. Hody Mitchell. 5 for 6 on the day, 587.5 kilos subtotal, having only missed 250 kilos on that last bench press attempt. He's going to get it back in blood with his opener, 265 kilos.
And next up, we got Cody Mitchell.
Very solid opener there for Cody. Green white lights. And this is exactly what we want to see, ladies and gentlemen. As we're getting to these openers, we want them to be light enough so that we get on the board, but heavy enough to where we're not sacrificing crucial pounds onto the tool. Up next, Mr. Caleb Lenares. Already solidified on the board with a 347.5 kilo squat, 440-pound bench. Sitting third. So bronze medal for the open 125 kilo weight class. He is your front runner in the Team 3 division. Caleb Lenares, a product of Midland Powerlifting, coached by bench press pro himself, Hall of Famer, Mr. Tim Anderson. Very smooth there. We had a little bit of a sticking point towards the knees, but important there, the knees stayed behind the bar, it seemed. And it did. Lift is good, 270 kilos. There's Jason Christus, 280 kilos.
Johnny Graham,
617 pounds.
Johnny Graham told me that this is his 23rd national championship.
Oh, wow. Jason Christus. So this is his 23rd national championship. He's been competing almost
since a junior, potentially.
Wow.
I don't know his age. He's a Masters 1.
Obviously competing since 2000.
Yeah.
Which is longer than, if you think about it, longer than our entire session of youth lifters were the whole day. Look at Bryce Lewis on the cam there. Oh. We see Sophia starting to pan around to the commentary booth. We've got me and Jan back here.
Because Baron Henderson.
Never mind. I guess they don't want to see us on screen. That's okay.
That's okay.
Baron Henderson. Powerlifting for Jesus. 280 kilos, 617.3 pounds. Already a pro card holder for the Masters, equipped bench press only.
Okay, that was a deliberate lockout.
Perfect example of what I try to teach my lifters with their deadlifts. You know, keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a super advanced lockout. You don't have to have a super advanced setup. All you got to do, pick it up, keep the knees behind the bar, and stand up.
Get them shoulders locked in.
Up next, Mr. Braden Gulch. Currently 6 for 6 with an American record bench press at 292.5 kilos, looking to open with 660 pounds. We see Coach Jeremy Hartman in the corner of Hartman Performance Training, Coach Flagg as well. We see Mark Doherty of Integrative Strength in the corner. What a stacked coaching stable that is. Braden Gulch. I might got to shake my man's hand. He's another one of those lifters with the funny knee-high socks.
Good Lord. Nice
Those
opener.
are the Starry Night ones. And we are on our last opener of the day, ladies and gents. Vincent Huerta is the last one to post a total for the day. 305 kilos, 672 pounds. And you can tell that Braden Gulch is on today, ladies and gentlemen. He is on. The way that opener moved, I have no doubt we're going to see a crazy third attempt when comes time. But we've got Mr. Vincent Huerta. 860-pound opening squat attempt. 255-kilo bench attempt. $305-kilo opener, folks. 672. We're going to see him go well into the 700s.
Yes, very, very much so. I'm gonna say a big jump here. 15, 20?
At least.
Yeah.
At least. I'm going to say 15 to keep it safe. I don't think we've seen very many 20-kilo jumps, but we're keeping an eye on the LiftingCast. And, folks, you can at home as well. Go ahead and type into your local web browser, be it Google, Safari, Yahoo, Firefox, whatever it may be. Type in www.liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll all the way down to the 2024 USA Powerlifting National Championships.
And now we actually have a well, so I say we, I have nothing to do with that. There's a, excuse me, the chalk is starting to get back here. There is a search function now, so you can literally use the search function and type in equipped, and it'll bring you to whatever meets are called equipped.
There you go.
We're on our second attempts on the final flight for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped Nationals here in sunny, hot Greenville, South Carolina. Thank you for having us.
And again, folks, we are coming down towards the wire here, so you're going to want to tune into LiftingCast here so we can see how these placings are shaking up. At the moment, it's looking like a lot of our lifters are pretty well spread, to be quite honest, looking like about 20 to 30 kilos at least between our competitors here. So we might not see too many crazy battles for the top spot there, but either way, we are going to see some monster totals, so be sure to tune in, everyone. We are on our second attempts. After this, we will go on to thirds, and then we are done. Finito. We are out of here, ladies and gentlemen.
Not quite. You're out
still
of
got to
here.
clean up first.
We still got to load a truck.
Here's
Nice
Matt
smile.
Foreman.
Nice second attempt. Judges agree. Give them 3 white lights.
One of those lifters electing to bench raw. Matt Foreman was. So far, 8 for 8 on the day. Setting him up well for a 9 for 9 day. Oh, and I was right. Looks like Braden Gulch did, in fact, go 315. Oh, sorry. Vincent Huerta went higher than both of us imagined. He went 20 kilos.
Nice.
To 325 there. Here's Clayton Malone.
Coaches, excuse me, the referee saw that with a little bit of a hitch at the top.
All right, folks. Joshua Taylor looking to continue a phenomenal day. 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds from Blue Mountain Christian University, one of the many. And it looks like we got a little bit of
something on the bar.
A little bit of bodily fluids that can be used for certain transfusions. We got that on the bar, so we're getting that cleaned up with some lovely bleach. And we're making sure we're getting it dried off quick with a little bit of chalk. I actually like that a lot. And then we're going to scrub it off. You want to talk about thinking in 4 dimensions.
Yep.
These spotters and loaders are doing great. Oh, my goodness. New life hack. Here's Josh Taylor. 262.5, 578 pounds.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows it. Good lift for him.
Oh,
Good
he
lift.
is on. You can tell him, you can see him talking to the camera. You're going to recognize him, Mr. Josh Taylor. He is on an absolute tear. Oh, he's on, ladies and gents. He is on.
Got the belt flip at the end. There is a lot of BMCC lifters in this flight, man.
There really are.
Wow.
His feet goes hard.
Pulling the slack out of the bar. That looked pretty good. I didn't see any issues with it. Either the referees. 3 white lights. And a kiss for the camera.
Up next, Mr. Nicholas Riccio, also taking 584 pounds. Look how fast this was.
Nice.
Look at that.
Wow.
And now Nicholas Riccio electing to go with a stance that we haven't quite seen
Conventional.
often, is that kind of hybrid stance, or what we call the froggy stance, where the sumo, it is technically still a sumo deadlift where the hands are inside the knees, but those feet are a lot closer together. And so oftentimes the hands are even touching the knees or touching the legs, giving the appearance of a frog sitting. It lends itself more to the squat motion as well.
Made a 55-kilo jump. We didn't catch that one, but we're seeing it now.
Yeah, we completely missed that. Jordan
Wow.
Betts, 55-kilo increase from first to second.
We need to have him roll the
Almost
bar back
out
so
of
we can see him.
frame, he's so big.
Okay, 55 kilos wasn't enough. Oh, he
It
needs a...
clearly was not. And that was 606. Might we see another
300?
50 kilos added for 650?
I'm maybe around, we'll just round up to 300 and we'll see if we can do 660, you know?
Wow.
Damn, that was
I mean,
fast.
not for nothing. Going from 463 to 606. First of all, bold strategy, Cotton, but I do think 705 may be in the cards for them, and he might just be one of those lifters that takes massive jumps.
310.
There we go. I called it, ladies and gentlemen. 310 kilos. We're going to 711 pounds. Oh, sorry. Nope, that's not correct.
No. It's like 688-ish.
Yep, 683. Cody Mitchell, good attempt there.
Dialed in. Look at that.
Team Phoenix. See coach in the corner there.
I think they're out of Washington, I want to say.
It was still a good lift for Cody. It looked like head coach there was a little bit interested in the knees there.
He stayed a long time. Look at the lights.
He really did. Here's Mr. Caleb Linares of Midland Powerlifting, 280 kilos, 617 pounds. He is also on a tear, Caleb Linares. And we're coming up on our last 4 deadlifters of this flight before we hit Il Grand Final, the last deadlifts of the weekend. But before we get there, we've got Mr. Baron Henderson.
I am going to be taking off for thirds because I have to go prepare for awards and medals and money and pro cards and all that stuff. So I'm going to bid my farewell once we start our thirds. And I'll let you wrap it up.
Here's Mr. Baron Henderson.
Baron hasn't had a bad day. So knowing that he competed, in bench as
Absolutely.
well 2 days ago.
Very clean deadlift technique there. Again,
3 white lights.
not a super crazy setup, not a super crazy lockout or anything.
Like you said, it doesn't need to be. It shouldn't be.
Very controlled. And we see the deadlift suit here. We see the kind of knitting around the back there that kind of forces the suit to remain in its erect position. Coming up behind, wearing the exact same deadlift suit here is Jason Christus. 15-kilo increase to 650 pounds. All right, bars loaded here for Mr. Jason Christus, representing Green Bay Strength Club. See his head coach there in the corner. Trying to put the bar into a bit of a flight or fight response here, just screaming at it. Allowing it to submit to the strength of Jason Christus. Oh my goodness.
Using all that suit
worked.
to pull it in. Nice.
It worked.
That it did. Interesting to see what he pulls in here for a third attempt.
Coming right behind, we're going to go up 20 kilos for Mr. Braden Gulch, 315 kilos, 694 pounds. Look at this, very controlled, quick. You have a quick wedge down into the bar, so that means the hips rise and then they drive into the bottom there. Here's Mr. Braden Gulch. Here he comes rocking the Starry Night shocks. Again, 315 kilos, 694 pounds is your first place finisher for both the open and the junior 140 kilo class. Here he goes. Braden at the ripe young age of 23 years old moves 700 pounds faster than most folks can move 300 pounds. Three white lights. I am itching to see what he puts in for his third attempt.
Nutty.
And then last but not least, we've got Vincent Hertz.
Dare I say 330 for Braden?
Oh, 330 is there for sure. Vincent Hertz here out of Midland University, 20 kilo jump, 325. 716 pounds for our last second attempt of the day. And you know what? We were just at 2.5 kilos shy.
We were close, yeah.
Looks like Braden put in 327 and a half. Here we go, Mr. Vincent Huerta. Oh my gosh.
Good Lord.
Moved just as well as his opener did. It really did.
Up, down, just like that. Good lift. Well, I'm going to officially say my goodbyes. I appreciate you letting me spend some time with you, Nick, here, talking powerlifting, talking shop. I don't get to do this a lot simply just because I'm doing other things. So I appreciate you and all the things that Bryce and Kevin have done to make this production as good as it has. So with that, I bid everybody a fond adieu, and I will see everybody in Salt Lake City in about 8 weeks. I know I'll see you there.
Oh, I'll be there.
Absolutely. All right, brother. Hey, man, give me a pound.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for all your help, Jan.
Thank you. Peace out.
Really doing all he can to make this meet happen. The job does not stop there. Now he's got to go do awards. Doesn't always get to come sit down and have fun with me behind the commentary booth, so we're always grateful to have Jan in attendance and working with us for these national level meets. And ladies and gentlemen, we've made it. The grand finale, the last deadlifts, the last power lifts of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championships. We're going to take us to the top of the order now for Mr. Ted Stewart, 205 kilos, 451 pounds, looking to finish a solid day on the deadlift. 3 for 3. 7 for 9 on the day. That's going to be a good lift. He is now your Masters 3 125 kilo champion. And ladies and gents, we're going to start to see some heavy weights put on the bar. These are our heaviest by body weight powerlifters, so that means we're going to see the heaviest weight on the bar by comparison. Here we go. Bars loaded now. Mr. Matt Foreman. 10 kilos up, 247.5 kilos, 545 pounds. And what's going to be a little bit of a grinder. Still makes his way to the top there. And the lift is good. All right, bars loaded now for Mr. Clayton Malone. Bars getting loaded now. The clock is ticking. We don't yet see him. And this could be a situation where we might have a timeout here. And the clock looks like it is going to wind down for Clayton Malone here, so he's going to time out this attempt. 252.5 kilos Looks like he's not going to be able to come out for this one. He is going to solidify himself 242.5 kilos. And unfortunately, Clayton Malone did bomb out there for squats, so only making his opener bench, opener deadlift. And we're going to go right on along to Josh Taylor. 272.5 kilos. 600.76 pounds even. Ball with to ball. Wadang dang. Here comes Mr. Josh Taylor looking to finish us off. He has had quite literally a perfect day. Looking to cap off 9 for 9 performance here. And he does, ladies and gents. Give him the money, he says. 3 white lights, 9 for 9. Let's look at that replay again here. Very calm, very smooth, collected. Not a single red light across all 9 attempts. Every single white light earned by Joshua Taylor. Up next is Mr. Xavier Vanderson, or as he is colloquially known by his teammates as Z-Bo. Z-Bo. Hopefully we're not going to be like D-Bo and steal this weight from the floor. 275 kilos, 606 pounds for the product of Blue Mountain Christian University. And man, I tell you, I got to get me a pair of those BMC socks. Go Toppers. If nothing else, I've become a Topper fan myself. And that's going to be a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. An 8 for 9 day for Mr. Z-Bo Vanderson. Your 4th place overall in the open, but your 125 kilogram junior national champion. Coming right behind is Mr. Nicholas Riccio, going to take the same weight, 606 pounds. Here we go. Nicholas Riccio opting to go for that more froggy stance there, kind of hybrid, closed stance sumo. And ladies and gentlemen, it works so well for him. Nicholas Riccio, 8 for 9 as well. Your 2nd place equipped to open 125 kilo champion. He comes away with a nice silver medal and a podium finish. Bars loaded now for Mr. Cody Mitchell, 287.5 kilos locked and loaded, 633 pounds. Here's Cody Mitchell now representing Team Phoenix, his last deadlift of the day. Oh, looks like he got a little bit too far ahead of him there. We started to see some space between the bar and the body, so hard to recover from that when the bar is out in front of you. But folks, we are now in the home stretch, the true home stretch. The last 6 lifters, your final 6 lifters for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championship. Caleb Linares is going to start off our last 6 here. 639 pounds, a Team 3 lifter, ladies and gentlemen. So with this, he is your solidified national champion at Team 3 equipped, and he will solidify the bronze medal for the open 125 kilo weight class. Looks like we might have torn a callus there, which is very common, especially with the deadlift there. But you know what? Caleb Linares finishes still your 1st place finisher and bronze medalist in the equipped open 125 kilo division. Baron Henderson looking to take his last deadlift of the day, giving glory to the Most High. 300 kilos on the bar, 660 pounds. Baron Henderson, equipped Pro Card bench press holder. Let's see if he can finish strong this last deadlift here. Looks like he's almost gripping on the smooth here, but it is hook grip. Can he find his way to lockout? Yes, he can. He holds it. Come on, judges, let's give it to him. 2-1, ladies and gents. That is going to be a good lift. Baron Henderson, a 503 dots point score, 483 non-age adjusted. Your first place Masters 1 125 kilo champion, giving all due and praise to the referees and the jury there for all of their hard work this weekend. We hear the celebration already from back here behind the curtain. And we're now on to our last four, ladies and gents. Jason Christus, 305 kilos. Let's finish here. Jason Christus. $305 kilos, 672 pounds out of Green Bay Strength Club. And what a finish this is for Mr. Jason Christus. Wow. The lift is good for Mr. Jason. Our final three lifters are here, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan Bentz electing to add 5 kilos to his final attempt, going from 275 to 315, ladies and gentlemen. 220 kilos. That's 463, 275 kilos, that's 606, 315 kilos, that is 694 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2.5 kilos shy of some of the most insane jumps I've ever seen on the national stage. We get a good look at our jury there. Here he is, Jordan Bentz, looking to continue a perfect day, sitting in second place in the 140-plus class. Jason Christus has already sealed the deal with that. 5 kilos ahead. $694, can he find his way? Oh, we started to see that left hand open just a little bit. And what a go it was for Mr. Jordan Bentz. 8 for 9 on the day. Second place overall in the 140-plus class. Look no further. We've got Mr. Braden Gulch, product of Hartman Performance Training, teammate of my co-host Sophia Belas. 327.5 kilos, 722.01 pounds, folks. And much like everyone else in the stands out there today, I'm going to be standing up. These are the last 2 deadlifts of the day. The last 2 deadlifts of not only a long session, but a very long and eventful weekend across the board, folks. Braden Gulch with the most stacked coaching corner. Jeremy, Coach Flagg, Mark Doherty. If he is able to finish this, he will go 9 for 9. He finds his way up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh! Looks like we got a little bit too lean back on the heels there. He is perfectly okay. Got helped up by Coach Jeremy. An amazing round of applause there. He is still your first place finisher in both the 140 open and the 140 junior weight class. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have made it. The last deadlift of the day, and who better to send us off than Mr. Vincent Huerta, 342.5 kilos, 755 pounds for the product of Midland University in the open 125 kilo weight class. This is our last deadlift of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The last deadlift of the weekend. The crowd is up. We are ready to go. Coach Anderson in the corner, watching with bated breath as we see Vincent Huerta take his last attempt. Already your equipped open champion for the 125s. Can he find his way? Oh, man, we just got to the knees there. And ladies and gentlemen, what a phenomenal weekend it has been across the board for USA Powerlifting. This weekend was our 2024 USA Powerlifting Equipped National Championships, as well as our Bench Nationals and our Youth National Championships. Day 1 was our Youth National Champions. Day 2 was all of our bench action, and today was all of our equipped competition. And folks, what a day it has been, and what a weekend as well. I mean, tons of records broken across the board. Many, many PRs broken, national titles, world titles maintained, pro cards given. I mean, if we're just looking at the first flight here, we've got Miss Alicia Webb, who competed actually in the first day, having competed in the first day, already receiving a national title in the equipped bench only, coming back today and doing the full power meet, and then taking home a couple world records and another national title. Not to mention, we've got to mention some of the standouts from Blue Mountain Christian University. Some of the heaviest overall lifts we've seen across the board. We see Xavier right there with a phenomenal show, 9 for 9 across the board, 0 red lights. And folks, what a day it has been. Thank you so much for tuning in across this weekend. My name is Nick Stevens, USAPL coach, commentator, competitor, referee across the board. And we will see you very, very soon. You'll actually catch me in 8 weeks in Salt Lake City for USAPL Raw Nationals. But until then, be blessed, stay safe, stay strong, stay healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Too high.